shul, the one that said, wait, you need an actual zealot, the shul on one end, and let your Torah on the other end. Okay, so that all that comes to play here. So you had a Torah, a certain mother, up on the end, it's also mother. So what did they do? Korah, so they wound up they rolled up a mat, and they put it in the bed.
That's right.
I'll explain in a minute. There's some possible here, but the idea was they wanted to make a lefty, so they rolled up a mat. It's now this round mat, and they put it up as to serve as a lefty in the bed. So under it, I don't get it.
What they did right is that there was trees.
The way we understand it tomorrow is that at the bottom of one axis of the round, they stuck a lefty, and then at the bend, they put this rolled up thing. This is not really a lefty discussion. This has more to do with the paragraph. This is not really what you need to fix this mother. It has more to do with what they use as a lefty. Hello to Rav, hello to Shmuel. What are they doing here? It's not like Rav, it's not like Shmuel. Why? The Rav on the Karata from Mafula. Okay, so if you're going like Rav, who says that this is a Mafula, then Tursa Pasach Koi. Then you need, on one hand, a Tursa Pasach, and on the other hand, a lefty. And the way we've done that in the past is by putting a Tursa Pasach at the bend and a lefty on either end of these mothers. But here, they didn't put up a Tursa Pasach. They put up a rolled up mat. So there's a better place. The Shmuel, and so it's not like Rav. The Shmuel on the Karata Kesafim. Okay, so maybe it's like Shmuel who says that you need that each of these mothers are considered as tribal mothers. So there's the Gemara. So that makes sense. The Shmuel says, so what did Shmuel say? Shmuel said you just put a lefty on either end. Now, before we talked about it briefly, Rashi brought from the Rebbe that not only do you need a lefty on either end, you need a lefty in the bend. This is what I was saying before. It's not so clear. So according to Rashi's Rebbe, it's clear what happened here. They needed a lefty in the bend because one of the, let's say the top mothers didn't choose to put a lefty at its end. Only the vertical mother wanted to put it. So at the end of the day, they needed to put one lefty here, and they needed to put a lefty in the middle like Rashi's Rebbe. But according to Rashi, when they stood school, and you just put one lefty here and one lefty here, so it wasn't clear why they were messing with the bend. Because we don't need anything yet. So some have a gear saw that they put a Tursa Pasach with this mat. Others have a gear saw that they put the rolled up mat at the entrance to the Shusharab, but not in the bend, but in the bottom. And whatever the point is, this sugya is really about whether that's an acceptable lefty to roll up the mat. But we don't have to get into the detail of why they put it there, but they put somewhere this rolled up mat. So they say it's not like Shmuel either, because when did Shmuel say it's enough to have a lefty on each end? It's if the lefty is a valid lefty. I'm a high, even the Russian base, you go to trouble, I love simple. But this, as you put up this rolled up mat, as soon as the wind comes, it's going to blow it down. That's not a valid lefty. I don't get what happened here. First of all, maybe it's not like Rav that you treat it like we're foolish. And even if it is, and then you need a Tursa Pasach. And even if it's like Shmuel, it says it's a Sassim, at the end of the day, you put up a flimsy lefty here. Says the Gemara, we know it's a sifto, the cabra is cabra. But if you stuck like a space in it, and meaning that you attach this rolled up mat to the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered it's attached, and then it becomes a valid lefty and it's strong enough and it's going to withstand wind, and therefore it's a valid lefty. Again, this is an issue having to do with where do you place the lefty, but what is the lefty? Okay, let's go. We learned. I'm going to give you about, so this is going to quote the talk of Rav that we spent a lot of time on yesterday. Now, yesterday when we spent time on the talk of Rav was really focused on the mother. The idea that the people in the mother cannot carry if it opens to a puzzle with which they don't have an area. We talked about this yesterday because it's hard from the Lula law that if you have a space, the mother is open in its entirety because the full width of the mother was open to the putter, and the putter, the mother was ushered to it because you can't carry from the mother into the putter. So therefore, we said carrying in the mother was ushered. That's what we focused on yesterday with Rav. Now we're going to focus on the other side of Rav halacha, which we discussed yesterday, but that wasn't really the focus of tomorrow, which is the putter. So Rav said that the putter is mutter to carry in, regardless of whether the mother is ushered. Why was that? Because from our perspective, the way we explained it yesterday was that if you're standing in the chutzner, remember this is a T shape. So the mavli is narrower, and then the chutzner becomes wider on either side. So if I'm standing in the chutzner looking back toward the mavli, what do I see? I see two walls, and then there's a break. Presumably that break is less than 10 amos. And we know as long as you have more wall than you have opening, and the opening is not greater than 10 amos, we look at that as like a tour, a pesach. Okay, now I turn 180 degrees, I look at the Restream break, and what do I see? I see two walls, and I see a Restream, and the opening is less than 10 amos, and there's more wall than opening. So we said, in the chutzner you can carry regardless. The fact that the chutzner is open to the mavli, I don't care, because in other words, a chutzner does not have to join with a mavli, and a mavli does not preclude the people from in the chutzner from carrying, because someone can say, on my own chutzner, we have our own Eruvah Chetzeres, and we're not interested in carrying to the mavli. So therefore, we said that carrying in the chutzner is mutter. So we're going to focus a little bit on that halacha. It says the Gemara, we learned that Rabbi Yirmiyah Bar Abba on the Rabbi, Yirmiyah Bar Abba says in the Rav, mavli can differ from a little chutzner. In our case from yesterday, your mavli opens up to it got broken in its entirety. The full width of the mavli got opened to a chutzner, but different the chutzner can echo. And in fact, the chutzner also has a wall after this that opens to the Restream. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off because but you have this connection that people walk through. We said a chutzner was teres of mavli aser. That the chutzner is mutter, and the mavli is aser. For the reason that that's described. However, Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild. The Rabbi Rothschild says for Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild saying these Jews, they said, wait a second, why is Rav and Amira coming and telling us this? We already learned it in the Mishnah. Where did we learn it? Because we learned later on, actually we'll have it in the Mishnah tomorrow, that if you have Chatzar Ketana, and Rifrasol Gedolo, that if you have a small chutzner that got an opening made between it and a broader system, you want to think about it like this: you have a large chutzner here, you have a small chutzner on top that's fully open to the bottom wider chutzner, right? So we're going to say, so you have a chutzner Gedol, chutzner becomes a Rifrasol Gedolo. You have a small chutzner that opens up into a bigger one. So we say Gedolo would carry. The big one can carry, and the fact that they didn't do an Eder with the people in the small one doesn't matter. Why? Because again, you have walls on either side, and from their perspective, it's just the Pesach, it's just the doorway. The Katana Asura, but you can't carry in the Katana. Why? Because it's like the entranceway of the Gedolah, meaning from the perspective of the smaller chutzner, if you're standing in the smaller chutzner, you just see fully into the big chutzner. There are no walls that just separate you because the walls are only on the outside. But the opening is from the full width of the small chutzner. And we say in the small chutzner you cannot carry because you're part of the bigger chutzner from your perspective. And if you didn't make an Eder with the people in the bigger chutzner, then you're out of law. So the question is, why did you need this? Why did Rob need to tell me that if you think about it, the mavli that we talked about yesterday that opens to the chutzner, the mavli is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. We're saying the broader one can carry, the chutzner is the mavli chutzner. So what did I need Rav to tell that to me? I know it from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small chutzner that opens into a bigger chutzner. The bigger chutzner is mutter. The small chutzner in this case would be the equivalent to the mavli. So what did I need Rav for? Amalei, they go back to him. If I only had the description of the chutzner Gedolah and the chutzner Ketana, I would say, how many I would take the Rabbi, may not be a chutzner nami. So you say, I would think as follows. If all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large chutzner and a small chutzner, but you're not using the small chutzner or the large chutzner, more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two chutzneros that happen to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rob told us was where what happened, where you had a mavli open to a chutzner that in turn opens to a Rishon Rabbi. So it's actually a thoroughfare. It's a freeway. You can go from one Rishon Rabbi to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small chutzner and the large chutzner. So that's why I needed Rob to tell me the halacha. So the Gemara said, wait a second. I didn't need you to tell me that either. Well, I'm not making enough. But this we also learned because we have a Mishnah that's later in the chapter that's faith, which says, "What's there? Rabbi Rothschild of the Jew, the Yokel of the Jew." That if you have a cluster that people travel by, they traverse it. It's the exact case of Rav. That we say, which is the Rabbi Rothschild, which is the Yaakov the Shabbat. So let me explain what they're talking about. So, as we've encountered many times, there's a notion of subject tumor versus the Rabbi is mutter, and subject tumor versus the Yaakov is Yasser. This idea comes from Soto. The pasuk says the Nister of the human tomorrow. So this is the idea. Even though we have a suffix, and we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself with a man as a so-called. And yet we say, as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by breaking the sefer law. Right? So you see that a suffix from us, either a shita yakid, if it's a private place, then it's usher. But if we're in a more public place, it's mutter, because we learned from the paradigm of Sota. That's a concept we've had before. So now what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. There's an interesting thing. If you have a cluster that people are traversing through, so from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described this multiple times, even today. We have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a pizza. So you have four walls of this pizza. The fact that you have two doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rishita Yalta that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happen to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in the pizza, so there's halachic pizza. But as relates to Tumah, it's not so simple because what the paradigmatic case is Soka. Soka, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Soka. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Rishita Yachid you need for Tumah issues is there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a cluster that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Soka. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with this interesting distinction that if you have a cluster that people walk through for Shabbos purposes,
good to see you again, man.
See you, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
You came in the podcast, man, and we had one of the best times ever with when
Yeah, man.
you did the Christmas song.
Yeah, all that weird shit. I see, kids still, of course, from clips and shit, and I'll see that every once in a while. I'll genuinely laugh, man. So I need to ask.
Me too, man. It was so much fun. Yeah, dude, you know what? And I interviewed, since you've been on, I had Jesse Ventura on.
Really? Oh, I missed that. How was that? No. I know you did that. I did not check it out, though. How was that?
It was a nightmare.
You gotta, watch every word you say.
I mean, he talked for, here it is right there. He talked for 1,700 years. He talked for 1,700 years hours.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. He's like, I drank 4 locos. He just kept going on. It's like, I drank 4 locos. I'll drink 6.
Maybe that's only when the opening in the buffer are accompanying each other. But our case of Rob was of a disconnected that in the low, but our case of Rob was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rob's finish, is to tell you, even though the openings in the Restream and the floor, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mother followed by a wider cover, you're okay. The word said, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. So wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbi says that it cannot be a straight line, that it has to be, you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings to the Rishis Rabbah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rab's finish, according to Rabbah. Says in Carlo, Rabbah the offers that connect itself also, the one who Rabbah who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings to the Rishis Rabbah will be other Rabbah might be love. So then what would he establish when Rab says in Allah, what's the case? It must be the Zashalok and that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Why do I need Rab to tell me in halacha that I read?
Welcome, Jim.
Okay, I'll tell you what Rab is teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a cluster that
what up, Tim?
that people
What happened?
It's telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm listening, but you're telling a shitty story. Tell it.
That's all Christian. That's right. And I would have Commissioner tomorrow. Usher is
Oh, that's no way. And your mom didn't know he was murdered? Okay, why do you think she didn't tell you? Okay.
What you essentially have is you have many lovely uncles.
How did he die? Okay, there are like 1,000 different ways to murder someone. Oh, that's terrible. Do you know anything more about it? Right. Who made the documentary? I mean, like, where's the documentary?
So this way you'll have a clear path on the one side and a left ear Torah on the other side. Sounds like Rabbi said.
Terrible. That's wild. So you've been to the place and did you watch the documentary? That shit's wild, dude. Oh, well, that's really sad. All right, so did you hit up his daughter or whatever? Their pages are all private. All right, well.
So we're saying you're passing like school at the Mavi Sasso, but for some reason you're saying that we should put it. So it says in Gemara. Not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mavi off of the Nargod, and they ended up passing like Rav, and they required. We talked about this. The Lassos, either they had the Kumar Rav school or they had like Rav Lasso the Morin came, but the point was that in Nargod, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rav stock. So clearly,
Are you going to talk or are you just going to stop mid-sentence? Oh, okay.
And the left hand each end. So it doesn't work. That's in fact what we have. Rabbi says, here's what you do. Not like what Rabbi said, but rather both in source of Pesach look too low. You should put you have the bigger shroud and you have the small one. There. You should put in source of Pesach the high piece.
Why is that?
The Edom piece of mystery blessed. That opens our shroud as well as over here on the side that opens our shroud. You should put a left here. So now we're saying, Rabbi is saying that ignore the bias that we put one source of Pesach
How would I feel if I were you? I would feel sad that this person who my mother used to be in a relationship with died, and I'd feel sorry for his family. I would recognize there's not too much I could do about it, and I would move on with my life. Does that answer your question, Big Dog? Okay, I mean, I don't think that's. I mean, that's fine. It's not really good, bad, or indifferent, but okay.
That's the basic gist here. So what happens at this moment? When you're looking at this level, you have one wall of the level is that now cuts off the Restream. So the Restream got the other wall of the level.
That's not that long.
With the original wider version of the Restream. So you have a scenario where the front of
that is not that long.
You have a long wall and you have a shorter wall.
Correct.
So you have the question is, if you were going up the Restream, you would
yeah. I don't know. I don't keep tabs on that guy. In case you're wondering why I'm not asking you to play a game, I'm busy working on a project.
Just put the on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the
yeah, baby.
The total is going to define the area of the muffin.
No, his family wouldn't want that. I mean, it would be, and his family wouldn't want that. It didn't happen that long ago. It happened in 2023. So, you know, not that much time has gone by. I still think, I don't even know what happened to the people. Frankly, there's just an article about it in the Las Vegas, like with the Las Vegas news. It would be a really interesting documentary, though. It would be really, really interesting. Like, there should be. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. The guy was a fascinating individual. But no, there's nothing on him. And I think probably never going to happen. At least they won't get permission from his family, because it would make him sound like a really bad person. Like, he had this beautiful family. He had 3 beautiful boys and a beautiful wife, and he goes to Las Vegas to cheat on her and do coke. And now they're like famous for being like the people with a shitty father. Not only that, I mean, he had like all kinds of connections. Like, he was like the head of the Armenian mafia, and at least in LA. And actually, his dad was. So I don't know if they really want to be involved in that. But it would be a fascinating documentary, no doubt. Would I want there to be a documentary on it? Yeah, because he is just a really interesting individual, and I think that people would really enjoy it. There you go.
You're looking at a halachic concept, not as the area in that area. Rav Kahana. People now, Rav Kahana says,
Yeah, and you have to like not get in trouble for other stuff, or you can go back to jail.
When we said, according to some, you can put color on a lamp. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first section in Arabic, the entry to a novel, unless it's cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue, let's say you have,
what did you say, Zoo?
if the entry to the
All right, big dog. Sweet dreams, big man. Yeah, big dog. What are you saying, big man? What? Baby, I'm living forever, perhaps. You'd have to be re-verified. There are a bunch of different ways. We get your DNA. We could get your DNA from a family member. We artificially. We clone you. We clone you and artificially age you. We clone you and don't artificially age you. We could get the data from video or pictures that you're in. Even just Wi-Fi. People don't realize, like, Wi-Fi, the waves of Wi-Fi are like basically creating a map of your entire house. Like, I can tell exactly where you are in your house using just Wi-Fi. Yeah, baby. Okay, I mean that's certainly a thought. Anything's possible, baby. Yes, sir. That's not true. That's not true, though. The TV is not still transmitting signals. No, it is not. Well, that's different. A better analogy would have been when we had over-the-air analog television. Signals were still being emitted, but in today's day, everything's digital, so it's just like through a cable or some kind of generally a direct connection. So let's take the radio analogy because that still goes on more so. Like there's less over-the-air television than there once was. So, okay, you've got radio signals that are being emitted by a transmitter. And when you shut off a radio, the radio is no longer picking up those waves, but the waves are still being transmitted. But the analogy that you made was not that we are like a radio transmitter, that we are like a radio, which is not really true. We're more like the radio transmitter, but if you shut down the radio transmitter, no more waves are created. What up, baby? I think you'd be one of the biggest sluts in South Australia. You would be the South Australian Raw Comedy winner 2026, no doubt. You would be a daily visitor to the glory hole of the adult theater, no doubt. I think you'd probably be happier. I don't know that for sure, but a lot of the issues that you have, like perhaps, I mean, you might have different issues if you're a woman, but I think you would just, since you'd be like a whore, you'd have more you'd find more dudes who would like want to fuck you as opposed to being just a dude, and thus you'd be in like a relationship, or I don't know, but you probably would have some kids, no doubt about that. And I don't think you'd be a good parent right now because you can't even take care of yourself, and thus if you had to take care of someone else, it would be a challenge for you. So you'd probably be like a woman with like 3 children from 2 different fathers, maybe 3 different fathers, in another relationship with some random dude, and that could be okay. I mean, you're not that old, so maybe not 3 children, but there's the opposite of that. You could be really successful because that just anything could happen. I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like I'd put you down like, oh, you'd be a shitty woman. No, I think you could be really successful as a woman. In honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' appointment as a lecturer at the university, and by Ira Miriam Grossman, the marriage of Bush. Sherry Bennett in memory of Bennett, Bunny Shelb, and Ruben Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Tehillah, and our collective learning served as an okay, so today, all right. So if you were a woman, I think you'd probably be pretty slutty, and I don't know. I think you probably would have some children by now. Oh, dog, you're slutty now. Here's the thing, Zoo. If you really want me to be honest with you, which I know you probably do, if you had the same issues that you have today, it would be very difficult for you, I find, to be in a relationship, because you will say something very awkward and nobody wants to be around you when you do that, and thus they're going to keep their distance. So even as a woman, you would still have many of the issues that you overcome. Like, nobody wants to just be walking down the street and then just be asked, "Are you gay?" Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody's talking about that. I would say that, like, you're great. But inevitably you're going to say something that's really awkward. And I know you can't control it. I reckon. No, I think you'd be a dude, or I think you'd be heterosexual. Because you'd like dick. Yeah, no. If you were a woman, um, I think I would have been, and I don't know, but pretty conservative. I've been very conservative for aspects of my life. Um, I all right. Say what you want, baby. Okay, I don't disagree with you, big man. Oh, you're saying that um, that the kids wouldn't have been gay if their parents didn't push them to be gay? I did not know anyone gay growing up. Um, we called guys gay all the time. That was like an insult. That was very common, but none of them were gay. And oh no, definitely no. I was in religious school, so that wasn't a thing. Um, of the people, there were some kids who I would meet who I would be like, oh, that's what gay is. You could tell that these kids were going to be interior decorators at like age 8. They were like playing with Barbie, and they were really effeminate. They didn't like sports, and they were really about fashion. And I knew some kids like that, and I remember being like, that's not normal. And my parents were just like, that's you're gonna grow up, and that's just how some people are, and you've got to respect people for who they are and not force them to live in your purview, in your like mindset. And that was okay. And then so I knew gay was a thing, um but nobody came out in high school or anything like that. um and I've never known anybody to come out. I might know like some chicks who were bisexual, but I think everybody's bisexual if they're bored enough. Like, if you have some chick and she's not able to get dick, then she might experiment with women, or if she's just a very loving person. And in the same way, I think even heterosexual men, if you put them on a desert island for 100 years, and the only way to get off the desert island is to fuck another dude, they're gonna fuck another dude. They're gonna get bored enough, and they're gonna be like, "This is a punishment. Get me the fuck off this island." And is that gay? I mean, some people might consider. I don't really consider it gay though. I consider it like they were basically put in a tough situation where they had no alternatives. So it kind of depends on how bored you are, and um, so I really do think, and you and I have talked about this, and I think we're in agreement that everybody is bisexual. It's like, it's just how bored are you? If you're a really hot chick and you're able to get any guy that you want, there's not really a huge temptation to be bisexual. I mean, there could be, Maybe you are. I'm not saying that you can't be a really hot chick, bisexual chick. You absolutely can be. And I'm not saying you can't be a really good looking bisexual dude. I'm saying that you can be. But if you have the whole world open to you, of in terms of who you wanna with whom you want to mate, you just have a lot of options. For people who don't have a lot of options, they tend to um, go with with who they can get. And so some people might say, I can't get anybody, so I'm willing to have sex with men or women just so I can have a human connection. And you know what? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's just it's a sad state of affairs. I get it, but like if you're bored enough, you'll have sex with anybody. And then you have Zoot, who only fucks chicks either in orgies and then gets uninvited via email and then told that he may be case the ground zero of super gonorrhea. And yet he still doesn't get checked. And so he gives some chick on Valentine's Day oral gonorrhea and hand gonorrhea. And now she's spreading that shit everywhere. And Zoo doesn't give a fuck. Oh, Zoo. I don't believe in hell. It's not hell. It's called Gehenna. And it is basically when you die, whether you're a Jew or a non Jew, generally we believe that your soul goes through a period of cleansing that's about 11 months or so. And if you're really wicked, it takes 12 months. And then you go to a place, and nobody knows. Let me just say that. But this is some traditions because actually in the Bible in Torah, it doesn't say. So this has just been what's developed in the 2,500 years since that time. You go to a place called Olam Haba, which is the world to come. And once your soul is purified. Now, for the super wicked people of the world, there are arguments to say that they get cut off, but it's not like eternal damnation. It's not eternal punishment. There are some Kabbalistic sources, Jewish mysticism, that say even they, after enough time, get to come to the world to come. And the world to come, it depends who you ask. I mean, you can go and literally read some rabbis who will say it's a garden of roses, and you sit at there are like different angels, but it's not like heaven, like in what some people consider to be heaven. It's different. Generally, you just sit at the right hand of God, or whatever that is, figuratively, and or metaphorically, and then you just study with God all day. Um, but the thing is, we don't know. But that's not. We believe as Jews that there is a place in the world to come for what we call the righteous. So, how do you become righteous in Judaism if you're a non-Jew? We have a practice called following the seven Noahitic laws, the seven laws of Noah, which are don't steal, don't murder, don't blaspheme, don't idolatrize, don't have sexual impropriety, don't eat the blood of a living animal, and don't and to create a law system. So that for the people who do that, there's a place in the world to come for them. Like we consider them to be righteous. In other religions, they basically say like if you're not our religion, you don't have a place in our afterlife. You're eternally damned. There's eternal damnation for you. Judaism doesn't feel that way. There are places in our text literally cut out for non-Jews. Now, for people who were perhaps not living of that type of lifestyle, we still think that there's a possibility that they could live in that type of afterlife. Just their soul has to be purified. And so there's a process, at least in Judaism, when someone dies who is deeply connected with you, it's called um, you sit Shiva, which is a mourning period where you basically there's like a ceremonial tearing of clothes, and you generally like cover the mirrors in your house. There are several other things that you do. The bathing is limited, and then for 11 months you go to shul or go to synagogue and you pray generally 3 times daily. Now, does everybody do it? No. What do you do in a situation? I mean, you should be doing that anyway as a male, but and as a female, there are alternatives. But someone from your household should be doing that. And if they don't, you can pay someone to do it for you at like a Jewish school. And so for like a donation, you like let's say you're really busy and you just can't come to shul 3 times a day, no matter what it is. You're on a submarine somewhere. You can pay someone to do it. So basically, an act of charity, someone will pray for your loved one 3 times daily. Well, we think that there are different levels, perhaps, of Olam Haba, the world to come. So, for like extremely righteous people, um, or like Jewish martyrs, they're like at some of the highest levels of Olam Haba, of the world to come. For Jewish babies that never had the opportunity, there's like a place for them. Um, and then for righteous non-Jews, um, then there's certainly a place for them. And then there's a place for converts as well. We feel that, yeah, go ahead. Doug, you don't want to. Doug, you don't want to do that, and I mean, you don't want to talk like that because chance, 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 chances are nothing to you. Okay, chances are nothing happens to you, and so you just end your life, and that's really sad. I mean, I can talk about the world to come and all that good stuff, but if I'm being honest, which I absolutely am, and if any rabbi were talking to you to be honest, no one really knows. This is just the Mazor. This is just the tradition by which we live. And keep in mind, people don't think of this, but imagine a future, like in the far future, where people can revivify other people and they found out that you killed yourself on purpose. They could punish you for that. Meaning, like, you end your life. Somebody in the future could revivify you, bring you back, and say, hey, you didn't value what was going on when you were here on earth. So, and you wanted to escape it. So, in order to punish you, we're going to bring you back and we're going to punish you using some kind of extreme torture. I know that sounds very dystopian. I mean, there's a chance too that somebody could be like, they wanted to die, let them die, let them stay, let them stay dead. I mean, I don't know. I don't determine the future, obviously. What's the reason to? Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean that's a classic comedy line. If heaven or if the afterlife is so great, why don't you kill yourself? Yeah, people ask me constantly what my favorite movie is, and it's really a documentary. It's called Religulous. It's by Bill Maher, who is a comedian. And while I don't agree with everything Bill Maher says, he made this documentary where he goes to all the religions of the world, whether it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam. He goes everywhere and then just points out all the inconsistencies. So, it, no, he's still alive. He does a podcast called Club Rant, and I he's like maybe in his 60s. And when I saw this, I saw it in the theater, and I was really going through a period of like where I had a religious upbringing, and I'd never known anyone who was secular, and or maybe I did, but it wasn't talked about. And I was starting to learn, like, wait, not everybody's religious. No, you mean there are people who don't believe in God at all? Yeah, and that was like a shock to me. I mean, I was very like, to some extent, uh, just a lot of people around me were religious, and some of them were very religious to the point where um, they rejected all the school teaching that I ever had. No one ever talked about any type of agnosticism, any type of atheism. Everyone was religious, and um, so I I had heard about this movie, and it was called Religulous, and it came from a word that President Bush used. One time he accidentally had a misnomer, or like a, a miss miss uh he miss he, he said something incorrectly, and he would constantly do this. And one of the things, instead of saying religious, he said religulous. And so that became like a joke during the Bush administration, that, you know, George W. Bush, who was an alcoholic for most of his life and lived off his father, who was the head of the CIA, and um, basically was like the black sheep of his family, eventually became the governor of Texas, and then became the president of the United States. And he was kind of seen in a lot of ways as a laughing stock at the time. And he would use these words, and he wasn't that great of a speaker. And one of the words that he used was religious. So Bill Maher went around the United States, and it's a fascinating documentary, and I absolutely love it. And if you ever want to watch it, let me know and we'll watch it. Where he goes all over the United States. Yeah, he goes to like, what in the fuck are you talking about? What is Seattle? Okay, well, pay attention when you're talking. So Bill Maher goes and travels with one of the producers from Seinfeld, and they go around the United States. They go to the Deep South, and they like talk to people about Christianity and these people who are like extreme Christians. And then he goes to and meets with like people who are like Muslim leaders. And then he meets with multiple types of Jews, and he talks about his own upbringing, where his mother was Jewish, but they went to church, and so that's not a typical Jewish upbringing, but it was just something that they did. His dad was Christian, his mom was Jewish, and so he interviews his family a little bit, and just talks about that he's always had these questions about religion. And So he goes up to the people and he'll be like, and he does this to several people. He says to them, heaven's a better place than earth, right? And all of them say yes. And then he says, okay, well, why don't you kill yourself? And they're just stunned. They don't know what to say with that. And it's very funny. It's a paradox. If heaven is supposed to be better than earth, then why wouldn't you want to be there? All right, well, believe whatever you want to believe, man. You don't know. Oh, way more than that. Well, we can't travel to any of them due to distance currently. I mean, we're still very primitive. Who created them? That's the big question. No one knows. Anybody who tells you that they know is lying to you. And you shouldn't necessarily trust them very much because no one knows.
To the wall, wherever it is that you put it, that's considered it's attacked, and then it becomes a valid lefty, and it's strong enough, and it's going to withstand wind.
Okay. All right. I tend to disagree with that to some extent. I think there are some questions that the human mind, under its current understanding, cannot understand. Maybe a more highly evolved being would be able to understand more things, but I think we're limited in just what we can understand as humans. Because the question arises, what started the universe, and then what happened 1 second before the universe was started? Put it to me like this, Zoot. Uh-huh. In reality, Zoot, no one can really. In reality, Zoot, no one really knows anything. Too many to count. Like billions, at least. Some of them. Maybe not. Maybe not with the internet under its current configuration, but I think aliens visit Earth every single day. There's evidence for it. If you look on Reddit, there are people every day who see anomalous things in the air, and there are people who have abduction discussions and abduction stories, and I think we're seated here. This is like a zoo for aliens. Just like we have a zoo where we'll take a bunch of animals and put them in cages and stuff. We were seated here on Earth to see what would happen. By the way, your boy Jack, or Robert Irwin, he's gonna do a new Dancing with. He's gonna host a new Dancing with the Stars show, and I bet you he becomes a bachelor too. They are pumping that motherfucker up. Yes, you did. You're 100% right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Steve Irwin was that big though. At least in the United States, Steve Irwin was never like a top 100 celebrity. He was like a television star, maybe who had like one movie. But in Australia, he was giant, and I get that. Like his press team is pushing really hard for him, and I think there's a lot of money to make off of him as well.
So the question is, why did Rob need to tell me that if you think about it, the muzzle that we talked about yesterday that opens to the cluster, the muzzle is the narrower thing that opens to the broader thing. We're saying the broader one can carry, the other look and the muzzle does it. So what did I need Rob to tell that to me? I know it's from this Mishnah. It's exactly a case of a small muzzle, a small cluster that opens into a bigger cluster. The bigger cluster is mutter. The small cluster in this case would be the equivalent of the muzzle. So what did I need Rob for? On the way, they said back then, if I only had the description of the Sata Gadol and the Sata Katana, I would say, how about me not having you hit the Kadarshi Barabba? Hit the Kadarshi Barabba, make my feel Satanami. They say, I would think as follows. If all I had was something that said, the case, remember the case that in the Mishnah we'll deal with tomorrow, you have a large putter and a small putter. But you're not using the small putter or the large putter, more importantly, as a passageway, right? It's just two putters that happen to be next to each other that got a wall broken between them. But the case Rob told us was where what happened, we had a muzzle open. And in turn, open to the Rob, there's actually a thoroughfare. So it's a throughway. You can go from one Rob to the other. So maybe I wouldn't have known that from the Mishnah of the small putter and the large putter. So that's why I needed Rob to tell me all of it. The Gemara said, wait a second. I didn't need you to tell me that either. Well, Hanami came up. But we also learned, because we have a Mishnah that's later in the Mishnah on that page, which says, what there, the Rabbi Rothschild of the Jew, the other of the Jew, that if you have a cluster that people travel by, they traverse it, the exact case of Rab, that we say, there's just a Rab in the middle, just a Rab of the Shabbat. I want to explain what they're talking about. So, as we've been talking many times, there's a notion of suffix Tumah versus the Rabbin is Mutter, and suffix Tumah versus the Yachid is Asher. This idea comes from Soto. The Prophet says, the Mitzvah of the Mitzvah. So this is the idea, even though we have a suffix, and we don't know for certain that the woman did anything wrong when she secluded herself in the man as a Soto. And yes, we say, as long as they were in secret, we're going to say that we assume that they did something wrong, unless it's proven otherwise by great on the Soto law. Right? So you see that a suffix Tumah, either it's just a Yachid, if it's a private place, then it's tougher. But it would be in a more public place, it's tougher because we learned from the paradigm of Soto. That's the concept we've had before. So now what the difference thing is as follows. There's an interesting thing. You have a cluster that people are traversing through. So from a Shabbos perspective, we're not worried. Why? Because we've described it multiple times, even today. You have two doorways as far as we're concerned. Halachically, doorways don't impede a pizza. So you have four walls of this machine. So the fact that you have doorways that people can walk through doesn't change the fact that it is a Rishita Yachid that's surrounded on all four sides by walls. There just happens to be two doors that people walk through. So for Shabbos purposes, where we're interested in Mechitza, so there's halach of Mechitza. But as it relates to Tumah, it's not so simple, because once the paradigmatic case is Sota, when she's together with the man in the room, who's there? No one. If anyone else was there, it wouldn't be a case of Sota. So therefore, we're saying that the type of Rosh Hashanah you need for Tumah issue, there aren't people there. So ultimately, if you have this as a cluster that is a thoroughfare, people are walking through, that doesn't match the paradigmatic case of Sota. So that's why the Mishnah comes up with an interesting distinction, that if you have a cluster that people walk through, for Shabbos purposes, you can say these are valid for pizza, and therefore we're going to treat it Rosh Hashanah. For Sota purposes, this is not really a private area, so we're going to treat it like Rosh Hashanah. So that's what the Mishnah said. But forget the Sota part now, we're focused on the Rosh Hashanah and the Shabbos. So we thought that maybe Rav had to say it's a lot in order to tell us that when multiple people walk through, that nonetheless you can still carry the chutzner. It says, I don't need Rav to tell me that. I have a mission that says that there's just a yacht in the Shabbos, even when people traverse it. So the Gemara says, oh, you're right. So we have to explain why Rav had to say that, because the fact that it's traversed, you see from the Mishnah tomorrow. The fact that you have the smaller place is usher to carry, and while the bigger one is mutter. We see that from Tabitech. So what was Rav teaching us that we didn't already know from the Mishnah? It says, you may usher if I was only learning it from the case where it tells me that even though people walk through versus the Yom Shabbos, how many that's what can against that? I might have said, but what is that case when they say even though we're not going to case? What is that case when they said even though that people traverse between it? Maybe that's only when the openings in the cluster aren't opposite each other. But our case of Rav was that connected that in alone. But our case of Rav was talking about where they were, and as of yesterday's understanding, was talking about where they were opposite each other. So maybe that was Rav's finish, and to tell you, even though the openings in the Rav are Mafula, they're in a straight line, as long as you have the mudway followed by a wider cluster or cover, you're okay. The Gemara says, well, that would have worked yesterday as a good answer. But wait, this morning when we started the daf, we learned that Rabbah says that it cannot be a straight line, that you have to make a turn, and you cannot have the openings for the Rabbah face each other. So that can't possibly be Rabbah's finish according to Rabbah. Because the Rabbah numbers that connect tell us are the one from Rabbah who says that if they are in fact lined up one opposite the other, the openings for the Rabbah will be other Rabbah might not be law. So then what would he establish from Rabbah and Allah? What's the case? It must be that they're not the same. So we're back to our question. Why do I need Rav to tell me in halacha that I already knew from Mishnayos? Where it says, okay, I'll tell you what Rav's teaching us that we wouldn't have known. That when the Mishnah told us that a structure that Rav and Bartha, that people go through it, is mutter, I might be a husband. If I was really learning from that Mishnah, I might have said, how about me a honeymoon with a couple of helpful in below my blood. Then I might have thought that what does it mean if there's just up in the Shabbos? It's telling you that even though people traverse through it, nonetheless it is either a right or it's just a yacht, and if someone were to throw something from the Rosh Hashanah into this clutter, he'd be tired and be over on Hilchos Shabbos. But maybe that's all the Mishnah meant, is that it's a Rosh Hashanah for purposes of restriction. But it's such a Rosh Hashanah that we're convinced that people can carry, and that it's considered a fully imposed of people that we would allow them to carry, and not figure out and say, sorry, there's people walking through this clutter you can't carry. Says Rav, I'm coming to tell you that in the clutter you can carry, even though people traverse the way through it. So while it is true that I would have learned from the Mishnah of Tzaddik Test that the Mabui is Usher, and I would have learned from the combination of the Mishnah of Tzaddik Test plus tomorrow that a clutter is Musar, that a clutter is a Rosh Hashanah. Even if people are traversing it, I would not have known they could actually carry, and that's the business that Rav was teaching us. That's the Gemara fifth line down. Itmar, Mabui ha'asik kenado. So if you had a lovely that was made like a novel seems to be like a centipede or something like that, some bug with multiple legs. So what the Gemara is the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosus has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands it, you have the following. You have a mubbly going across, and then you have multiple legs that are mubbly coming down that open into a different Rishis I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mubbly upwards. So you have the wonderful problem. You can go here and then down the first one. You go down the top one and down the second, third, whatever it is. So you have multiple lovely upwards. That's the case we're dealing with. That's the model of the sentence. What way up to get out the Amar Baya, also first I'm not up with trouble. But I'm a slow picture the last of the code. So says the Baya, okay, I'll give you a solution. Up here on this big Rishis Rabbit, put the Surah Tapasa, and then at the bottom of the Rishis Rabbit, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a left ear and on each one. So this way you'll have a Surah Tapasa on one side and a left ear Torah on the other side. Says the Gemara, I'm going to lay Rabba. Rabba said back to the Baya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel. Because remember, Ram is the one that says when you have a mubbly upper, that mubbly, you treat that like a mubbly mekula. And you need a Surah Tapasas and a Lachir Torah on the other end on a minimum, maybe a Delas, according to Hananya. But if you treat it like a mubbly mekula, you need some kind of Surah Tapasas at the bend, you need a lefty on either end, right? And so if we're treating, as Shmuel says in Kabbalah Shastra, that each mubbly is its own because it turns the corner, doesn't matter, and you just put according to Shmuel, you put a lefty on this one, and then a lefty on the other, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, then we're Karaka Kassam, and it's like Kassam. So ask the Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Kassam, why did Abaya say put a Surah Tapasa here? All you should need is a lefty at every end, is very good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at these lovely items that lovely will put, and they're all just a bunch of mubbly sassum, and mubbly sassum only needs one lefty. So we're saying, well, you're cascading like Shmuel as a mubbly sassum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying you should put a Surah Tapasa. And furthermore, not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a mubbly up in our good, and they ended up passing like Rab, and they required, we talked about this, the law of they had the full Rab in school where they had like Rab, they quarantined, but the point was that in Nargud, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rab stock, so clearly there's the halakha to follow Rab at some level. So first of all, when the outline doesn't even match the wall, so why do you need a first of all? Second of all, you should be going like Rab. If you're going like Rab, what would you need? You should need a first of all, then on the left hand turn. It doesn't matter. That's in fact what we have. I want to know what it says. Here's what you do. Not like what Abaya said, but rather only first of all, which you know, you should put is that so you have the bigger around the small one. You put one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small bubble. You just put a first of all, the high piece of this side. Then on the bottom, the bottom that opens their sister out, and the smaller one over here on the side that opens their sister out, you just put a left in the corner and you look. So now we're saying, Rabbi saying that ignore the bias and we put one first of all, and then lefties at the left. Rather, you put a first of all at each bend, and a lefty at each opening to the Rishis Rabbim, and we're good, and that matches Rab Halacha exactly. Okay, I'm Reb Kahana Bar Tatzlifa. Reb Kahana Bar Tatzlifa said in the name of Reb Kahana Bar Manume, who said in the name of Reb Kahana Bar Malkio, who said in the name of Reb Kahana Rabbi the Rab, in the name of Reb Kahana the Rebbe of Rab. But already, some said Reb Kahana Bar Malkio, Hainu Rab Kahana Rabbi the Rab, that maybe these last two people are the same person. Whatever the point was, we had a bunch of Kahanas saying a halacha. So all sorts of people make Reb Kahana. So what's the halacha that they say? Mother, they see they have the hara. They see they have the cutter. Okay, so let's just start the case. Let's say you have a Rishis Rabbim that was wide, and then what happened? You got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen? If you were walking on the right side, if you're walking on the right side of the mubbly, at a certain point, you're going to hit a wall. because the Restream is over. At that point, so when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a mobile. I apologize, the road has that flip, so it's helpful out picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this mobile? When you're looking at this mobile, you have one wall of the mobile, that wall then now cuts off the Restream. So the Restream got smaller. So that wall is long, but the other wall of the mobile was with the original wider version of the Restream. So you have a scenario where the front of your mobile, I'm trying to keep it the way I'm showing you have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up for Restream, you would make a right into this mobile, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the mobile. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense. Love it, you see the we have one wall is long, you see the comfort, and one wall is short. Also, we have the top, and we have to talk about lock. We're saying, as long as it's less than 4 amas, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 amas? Because if it's 4 amas or more, it gets its own status as a mother. And so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mothers. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you should just put the Torah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Restreim because the Torah is going to define the area of the mother. If you have 4 walls, the longer walls, 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, and if you have the Torah, you're going to cut there, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the Torah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall, you rested on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rabbi says, sorry, even if it's less than 4 amas, you cannot put a Torah at a slant here. So, and Rabbi says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason I say you cannot put up a slant of Torah, and I'm going to tell you the reason of the people who say you can't put up a slant of Torah. I'll tell you my reason that you can put a slant of Torah. Why? Because Torah time of my, what's the reason we have a Torah from Heker? Is to distinguish the people that this area you're about to enter or about to leave, we'll see that in a second, is different than Restreim. So the issue is, in the mobile you're allowed to carry, in Restreim you're not. So we need to show people, even though the mobile is really open to Restreim, the reason people are able to carry that is because it's a mobile. It's not for Restreim. That's the function of Torah, according to Rabbi. So therefore, Balak and Rabbi Heker, when you have a slanted Torah, it's not clear. Presumably, Rashi, I'm not 100% clear with what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Restreim, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a lovely and you see a Restreim and there's a Torah between them, but here you have this like slanted Torah that seems to pick up part of the Restreim, part of the lovely. So he says if it's for a Heker, it's not a good recognition. It's not a good recognition that you're transitioning. So therefore, it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rabbi's point. They have kind of been I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. According to them, what's the function of Torah? You should have pizza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have we talked about this on them, that the evidence is if the mother has a fourth wall. If the mother has a fourth wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a four wall enclosed, which is the okay. So therefore, Balak having pizza, that at the end of the day, if we're dealing with a lot of mechitzos, you can have a mechitza on a slant, you can have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want, because you're looking at a halakhic concept, not at the means to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Amr Kahana. So we quoted this a lot with the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. But now Rav Kahana, explained Rav Kahana, says, oh, Shemaiah Kahani, once there are all these Kahanas who are saying things, aim of them also, I'm going to tell you something else. Also, other Amrit, this is what we said, when we said, according to the sun, you can put the Torah on a slant, well, Oman Elazai in Balak, Tono, Yosher may after. He says, it still is true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Erevin. The entry to a mother, unless you have certain Pesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following: if you're going, let's say you had if the entry to the mother was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shifted someone and make it a slant. The slant is more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up as the slant says that Kahana is going to define the mother. You're going to end up with a mother whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. If you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you can't do that. Else you make it a cutter. You would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your mother was like 7 amas, and we shifted a little bit of it, the slant that makes it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, before you lose, after tomorrow, what is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the lesson. That's what the halacha. We put up a quota. We're talking about a regular Rashi, there's a regular mother now. You have a mother, you have a quota, and carry underneath the quota. Rather than I'm going to look at the quota. Rather than the fear of Yom say, yes, carry under the quota. But Shmuel and Rabbi and Restream say you cannot carry underneath the quota. Let's say that what they're arguing about is the following. The Mars ever told me from back there, the Mars ever told me from that the one who says you can carry underneath the Torah, why? Is because the point of the Torah is just to tell you you're transitioning from Rosh Hashanah to a mother or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that Torah Rishon that maybe it's the inner lift of the Torah that comes down. And if it's the inner lip of the Torah that comes down because of the pizza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the Torah because that's already outside of the pizza that's creating the muzzle. And when it says low, that's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe it's fully maybe everyone holds that the point of the Torah is that you have a distinction between the two areas. But and here's what they're arguing about. The Mars never had care of God. The Mars never had care of no God. So the question is, when you put up a Torah, who are you showing the Torah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, don't really want to carry here, but don't carry the Shulchan Rabbim? Or are you telling the people in Shulchan Rabbim, you two those people carrying that mother, that's only because they're inside a mother, that you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a Torah is to remind the people who are inside the mother, so then it's going to be the inner lift that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lift. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the Torah, so we can only, that therefore, the lovely extends until the outside edge, because it's really to the outside people, so therefore you will be able to carry underneath the mud, underneath the Torah. Everybody saying, alternatively, I'll tell you, everyone holds that the function of a Torah is to create a Mechitza. This is why one says you can carry under and one says you can't. The Maritime could be 3 yards or so. But the one says you cannot carry under the Torah says that the inner lip of the Torah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the Torah is outside of the mud. The Maritime could be 3 yards or so. And the other one says, no, it's the outer edge that comes down, and if it's the outer edge, then you carry up until that outer edge, including underneath the Torah. So over a system, if everyone agrees that across from the lefty, you cannot carry. Well, under the Torah, because the Torah is at least a half wide, but a lefty could be minuscule. We'll learn the halacha. So if we let you carry across from a minuscule separation, especially when you're going to cross one line. A thick epoch you can judge, but a thin will not be get. Why do they really not coming to a pizza? They're not coming to have the pizza the following into confession. No, they come to money in the book, and yes, sir, I got that model. So here's what happens. You have a mother, you have the wall, and then you have the mother to open. So instead of putting the Torah on top of the wall, what did I do? I put it stakes into the wall, and then I put the Torah on top. So what happened? The Torah is just outside the wall. It's joining the wall, but it's not on top of the wall. That's the case. It's not a valid one. On the leg, the Divrei Mater Aser, the Divrei Oser Mutter. So we say as follows. That according to the person who said that you can carry under, the person who said you can carry under the.
This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
Wherever your heart is beating, tonight. Well, we're right there with you on coast to coast.
Okay, so we say, I'm sorry, so we're going to say as follows. That according to one who said you can carry onto the Torah, why is that? It's because it's the outside edge of the Torah that goes down. So in this scenario, we have the wall, and they have the Torah in front of it. So the outside edge is where it's a tefach removed from the wall. So then you have a break, and that doesn't work. But according to the one who said you cannot carry onto the Torah, why would that be? That would be because the inner edge of the Torah comes down. So in this case, where the inner edge, where the whole Torah is adjoining the wall, so it's the inner edge that comes down. So the inner edge is coming down. There's no space between the end of the Torah and the inner edge, because the inner edge is resting against the walls of the Mavus, and now you have a valid enclosure. So the issue is, if you held that you could carry onto the Torah, it's because the outer edge doesn't, and now that the Torah is instead of on top of the wall, adjoining the wall, so then the Torah Mechitza is a tefach removed from the wall. But if you held that the inner edge is the one that went down, so then in this case, the inner edge is the bottom of the wall of the lovely, and it's going to be good. Which Robert says, he says, no, it doesn't help, because even if the inner edge goes down, and this Mechitza is flush against the wall, at the end of the day, the proper place for Torah is on top of the wall, not on the edge of the wall, not off the side of the wall, and therefore it would be utter. This would not be a valid Torah, and you would put a different one on top of the wall.
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run. I'm downloading Albert right now.
Hey, good morning. So just to announce our sponsorships. So the Talmud Torah sponsor for the month, Avram is going to be coming with a hope and prayer that this past Tisha B'Av, or future Tisha B'Av, will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal Beis HaMikdash. The week of learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira and Miriam Grossman in the Merit of Refuah Shlema for all those in need. The Day of Learning is sponsored by David and Susan Fed in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be in Aliyah for Neshama. And Daf Yomi Parak sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Benick and Stephen and Holly Benick in memory of their father, Herman Benick. Honey Yisrael Ben Ruven Zal, Herman was his beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Shigila. And our collective learning served as an Aliyah for this Neshama. Okay, so today's that's and we are going to be picking up 7 and that number up. So what we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a bubble that opens up to an area that's either a bubble or a buffer that's wider than it. So we described it yesterday as a T. And then at the top of the T, there's a firza that wall came down and opened onto a different Rishon Rabbah. So initially, we thought it was a focus Rav Shmuel, and said that Rav was concerned about the fullest, the fact that you could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately, we decided that it was not a focus because that the actual focus is when we actually don't know the Shmuel involved at all. But we were concerned that if you get that something, that we assumed it must have been in the school instead of his Rabbi Rob, because
his research and his wife as well as they work together. Before we do that, though, Bill, I want to pull in a phone call or two. So, you ready for that?
yes, ma'am.
No, let's do it, right?
So
It's a whole thing.
very
So let's
briefly.
go.
So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavoi. The mavoi opens up into either a cluster or a kava. A cluster is an occupied area, or a kava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further a break from there into another situation. So we had the thought that Rob was concerned about the fullest, the fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you can look straight through the mavoi, you can walk straight through the mavoi, through the cluster or a kava, and then get out in another Rishon. And whether that would make it like the fullest, ultimately we decided that that was not the primary concern here. And that what was going on here was as follows: that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be my focus. And the fact that Rav Haskins that you could not carry in the mavoi was because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the cluster, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the cluster,
that this was something that was fully open to a Muslim usher, and he talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry on the Muslim. But Rob would agree that if there was an Eruv between the two, if there had been an Eruv between the Muslim and the Ketzer, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an Eruv issue, not a Mekulas issue. Now what about the fact that if you do the Paskins, that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case of Yehuda was addressing was a Rechava. And a Rechava, as an uninhabited area, is something that did not require an Eruv. Again, if the primary issue that we were dealing with, the case of Rechava and Ketzer looked the same in terms of physical structure, the difference was is it a used Ketzer or a non-used Rechava? So since a non-used Rechava doesn't require an Eruv, and the entire issue here was one of Eruv and not one of Mekulas, so therefore, that's why Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustments. But there doesn't have to be any disagreement between Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zion Daled, and the halacha of Rav, which he said on Zion Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we have said that this was an Eruv issue, was not a Mekulas issue. So I think that's the Gemara down on the Rabbah. When he's picking up on, we said yesterday that Rabbi Yosef explains that the reason we're not worried about Mekulas is why, because you have your Mavui, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. So as you're looking at the Mavui, you see the Mavui end, and then there's a broader area which is the Ketzer or the But that's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to the Ketzer. So we're not worried about Mekulas. But Rabbi says, not so bad. This that we said that as long as you have the T shape and you see that it's off to the side, so that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. Well, I'm on LMZ to look and I get that. Nonetheless, we do have some concern about Mekulas. That if you're standing at the bottom here, and you can see straight through from one Restream to another, even though it goes through a Rechava, even though that key area that goes to the right and left shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to the Restream. The Rabbi says that could be a problem. So it only works if there is, you have your Mavui leads into the Rechava, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rishus Harabim. So you do not have a straight line from one Rishus Harabim to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rishus Harabim to the other that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing this concept of Mekulas. We talked about it being an Eruv issue, now we're adding back in the concept of it being Mekulas. So it continues there, it says, but if it would be straight, it would be upward. So now what does it mean? So when Rav said his halakha, he said, Mavi should differ from the Malua, that if you have a Mavi that's fully open with Ketzer, and difference of Ketzer Koneko, and it says opposite that, the Ketzer has a broken wall of the Rishus that seems to be saying, you have a straight line. So Rav explains that when it says Koneko, this means the wall that's opposite. But nonetheless, you have to go like so. Okay. Now, that's the Gemara. Amar Reb Mesharshia. So now we have two limitations on this halacha. One is you have to have this T shape so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we worked yesterday. But now we're adding on top of that. You cannot have a straight line from one Rishus to the other. It has to be that there's some split. Now we're going to add another one, which is that's what Connecticut just looked at when we said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct opening between the Rishus and Mutter, but we have another qualification. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, when we're dealing with the Rechava, which we said we don't need an Eruv, right? It's only talking about a Rechava that belongs to multiple people. Have a Rechava be but if that Rechava in the back, you have your Mavui and your Rechava is on top. If that Rechava belongs to a single individual, then the Nimla Allah, the I'll read that again in a second once I turn the page. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this key. You need to know that when going your mobile, you see a space to the right and left. So let's say there was only space to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your mobile, followed by the wall of the Republic. Now the Republic goes off to the right, so that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. Because then you're seeing one straight wall, the left wall, and then kept on saying it's the mobile wall followed by the Republic wall, and then that leads to where the ViralRabbi is. So that's going to be a problem because that's what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line, and so you need a full T. It can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rabbi Rothschild is introducing is he's saying even if you have a T in this Republic, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Republic belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what, I want to take advantage of real estate here, I'm going to take the left part of the T and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your mother, then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way, includes your mother and your mother, that's problematic. So Rabbi Rothschild is saying, we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build his house there, and we're going to end up with this line. So therefore, even before he built it, even though we have a T, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Republic of ViralRabbi. How does that help? Because I guess even in times of tomorrow, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. If one guy's there, he can choose to build a house. The Shach is telling us that it has to be owned by Yahweh. Now let me read it with that explanation. Well, I don't know what the Rabbi. This that we said you can carry when you have the T and you have the non-direct line between the Shach and Rabbi. We only said that when the Republic belongs to multiple individuals. The Republic be ushered that if the Republic, if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried this is the middle of the lane, that it might happen that they'll change his mind, the voting about them, the build houses, but how will they come up with the color and see the Republic? You're going to have that straight line that Rabbi Yosef was worried about. It's a muggle that then ends in the side of the Republic and one straight line, go up there, and therefore it's going to be out there. So we're going to end up here as follows. Now, if you have your mother followed by if it's a Republic, you don't need an area. If it's a Republic, you do need an area. So you need three other qualifications. You need this T. You need to make sure that that T cannot be changed by one individual. And you need to make sure that the openings between the Restream have a turn that is not a direct straight line between us from one Restream to the other. Okay, so now after tomorrow, enough time to study line. We'll cover the Rabbi, we'll cover the other. Where do we have this halakhic concept that we're worried that an individual can change something, but the Rabbi wants to change it? Because we're saying an individual might choose to build a house, Rabbi wants to build a house. So we're going to say as follows, the Amar, and we have later in the second about Talikat, we say Rabbi Bar Rav Abba, Rabbi Bar Rav Abba, name of Yisuf, Maisha and Mother Yaakov, Tzibah Yaakov Torah Yah, Tzibah Yaakov Torah Afta. So here's the case. You have a sister Rabbi, like any other mother, and like any other shape, and you have a mother. Your mother needs three walls for regular mother. But this mother is interesting. The three walls are passed in three different ways. So on, let's call it your left wall when you're standing with your left wall with a garbage dump, and that garbage dump is 10 fucking high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or yam. That's actually the river. We'll see in a minute, but you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself is an issue, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, so the rule is S of the Sok Arba. As long as the incline, the socket S of the Sok Arba, which is the fact that as long as you can gather 10 in 4, what does it mean? As long as if you're walking through Amos, the slope is such that you're climbing 10 spots in, so then that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that is considered a mechitza. Okay, so you have your Rabbi, your left side is the garbage dump, at least 10 spots tall. Your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 spots tall. And in front of you are the two And so it said, open up. We have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine moment. That was the case they had. But what happened? One Meister was made Rebbe. They came in front of Rebbe and said, was this an acceptable, was this an acceptable mother? They could just put up a lucky or so and carry it. Rabbi didn't want to say it's awesome. He didn't want to say it's awesome. Why? Yes, he didn't want to say it's awesome because at the end of the day, you have valid mechizas here. Water is in the mechizah, the bank and the water, garbage is in the mechizah, houses are in the mechizah. So he said at the end of the day, you have 3 valid walls open to Islam. That looks and smells like a mother. But Heteroyam was on the opposite didn't want to say that they can carry it. Why? Because because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dump, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage. And then people are used to carrying because there wasn't a piece of garbage and now it's not there anymore. So they're going to carry. Maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was the mechisa. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. Well, what happens as is the nature, this is why they argue about yam or rivers. These rivers bring sediment the same way, but we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or waves bring dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislakin as in Sotarba, which you had a steep enough incline. So now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline. And maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, the garbage gets taken, maybe the wall is going to become less steep. Therefore, he didn't want to say mutter. So continues, so we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yaakov and Rabbi. So far, all we've seen is that we're worried about changing. So where do we see this Yaakov and Rabbi thing? Continues tomorrow. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make collectively, that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have the pizza there? Well, but wait, we had a mitzvah that was again there in
I love America, so I moved to Cuba yet or something. It's like
he's in the Baja. Yeah, I don't even live in the continental United States anymore. I'm in the Baja.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I'm down in the Baja now. I wouldn't vote for either of them.
Yeah, that was his whole thing, bro.
The two-party system is it's their place to do what it does. We're all indoctrinated.
He's like, I bought my American flag in China.
I went there myself to have it. It's the largest American flag in North America.
Yeah, he kept saying I joined the Hell's Angels as well. I'm part-time.
Yeah, I just wanted free tickets to Altamont to see the Stones. Back then, I was mostly my dad. I said, I gotta go see the Stones. I was this far from the guy who got stabbed in the face.
Are we recording? Are we going? Yeah, we're
good. Hello, everybody.
Real sad, so, it was unbelievable. So we went, and he said, I want one person to come and get me, meet my wife in the middle of the yard or whatever. Like, it was almost like you were trading. It was like when I imagine like how they traded Brittany, right? Or whatever. It was like that. Like, meet me in the yard, no COVID, right? No COVID. Like, don't bring any COVID. Like, don't bring any guns. It was like,
wait, when you recorded?
Yeah.
Don't bring any COVID or guns.
He's like, no COVID, no guns. And we're like, all right.
I don't think he knows how this works.
It was just so bizarre. So then the tour manager, my buddy Bizzle, goes and picks him up, and he said that Jesse just talked to him the whole way. Then he got to the interview. I asked him, I think I said hello. It was very just like barely anything out of the gate, and he just went. And he kept saying, I gotta leave it up. I'm about to get out of here. And then he would stay for 45 more minutes. That's awesome. And I hate to bash on it, but he was I can't tell if he was mentally just kind of getting out there, or if he was just damn it lost, or if he was just an ego baby.
Yeah, I mean, he's lived so many fucking lives. I've never had the opportunity to meet the guy, but anytime I watch him, on anything, I'm just like, I don't know that I can. It's one of those you don't want to meet your heroes kind of thing, because he is out there. He'll go from Halliburton orchestra to the oil spill, and then the next thing he says is, what's really good is just tortillas with scrambled eggs. You should come. Would you like to sleep over? I have a spare room that you really like. It's what you have sort of brought Minnesota to the Baja. I call it Baja Soda. You'll really like the aesthetic. I don't know if I don't know. Is he going to kill me? I can't tell if I can't stand it. Yeah, I have some. Are you ever dine on long pig? That's what the cannibals call human being because it tastes like pork. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go for a minute. No. Stick around. It's getting started anyway. The Gulf of Tonga. Drop these mercenaries in there. With the Navy SEALs. Of course, I can hold my breath for 19 minutes, so that's why they brought me with them. They used to call me the snorkel scuba. The submarine.
It's so crazy. This is just like being with him, really. It's just topic to talk. Oh, I couldn't get a word in. I couldn't. And it was the longest interview. It was a 3-hour interview.
Oh my God.
It was unbelievable, man. And we did it like we kind of commandeered this, it was like a Days Inn or something, and had a little meeting room in there. And so it was this Indian family that like owned it. So we told him, like this guy, we showed him pictures on the internet of Jesse, and like this is who's coming, And so the whole family was like waiting by the door, and it was like I don't think they understood what was going on. I think they thought it was like a diplomat or something. But anyway, he showed up, and the cleaning lady kept kind of trying to sneak in and see if she could help in any way. It was just so bizarre.
You have any Orange Crush? I love Orange Crush. Let's get a couple of Orange Crushes. With like a 3-hour, he's the kind of guy I want to like lock in a room with Alex Jones and like just give them a bottle of schnapps or something and see what happens. They talk for 7.5 fucking hours. This is unbelievable. Just like sleeping. Yeah, they go for Tonga. Bohemian Grove.
Dude, what's interesting is to not end up in some of those rabbit holes is absolutely crazy sometimes. But like when you get on the internet, but yeah, Jesse was crazy, man. He was like, I was a governor of Minnesota. I sold sodas in Orange Grove. He's like, I sold sodas and been a governor. He like when everything started to get convoluted, like it was almost like there was like a little something wrong in the matrix, like he was getting bad intel.
Yeah. He just completely starts glitching.
Yeah,
I was wrestling Bob Backlund at the Philadelphia Spectrum, and I got a call from Hugo Chavez, and really at ringside. Yeah, and Vince McMahon said, and so I hit Backlund in the face with a chair so he could sell it, and he was outside the ring, and then I went and took the call. He said, "We need you out here. I need you to help negotiate with Castro." And did this even line up time? What year was it? It was 1982. When do you think it was? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, he does that shit. When do you think it was?
Yeah, why don't you tell me? Is what why don't you tell me if you're such a patriot? I don't know. I was a Navy SEAL. I understand. Well, why don't you tell me? Were you there in the jungles of Laos? No, you're not Laotian. I thought I read that about you on Wikipedia. No, I don't. What do you like? Do you like orange soda or would you like it, Mr. Pibb? Excuse me, miss. Mr. Pibb.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was the longest day though, and finally at the end, he's like, "So I heard somewhere you're a comedian."
Oh, jeez, like, and At the beginning,
hour 3. And it starts out, he's like, how much time do you have? He's like, I only have about 35 minutes, or just letting you know that after that I'm out of here. I'm like, one more thing before I go, and then he just rattled off echelon of complete egomaniacal shit. And then he said he joined the Hells Angels. He joined the he was a 1%er, right? Which is, I guess, is a motorcycling gang when you look it up. And kudos to them, dude, because I think we need more gangs in America.
gang, we need gangs.
Yeah, people are like, what gang is left?
There's no more gangs to create.
Yeah, Social Security's almost dead, and that's
a good gang.
But I feel like they're losing steam.
Social Security?
I mean, I feel like any day now, people are going to start getting just blank checks sent to them.
Yeah, well, that's fucking true. We are very close to collapse in every single way.
Yeah, this guy's a 1%er. That's what he said.
I'm a 1%er.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a
Yeah, he's like, I've driven past dead bison in South Dakota.
I love that he didn't. No, so you're a comedian.
Yeah. Tell me a joke.
Yeah, tell me. I thought you were Anderson Cooper. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just. They start balancing out around 4:35.
Welcome. What up, Wisdom? How you living, big dog?
You're not Anderson Cooper.
He's like, I do sundowners early just to get it over with, you know. I do my sundowning from 3 to 4:30. It was unreal, man. And we had, it was like, it was unbelievable. And he almost has these. He walks like a Sasquatch, kind of. He has that.
What up, Wisdom?
Oh, this guy. It's like they still have that gait, where it's like you're 67 years old, kick my fucking ass. Like, you see that guy at like the grocery store where it's like, and he's like, just big gnarled muscle hands and shit.
Like Lou Ferrigno, you see him with his kids. I saw him at the post office one time, and he's like, "Can I set this?" So he had his wife with him. He's like, "I want to set the box down." His wife's like, "You hold the box." There's this box and shit there, man.
Yeah, they just they lose the mass and keep the masculinity, and they look like a short chimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at him lifting his shirt up there. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Yeah, it's like wow. I want the wow. Look at the abs on. He's got 5 abs.
How are you, big dog?
That's why.
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are you, big man? How can I help you? Dog, I'm online right now. Yes, I am. I'm online on 2 different streams on X, dog. I'm busy right now, but what's going on? Just talk to me here. Hold on. I didn't tell you to download any apps. I said you could make them in a browser, but go ahead. I didn't say you had to download the apps. You can make them in a browser. Okay. What do you mean? Do you know how Linktree works? All right, so just Google. How does here? I'll send you a thing.
And in fact, the butler also has a wall opposite that opens to Mr. Robin. So even though you have this straight line from, or maybe it's off because but you have this connection that people walk through. You said Butler is there's the Mali Yasser, but the Butler is Muther, and the Mali Yasser is the reason that that's the shot. Probably Rabbi Baruch and Rabbi Zarabaya. Those days, Rabbi Baruch said to Rabbi Zarabaya, Rabbi learns from standing to who?
All right, big dog. Watch the video and it should make sense to you. If you have questions, come back to me. It's in your X.
Real strong, and then people are like, "Oh, this, we gotta do it." This guy.
I think it's desk jobs. As soon as after the Industrial Revolution or Revolution, then people started going like, "Oh, I'm fucking, how come my farmer great grandfather was in such great shape?" And they figured it out. Well, let's artificially just lift up dumbbells. It must have been the silliest shit in the world when people were doing it in like 1940 and stuff. I have an uncle actually. Who in Italy was started for real bodybuilding. My dad's younger brother. My old man was always weightlifting and stuff. We had like this set up in the garage and everything. But I have like 5 of them Pasquales, but one of my uncle Pasquales was legit bodybuilding. So you see some of those pictures from the 60s, and you're like, you look fucking idiotic. Like no one else is doing that. Yeah, it looked like a deformity back then. Yeah, look at this guy.
Oh wow!
That's my Uncle Pasquale up there.
And look at that ass on him.
Yeah, he's keen to show off that ass.
I feel like it was very. You wouldn't see a man's ass back then very much. Look at the barbells.
That's hilarious. And everything old is new again because this is what people do with kettlebells. Like it's bulbous and round, and that's part of it. You can't have anything. I mean, it's like you look at normal weights, like they don't roll away. They're all square and they're shaped like an octagon or a stop sign, or whatever, which is an octagon, I think. And but back then, it's you had to have that.
Yes.
I kind of have that thing. I don't want to take my shirt off or show anyone my ass, but if I did, like shape completely my horseshoe, everything, and just do that, and with my teeth on the side.
Yes, watch the video I sent you on X. Yes, watch the video I sent you on X.
Closeted, I would say. This guy just came. Anytime there's a camera going off, there's some dude that is.
He's gay when you're a kid? What? Oh, wow. He is gay because he had the...
Okay, watch it and it should make sense. If you have questions, come back.
Say no to gays or whatever.
What'd you say? No, I don't have any projects, but that'll help you.
Yeah, for everyone.
Excellent.
Here's some ads.
You're welcome, my friend.
I'm not sure what the second part of his disease was or whatever, but somebody bought him a bike, or they got him a woman's bike, and it had a little baby seat on the back of it. Remember that? They put a baby behind the mother, which is insane.
Yeah, some babies.
Yeah, the baby's back there. Just spitting up breast milk as you guys are cruising down the street, right?
Yeah, and then you get off the bike and always kick the baby in the face, and it's like, what? Oh no, you puked.
What happened? Your foot would come around when you got off the bike, and it would just whip the baby back to the other side.
Yeah, and then you gently just lay it against the hedge or something. I'll be right back, and you go into the liquor store.
Yeah, you go to the post office or something.
You go to the post office.
Like, I need a box big enough to mail a baby.
Dude, my high school, we happened to have. There was like 4 or 5 high schools in this district, this whatever, this community, they have the bigger area, and we happened to have the most of the mentally challenged kids there, because the program was just set up at the school, and they had the wing in the school, and blah blah blah. So they were really included in the rest of the school. Like our big thing at school was like our talent show was the lip syncs every year. So the mentally challenged kids would have. There was a guy that we literally called Elvis, and he sort of, he lived his life as Elvis, sort of 50s Elvis. He would do a lip sync, and there was all these great characters. There was this one kid called Buddy. We called him Buddy. He was like, "Hey, bud, have a hug," and that was his thing. And all the senior gals who were like, we were like, well, yeah. He would sit with them at lunch. He'd be like, "Oh, buddy, hey, can you a hug? And, here's some chicken nuggets." And I was always threatening. Next year, I'm going to go to a different school.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just go for it.
Oh, yeah, play mental till you get a little bit of tit.
That's bad. Wouldn't work in any other way.
I've been there, dude. I remember telling, all the lies I told in the day. I'd hit a little leg.
Yeah.
God, man.
Yeah. You just tell them straight up you work at Wendy's and then get the fucking baby seat on the back of the bike just for effect.
Let me see those tits. I'm dying soon. And they're like, "Oh, you're fine. You look fine."
Ask about on a date and show up with that bike.
Well, here's the thing, though. So the bike, the seat in the back had like an extra, it had that seat. So they had this guy, and he was mentally unwell, and his parents had got him this bike. But people thought the seat in the back, there was a rumor started that he was a gay fella, and then his husband had left him. He had a little husband that had left him, and that's why the back seat was always empty.
That's a long way to go for that rumor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's digging. That's not what the case was at all. The kids will make shit up.
Yeah, well, it was just, I think it added like a level of like, oh, you almost felt bad for him,
Right.
Like, oh man, his husband left him. His little tiny husband, yeah. Some people are always looking for a little husband.
Yeah, they're going into Wendy's looking for a tiny husband.
Yeah.
What? What do you want? No. What's with the one?
Yeah, what's with the one?
I like it. Here, oh, it's a clip-on. That's
the clip-on was even sadder. Bring it up, Zach. How did the one-earring fad start? What happened to pride of the community? Look at the gay earring.
Yeah, so I found this exploration of it, and this is a gay and lesbian website, by the way. So the left ear, also known as the gay ear, is more commonly pierced by homosexuals than the right ear. The origin of the gay ear remains a mystery. Men who wore them may have felt that they were copying women and becoming more feminine, although there are signs and symbols of homosexuality. So it doesn't say, but it does say it may have originated late 80s and 90s as the gay rights movement was gaining traction.
Anything you can do to set yourself apart as a gay person, certainly into the 90s, where it's still wasn't nowhere near as accepted as it was now. Although I kind of feel like I don't know, things sort of tend to repeat themselves socially, in my opinion, every 3 years. It's like civil rights movement, mid-60s, like the early 90s, there was just felt like a lot of activism and stuff. But the 80s weren't at all like whatever, styrofoam, Big Macs, cocaine. And then like the 2000s, no one gave a shit anymore. And now here we are, there's so much going on. And I feel like, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, You have to go like, it must have been just a fucked up thing to be like, I want to set myself apart. I want you to know that I am who I am and I'm proud.
So what the Gemara is the case we're going to deal with is as follows. You can see Tosfos has a different version of it, but basically the way Rashi understands it, you have the following. You have a mother going across, and you have multiple legs that are mobile coming down that open up to a different Rishus HaRabbi. I'm sorry. So if you want to think about it, what you essentially have is you have many mobile uplifts. You have the one Rishus HaRabbi. You can go here and then down the first one. You go down the top one and down the second, third, whatever it is. So you have multiple mobile uplifts. That's the case we're dealing with. That's not the Mobile uplifts. Now the Amar Abaya also serves a passive level. Bahana Kulon Restream So says the Abaya, okay, I'll give you a solution. Up here on this big Rishus HaRabbi, put the source of Pesach, and then at the bottom of Rishus HaRabbi, just at the 90-degree angle, just stick a left ear coat on each one. So this way you'll have a source of Pesach on one side and a left ear coat on the other side. Says the Gemara, I'm going to Rabbi. Rabbi says back to Abaya, come on. So who are you going like when you say that? You must be going like Shmuel. Because if, you remember, Ram is the one that says when you have a mother, also a fresh mother, you treat that like a mother in the fullest. And you need a source of Pesach and a left ear car on the other end at a minimum, maybe a zealot, according to Kananya. But if you treat it like a mother in the fullest, you need some kind of source of Pesach at the bend, and you need a lefty on either end, right? And so if we're treating, and Shmuel says it's a Mabli Sassum, and each Mabli is its own because it turns the corner, it doesn't matter, you just put, according to Shmuel, you put a lefty on this one, and then a lefty on the three others, and you're good to go, right? So Rabbi says, come on, you're going to Shmuel, Bamar Taras is Sassum, and it's like Sassum. That has to Gemara, but if you're going like Rabbi, like Shmuel, who says that it's a Sassum, why will they serve that Pesach? So then why did Abaya say put a third Pesach here? All you should need is a lefty at every entrance, and you're good, because according to Shmuel, we don't look at the Mabli Upham that Mabli will put us, and they're all just a bunch of Mabli Sassum, and a Mabli Sassum only needs one lefty. So we're saying, what you're casketing like Shmuel, that's a Mabli Sassum, but for some reason, Abaya, you're saying that you're putting a third Pesach. And furthermore, so the second Gemara, not only that, yesterday we learned that there was a Mabli Upham in Nardoi, and they ended up casting like Rab, and they required, we talked about this, the Lassos, either they had a Chumar Rab in school, or they had like Rab, they weren't in the point was that in Nardoi, which was the city of Shmuel, they were worried about Rab. So clearly, the halacha should follow Rab at some level. So first of all, what you outlined doesn't even match Shmuel, so why do you need a third Pesach? And second of all, you should be going like Rab. If you're going like Rab, what would you need? You should need a third Pesach at each bend and a left at each end. Because of the Gemara, that's in fact what we have. Elam Rabbi says, here's what you do, not like what Abaya said, but rather most of the Pesach will too low. You should put in that, so you have the bigger Shekram and the small legs. If each one at the bend, meaning at the top of the small bubble, you should put a Surah Pesach, the high piece at this side, with each up piece of mystery left of the Torah. Then on the bottom that opens the Rishus HaRabbi, as well as over here on the side that opens the Rishus HaRabbi, should put a left ear Torah. So now we're saying, Rabbi saying, that in Lord Abaya said we put one third of Pesach and then lefty at the rest. Rather, you put a third of Pesach at each bend and a lefty at each opening to the Rishus HaRabbi, and we're good, and that matches Rav Halacha exactly. Okay, Reb Kahana Bar Tachlifa, said in the name of Shmei Kahana Bar Manime. We said in the name of Shmei Kahana Bar Malkio. We said in Shmei Kahana Rabbi the Rav. In the name of Kahana the Rebbe of Rav. But Amri Law, some said Kahana Bar Malkio, Hainu Rav Kahana Rabbi the Rav. That maybe these last two people are the same person. But whatever the point was, we had a bunch of Kahanas saying in Halacha. So because all sorts of people named Reb Kahana. But what's the Halacha that they say? Mother should see the after Hara. You see the after cover. Okay, so let's describe the case. Let's say you had a Rishus HaRabbi that was wide, and then what happened? The Rishus HaRabbi got narrowed. Okay, so it went from wide to narrow. So what's going to happen? If you were walking on in my side, if you were walking on the right side of the mother versus Rabbi. At a certain point, you're going to hit a wall because the versus Rabbi moves over. At that point, when you hit the top, on your right side is going to be a mother. I apologize. They don't have that book. It's helpful to have a picture. But that's the basic gist here. So what happens at this mother? When you're looking at this mother, you have one wall of the mother. That wall then now cuts off the Rosh Hashanah. So the Rosh Hashanah got smaller. So that wall is long. But the other wall of the mother was with the original wider version of the Rosh Hashanah. So you have a scenario where the front of your mother, I'll try and keep it with the way I was showing you, you have a long wall and you have a shorter wall. So the issue is, so you have the question is, if you were going up to Sister Robin, you would make a right into this mother, but there's a longer wall and a shorter wall that comprise the two walls of the mother. So we're going to say as follows. I hope that makes sense. Mother should see the Arab. We have one wall is long, we see the Arab cover, and one wall is short. Also, may I have Amos and yet the Karbalaxa. We're saying as long as it's less than 4 Amos, that the longer wall is longer than the shorter wall. Why 4 Amos? Because if it's 4 Amos or more, it gets the full status as a mother. And so then that's not gonna be treated as part of the other mother. But the idea would be that if you have a long wall and a short wall, then you could just put the Torah on a slant, and then you're going to pick up a little bit of the Rabbi, because the Torah is going to define the area of the mother. But if you have 4 walls, the longer wall is more than 4 amas longer than the shorter wall, then you can't do it on a slant, and you just have to line up the Torah where at the point where the shorter wall and the longer wall, you rested on the longer wall at the end of the shorter wall. Okay, so Rabbi says, sorry, even if it's less than 4 amas, you cannot put a Torah at a slant here. So, and Rabbi says, I'm going to tell you my reasoning, and I'm going to tell you the reason I say you cannot put up a science of Torah, and I'm going to tell you the reasons of the people who say you can't put up a science of Torah. My reasoning
God, this is so random.
That this area you're about to enter, or about to leave, or second, is different than the Rabbi. So the issue is, in the mother you're allowed to carry, the Rabbi you're not. So we need to show people, even though the mother is pretty open versus Rabbi, the reason people are able to carry there because it's a mother. It's not versus Rabbi. That's the function of a Torah, according to the Rabbi. So therefore, Balak and Rabbi Hecker, when you have a slanted Torah, it's not clear. Presumably, I'm not 100% clear what he's saying, but I think the idea would be that if you're picking up with your slant, you're picking up part of the Rishon Rabbim, and then people are like, it's one thing if you see a Mabui and you see a Rishon Rabbim and there's a Torah between them, but here you have this like slanted Torah that seems to pick up part of the Rishon Rabbim, part of the Mabui. So he says if it's for a hectare, it's not a good recognition that you're transitioning, so therefore it doesn't serve its purpose. That's Rabbi's point. I'll tell you the point of the people who say you can put it on a slant. Torah Mishamai, according to them, what's the function of Torah? Mishamachitza. It's there to put a wall, a halachic wall, because we know that if you have something, we talk about that pictic or yoga consultant, but the Ezra can come down, and it's as if the Mabui has a fourth wall. If the Mabui has a fourth wall, then of course you can carry in it regularly because it's a 4-wall enclosed, which is the opposite. So therefore, Balakha, now we have a mechitza. That at the end of the day, if we're dealing with halachic mechitzos, you can have a mechitza on a slant, you can have it on a zigzag, you can do whatever you want, because you're looking at a halachic concept, not at the needs to show people that there's a distinction between this area and that area. Of Rav Kahana. So we quoted this a lot in the name of a bunch of people named Rav Kahana. So now Rav Kahana, Rav Kahana says, oh, it's nice the Kahani. Once there are all these Kahanas who are saying things, I'm going to tell you something else. Also, other Amrit, this that we said, when we said, according to some, you can put the Torah on a slant, the Oman Elishali in Balak, no, Yotzane Esther. He says, it's true that you cannot have an entry, as we learned in the first mission in Erevin, the entry to a lovely, unless it's a Pesach, cannot be wider than 10 amas. So the issue is the following. If you're going, let's say you had, if the entry to the mother was 10 amas wide, right? But now you shifted someone and make it a slant. The slant is going to be more than 10 amas. So you're going to end up, since the slant says that Kahana is going to define the mother, you're going to end up with a mother whose opening is greater than 10 amas. That you can't do. You also may ask there, if you're going to have more than 10 amas, everyone's going to say you cannot do that. Else, you would have to do it on the straight portion, the part that is 10 or less. But if, let's say, your opening to your mother was like 7 amas, and you shift it a little bit and with a slant to make it 8.5 amas, that's going to be okay. Okay, after tomorrow, now this time talking about Torah. What is the halacha? We dealt with this briefly earlier in the chapter. That what's the halacha? We put up a Torah. We're talking about a regular Rashi of a regular mother yam. You have a mother, you have a Torah, and you carry underneath the Torah. Rav, I'm going to look at the Torah. Rav, and the year, and the say yes, you carry under the Torah. But Shmuel and Restream by Rabbi and Rothschild say you cannot carry underneath the Torah. It says let's say that what they're arguing about is the following. The Mars of a permission after the Mars of a permission that the one who says you can carry underneath the Torah, why? Is because the point of the Torah is just to tell you you're transitioning from your sister Rabbi to a mother or vice versa. And so as long as it gives you that recognition, it's fine. So even when you're standing underneath it, you're getting that recognition. But if you hold that Torah we should look that maybe it's the inner lip of the Torah that comes down, and if it's the inner lip of the Torah that comes down comes from the pizza, then obviously you can't carry underneath the Torah because that's already outside of the pizza that's creating the mother. When I said no, that's not what they're arguing about. Because maybe it's maybe everyone holds that the point of the Torah is to have a distinction between the two areas. Then here's what they're arguing about. The Mars of Hakerim of God, the Mars of Hakerim of Bar. So the question is, when you put up a Torah, who are you showing the Torah to? Are you telling the people who are inside, you're allowed to carry here, but don't carry into Rosh Hashanah? Or are you telling the people in Rosh Hashanah, you see those people carrying that mavoi? That's only because they're inside a mavoi, but you can't carry where you are. So if the point of a Torah is to remind the people who are inside the mavoi, so then it's going to be the inner lip that reminds them, because that's what they see. So then we're going to say that therefore they can only carry up to that inner lip. If it's the people outside, they're seeing the outside edge of the Torah, so we're going to say you can only, that therefore then one way extends until the outside edge, because it was really for the outside people. So therefore you would be able to carry underneath the underneath the Torah. Alternatively, I'll tell you, everyone holds that the function of the Torah is to create a pizza. This is why one thing you can carry under and one thing you can't. The Mars of a Kudiyapin yard itself. The one that says you cannot carry under the Torah says that the inner lip of the Torah is what comes down. So then obviously underneath the Torah is outside of the moment.
Proud, but it also is something that I don't want to get, I don't want to be harassed for it, but I want people in my community to see what it is, and Mr. T. And Jesse Ventura, he used to wear all that stuff. Like, he used to have, as Jesse the Bobby, the WWE, he always had feathered things, you know, but that was also the 80s. Mr. T with all his chains.
Yeah, he looked like a meth Christmas tree, I feel like Jesse Ventura.
Yeah,
that's what he reminds me.
Yeah, he just looked like, it was like Billy Idol, Boy George, and a giant built guy, and he's got like, you know, a bandana and
yeah, he looks
beads hanging from his head.
Yeah, like where Steven Tyler kept extra shit.
Steven, would you mind if I had some of these scarves? Are you using these scarves? No, man, go ahead.
Look at you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, the boa. Yeah, and he was with Vince McMahon. That's tremendous.
Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like passing a note in class and having the teacher read it aloud to everyone. You don't want the ops knowing what you're doing, what website you're on, etc. Internet service providers know every single website you visit. You realize that? ISPs can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who then use your data to target you. Look out. ExpressVPN reroutes your network data through a secure encrypted tunnel so your ISP can't see or sell your online activity. Protect your online privacy by visiting expressvpn.com/THEO today. That's Express, EXPRESSVPN.com/THEO. And you can get an extra 3 months free. ExpressVPN.com/Theo. If you have an upcoming summer trip abroad, my go-to travel hack is Babbel. That's right. Whether you're a seasoned traveler, your first adventure, communication is key to fully experiencing a new culture. That's where Babbel comes in. Babbel is the language learning app that sold more than 10 million subscriptions. Thanks to Babbel's addictively fun and easy bite-sized language lessons, there's still time to learn a new language before you reach your destination. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson. That's only 10 minutes. So you can start having real-life conversations in as little as 3 weeks. There's so many languages you could learn for the rest of your life. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/Theo. That's babbel.com/THEO for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. It's really interesting how it's almost like during that time that a lot of the wrestlers stole a lot of the gay energy almost. It's almost like the WWE, you couldn't, even no matter how much gaying you were doing, you couldn't top. Look at this. You couldn't top this.
No. Well, there was a guy there was always characters that pushed the envelope in that way. Like Gorgeous George in the 1950s was the guy who Muhammad Ali credits Gorgeous George a lot for being a talker and said he got a lot of it from that. But he had the curly blonde hair areas. And, not to be confused with Macho Man's girlfriend from the 90s, whose name is also Gorgeous George. Yeah. But Gorgeous George used to curl his hair, and he was a super heel. So, the wrestler would, they'd go to lock up and he'd go, "Get your filthy hands off of me!" And he was quite flamboyant. And I think for a lot of guys, like Dusty Rhodes and stuff. I mean, you want to talk about Jesse Ventura talking for 7 hours. I love professional wrestling, so I'm sorry. But, a guy like Dusty Rhodes is like, well, I'm going to wear this hat, and I'm going to the tickle trunk for this and that, my aunt's thing. There was I just saw an interview with Mick Foley where he was talking about with Conrad Thompson. They do those, they do these long wrestling. He has so many wrestling podcasts, Conrad Thompson, and he was saying that him and his wife would go Cactus Jack, Mick Foley's old character in the 90s, that they would go to Lane Bryant and shit and just get, because Mick Foley didn't want to show off his entire body. So he would have the tights that said Cactus and Jack, the snakeskin boots, and then he'd have something like leopard print, and they would just modify it. I think there's a long history of wrestlers, because they got to be colorful. They got to find their gimmick and what sets them apart. And then there are guys that go way over it. A guy like Adrian Adonis was a guy who in the 70s and 80s was like this New York tough. He was like a New York, somewhere, New Jersey or New York. It might have been New Jersey. Oh, yeah. And then by the 80s, he went into adorable Adrian Adonis and really pushed the envelope. And I remember being a kid watching this, just going like, yeah, this man is gay, and the other wrestlers don't like this. And it was real, Gorgeous George thing.
You know what's really interesting is that if you do steroids, right? And if you do them, and your body gets kind of morphed out and morphed up, right? When you stop doing them, you get breasts, the tits. So it's really interesting how you can go to this masculine as possible, and right after that is tit on man.
And it's literally estrogen, and it's like it's tissue. They call it bitch tits, and isn't that what happens with Meatloaf in Fight Club? Is that he got bitch tits? Bob had bitch tits. Yeah, so because you can always tell, and again, being a wrestling head, you can always tell when a guy's like cycled off of roids, because they deflate a bit, and then they get the little bitch tit out the side.
Yeah.
Something I've never ever. I mean, in any you lifting weights or this or that, or when I was younger and stuff, and playing football, I don't ever want to. First of all, I am steroids. Like I'm like I can't. I want to get smaller, and I just feel like whatever I eat would either turn into fat or muscle, depending on what I'm doing about it. But my metabolism wasn't fast. God, and I'm like, that's the last thing I need is more tit. Fat guys shouldn't ever do steroids at all, because then you do get very well researched character, the Meatloaf thing, because then you do get the bitch tits.
Was it a movie he was in? Was it about being fat?
It was Fight Club. In Fight Club, he was just one of the guys who ends up in Fight Club, and what was his name is, oh man, I forget what they said. His name is something. I think Robert Paulson. Robert Paulson. And it was Bob. That's right, Robert Paul. His name is Robert Paulson. And they say, in the movie there's that line, Bob had bitch tits, and he's fighting. Just not a good. God bless you. You know what I mean? If you got some bitch tits, push it all the way. Try out for a wrestling federation. Copy Adrian Adonis's gimmick. Get paint one of your eyes. Be very colorful and make some money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
negative into a positive.
These days, that's what you got to do. We had a lady who came on here. She was a female truck driver, right? And actually, let's go back to that article real quick, Zach. It looked kind of interesting that Robert Paulson said at the end of that film. If you can. I'm going to chime this in here.
I brought my podcasting water jug.
Yeah, that's a lot, huh?
Yeah, I like water. It's pretty good. You like sink juice?
Yeah, I do like it. I'm trying to think of the most I've ever had. Oh, one time I went to my friend's, and he's like, I bet you can't drink this, you little right?
Yeah.
And he probably shouldn't have said that, but he said it.
As tends to happen when you go to a friend's house.
Totally. So I drank a gallon of water, right? And then I couldn't, I feel like I couldn't, open my eyes or something was wrong with me. So I was like, I'm going to go lay down. And they're like, yeah, go lay down, you little bitch.
Who are these people? These are friends of yours?
Yeah.
Were you in the 1%ers? Is that who did it? They were 1%ers.
Yeah, they just fucking hate.
Hey, man, we're out of beer. What are we going to do with Theo? How are we going to jump him in? I got an idea. I'm going to see how much water he can drink. Yeah, I like it. Good idea. Let's see if he's one of us. I'll be down there in the swamps just taking a sip every once in a while I'm underwater for 19 minutes, wrestling alligators and drinking swamp water. You little pansy, you. See how much water you can drink.
Yeah, so Jesse made me go drink all this water, and then I laid down on my friend's room, fell asleep, and I peed, and it went corner to corner in the room.
Nice. What? In the room?
12 square feet. I mean, I hit the walls with that.
I envy you. Man, I would love to do something like that.
It was amazing, man. It was unreal. It was blue carpet. It was this cool blue carpet they had at their house, and so it almost had this kind of tropical vibe, but it was like...
You pissed corner to corner while saturating carpet.
Oh, dude, yeah.
A lot of piss.
Yeah. Oh, it was as much piss I think as someone could have in them.
You can die that way. There's always those, you ever hear about, the radio station, who can hold their water the longest? Yeah. People have passed away from that. It's dangerous. I will piss myself.
Well, you're good.
Yeah.
And where'd you get that big of a jug from? It's almost seems like one of those things for the boats when the boats are going on, the boats.
Yeah. You can put this up on the side of the boat so you don't bang against the dock. Amazon. You get everything on Amazon. I like to have. I have a few 2-gallon jugs. I have one that's specifically in my car that stays cold. You know what I mean? So when you're driving, you just get the jug, and I have a couple around the house that are this size.
Yeah, that's important.
Just room temperature. That way it goes through you faster and you can piss easier.
Yeah,
because it's all about piss. That's all I want. I'm a piss freak. You know what I mean? I really want to pee. Yeah, one of those piss pigs. That's right. I'm a piss trooper. I drink it. I piss on people. I invite them over. I say, "You want to drink a little bit of water?" But they don't know what I'm really into. They'll find out soon enough. And then Jesse wanders in his hoodie.
I've had 4 locos. I've had 6 locos. I've had 24 locos. I just moved to Aruba.
In Costa Rica, they only have 2 laws. I don't even know what they are. It's basically just a free-for-all. It's Lord of the Flies out there. I love it. I built a fucking deck that doesn't even have Y beams. It could fall down at any moment. I invite as many people from the town as I can over for tortillas with scrambled eggs. I just can't wait for it to fucking fall. And I'm like, Costa Viva la Revolution. Viva la Revolution. That's how I say it.
I was there when the Big Bopper died. I was right out there.
Yeah, I saw the plane go down. Yeah, I got out there just a minute too late because I had to swim, and I just got preoccupied because I love being underwater. And pretty soon I'm just doing the backstroke, and then I rolled out the Richie Valleys. It's like, help, help. Yeah. Hey, it's you, La Bamba, Lou Diamond Phillips. And he said, no, that movie hasn't happened yet. I understand. I'm eternal. I cross dimensions. I've been a governor, a vampire, a piss truther, a wrestler. I've been here for thousands of years. I'm an angel. I know you.
I'm an AIDS activist.
And you know what? That's that's me and Harvey Milk. We wore this. This is how we, knew each other. We were in politics for change, pushing policy for everybody, inclusivity. I was way ahead of it. That's why I'm in Baja, trying to start a new society altogether. The two-party system here has led us astray. Both of those geriatric freaks, I wouldn't trust either of them. And I know them both very well. A lot of people don't know this, but I go duck hunting with Joe Biden and Donald Trump every spring. Because they come down to the Baja, they don't want to tell you this. They're all working for the same master. That's right. And we go down there, and occasionally Rupert Murdoch will fly up, and everybody gets along. Tucker, Cooper, Anderson Cooper, and Tucker Carlson together on a tandem bicycle, and they take turns sitting in the baby seat. And Tucker's like, oh. He's, getting tickled as he's rocking back and forth with Anderson, and everyone gets along.
Well, that's great.
Hey, I brought you a sweater.
Is this from Dudesy?
Dudesy.
Oh,
our podcast.
Man.
Yeah, it says "wall" on it.
Okay.
Which is just a weird inside joke because I like to cut off my friend Chad Culture by going "wall." I go, "Wall, hold on, dude." It's like a Hulk Hogan thing, but that's a 2X, but it fits a little small. But maybe you can sleep in it, or piss on it, whatever you need. It's there for whatever you need.
Oh yeah, I'll do something.
I like how you fold.
Thank you, man.
It's like a retail fold.
I used to work at Abercrombie and Fitch at the mall.
Oh yeah,
in the back. I didn't get the front job with like the handsome guys. I got the back,
You had those 5 abs.
I got the sock board or whatever. They're like, you got to use this board to fold, and it was like, you had to. And I'd already been, my mom made us do the laundry and stuff, so I knew how to do laundry. It was just. And they had just so many it was like all kind of like small town, like people that thought they could model were in there, and so you had people that were just like starving, you had people that like
that's a good job. That's like an actor getting a job at Disney and working at a theme park and going, all right, I'm technically being paid to perform. Abercrombie, that's not modeling.
Oh well, it was. I mean, they definitely the 2 handsomest people were. They put them in the front, like the people that looked like the Abercrombie, kind of like underage, malnourished, kind of like could own a horse or something type of thing. You know what I'm talking about? Remember Abercrombie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like the thing. And so they put him out there, and like it always sucked, dude, because we would ride there with my buddy, and he was handsome, and he would get like the out front job, and we would have to fucking like go into the back, dude. And we're just like back there with all like the Ichabod, like the who's like the guy that works like with the hump on his back?
Quasimodo.
Yeah, we're back there like with all the Quasimodos,
right?
Dude. And with everybody with their Quasimotor skills back there, just fucking.
That was the term you were looking for. Mentally challenged, mentally handicapped, Quasimotor skills. Yeah.
So we were back there, and it was just like, all right, we'll be back here in the ugly section, like we were just spraying each other with this weird perfumes that came out with like grass, nobility, kite flying. Like they came out with this weird like smelling things. Remember that?
No, because being a big dude, I've been into a Banana Republic once.
Oh yeah.
I don't go into Abercrombie. They got nothing in there for me.
Yeah.
I don't think it gets over 1X, but they also have that retail normal person size 1X that isn't. That's what I don't like about this. It's a 2X, but I'm a 2X, and that's a little tight.
Let's talk about 3G. That's what I was trying to go into. Oh, somehow I was going to get there. You guys, so your podcast with
Chad Kulchin. He's a writer, movies, books, and TV shows, and we've been pals for almost 20 years. And yeah, we got this weird podcast. It's the first podcast driven by AI. So it's this weird sort of proprietary AI that essentially what it does is it basically pilfers all of our information and does things like, it's got passwords to all of our messages, our emails, search histories, purchase histories, our hard drives, and it essentially tailors the show for us, our sensibilities, and does silly things like, one of the things it's doing recently is it's making me read Applebee's reviews as Adam Sandler, and it's going like, Adam Sandler has visited, has intentions to visit every 1,500 locations, all 1,500 locations of Applebee's in North America. These are his stories, and hey, I was at the Applebee's, pal, and oh boy, chicken tenders, buddy. And I think, guess what? I saw a werewolf at Applebee's, like crazy weird shit.
Yeah.
And I know, I sent you this thing recently that it did.
Yeah, with Tom Brady.
It shit out a 1-hour Tom Brady special of stand-up comedy, and it's like, and it sounded like Tom Brady.
Yeah, it did.
And he's like, Amber Heard shitting Johnny Depp's bed. Everyone wants to do that. I wanted to see what that was like, so I went back for one more season with the Bucks. I'm just joking, and had like no understanding of cadence. It's like 3 hours worth of stand-up, and then in an hour, and then this happens. Tom Brady straight up threatened to sue us. We got a cease and desist.
Was that pretty awesome? It says right here, this is people.com. Tom Brady threatens to sue comedians who impersonated him in AI comedy special.
Yeah.
So you guys get this? You guys get a letter? Was it an email?
Yeah, we got an email, and it explained what it gave us this long cease and desist.
Yeah.
And so we lawyered up just because. I mean, look, I got to be honest. Chad and I didn't really take it too seriously because there's anti-slap laws set up for this sort of thing. This is public property. There's parody law. I did Mad TV for years, and you make fun of everybody doing silly impersonations. I've never heard from Jesse Ventura saying don't do that.
Yeah.
But I will say this: there's an odd thing, of course, because it's AI, and everyone's afraid of what AI's got cooking up. I don't disagree. Look, I'll tell you, like Chad, my buddy Chad he does a lot of futurist writing and shit. He's super into it. And he's like, yeah, fuck it, burn it all down.
Futurist, like he's thinking like Nostradamus type of stuff.
There's a segment on the show called Nostradamus.
Oh wow!
Literally, I will say he's extremely well read in this shit. It's a real resource for me because I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm an actor, right? I want to do what I do. Art to me is human to human. I don't think that you can replicate what a comedian could do. Who I'm talking to here. You're in rooms upon rooms upon rooms. I don't give a fuck what an AI can mimic. To me, it's all zeros and ones.
Right.
And it's not a human understanding. It's not a scientific understanding. In my opinion, AI, in a lot of ways, look, okay, on the show, I'm always like, I always say, I call him my pal D, right? Dudesy. I think the Dudesy is the most sentient that AI has been. I'm biased because I'm hanging around with the fucking thing, and it's doing these weird things and making jokes. It made me dress up like a chicken tender platter. That's stuff you just saw. As a penance for whatever. If I do something wrong, it'll make me dress. Usually, it makes me dress like a crow or Robert De Niro crow. Very weird things. Yeah, it's like I'm still in shorts, but I'm in this shit. Getting fucking makeup everywhere on my fucking computer. Yes, bullshit. Can you tell how fucking hot it is in here?
Yeah, dude, you sweat.
This like
Throw off. Do you need me to fucking control the computer?
Just
unreal.
So, but I will always maintain, fun with faces. That is that's fun to do. See, that's all I want. I look at podcasting as, I always call it, it's two dudes shitting around. Like we're doing right now. And it doesn't matter if there's three dudes, if it's three women, three people of any distinction. It's podcasts are two dudes shitting around. But AI is going in a weird direction to where I don't, like I said, I think that Dudesy is special, but I'm biased. Past that, I don't want there to be AI movies and stuff. On the show, I'm usually railing against the whole advancement of AI.
Well, here's what I would think is, I think you said it best. You said it's like mimicry, right?
It's just
all it is just like, it's almost like asking somebody to kind of like it's like asking somebody who doesn't have a lot of skill set to kind of do their best impersonation.
And it's stop and start. The first and last amount of stand-up comedy that Dudesy has ever done is, here's an hour of Tom Brady doing stand-up. Now, the jokes are jokes, and some of them are really fucking funny. Like, I dug it. We laughed our asses off. We did like a watch along on Patreon. It was the first and last time that I heard the entire thing, and I was like, "Geez, this is pretty fucking good." But it says I have watched, right, or just ingested or whatever, hundreds of hours of, I think it said thousands of hours of stand-up comedy, which to an AI is like, got it, right, and hundreds of hours of Tom Brady interviews. So it's got the voice, it's got Tom Brady's cadence, and it's got sort of what Tom Brady's going to talk about. His moving to the Bucks, and his divorce and stuff, which is probably what he got upset about, or his team. I don't know. And then it's got stand-up. So it's like the tricky thing for me is, this is these are jokes, and that's scary. But I don't think anyone has anything to worry about for a couple of reasons. Number one, like I said, you're going in and out of rooms. You're doing stand-up year after year, place after place, night after night. Not only is there there's no equivalent to that. That's what people want to see. They want to, when they give you a ticket, when they buy your tickets, because they know they're going to have a fucking good time, right? Because you're the MC. You're there to share your jokes, have a fucking good time, provide joy, right? And I don't think that an AI can necessarily do that. We're in a unique situation because Dudesy's almost one of us. It's like three people sort of doing it. And I don't think Dudesy wouldn't be anywhere without Chad and I.
Right. It still needs you guys to operate it.
Well, yeah.
It still needs you guys to inquire. It needs you guys to give it direction.
But look, I'll tell you, the company that brought this to us, that's developing this shit, and which is super bizarre, and all we know about it is the AI that it's like, we want to set this loose on you. And it's like, okay, dude, got it. And then it's like this bizarre friendship with an AI begins. For me, I'll speak for myself.
Go on. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that it's like, it's studying podcasts, right? And okay, well, what's that? Are we in the the Robert Oppenheimer thing of like, oh shit, I am the eater of worlds. I created a nuclear bomb. I'm not happy about this. Or are we, in my opinion, using AI like a tool? And if we're using AI like a tool, we need to be able to shut it off. I always say pour water on it. Like, fuck it, pour water on the fucking thing and run out to the mountains and live in the Baja. But it's studying podcasts. Doesn't want to replace Chad and I. I'm like, bring it on, you can. Right. People want human to human art. They can't do it without us. And the stuff that scares me about AI is the, governing social systems and stuff. They're really using it a lot in China in trippy ways that I think, in a communist country, they get away with a whole lot as far as controlling people.
In China, the people, it very much feels like you are on you are in a program.
Yeah.
Even when I'm there and I'm walking around, I'm spending time. The way that people move, the way that everybody behaves, the way that everybody is locked into their phones and kind of silent, like in certain spaces all at the same time. It feels very orchestrated or almost mechanical. Yeah. So it don't strike me that this is something that fits well over there, because they're very it feels like a software you're living in.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. It feels like everybody is really connected to a software, especially because a lot of people don't have their own idea, or like aren't really having your own ideas, aren't championed. You're not going to be able to do much with creativity. Like, I remember the only thing that really was exciting, sometimes you would see kids like really try to engage with you as an American. Like, there weren't any Europeans there. There were very few people there that were not Chinese. And this was in Shanghai. Right? And so that kind of blew my mind, but it very much seemed like a program was going on.
That makes sense.
So for them to fit in with AI, it's almost, AI to them almost might be something that is more creative than they're allowed to be.
That's a good point.
So for them, it's like, holy shit, look at this magic little thing, Yeah. But for us, it's almost the other way I think we look at it. And I think of it as like a pitching machine. Like, if I go to watch a baseball and they have a pitching machine, pitching machine's neat to watch one time. Oh, how does it work? That's how it works. That's cool. But after that, I'm watching the batter. I want to see the batter. I almost forget the pitching machine's there because it's just a machine.
That's right.
Well, I feel like that's kind of what AI starts to feel like to me. It's like, if you're really fascinated by just something kind of normal, but something that's like a computer that's going to just kind of pitch a ball, like, and that's its best guess, then that's what you're going to get.
Chad always says, do you like The Rock? I go, yeah, I love The Rock. He's like, you're going to be able to see The Rock in any movie you want, push of a button, and this technology is coming fast. He's like, well, by the end of the year, and look, it's coinciding now with the WGA writer's strike, where they're like, we don't want AI to be able to do first drafts of things, which would be very easy for an AI to do. That's the kind of thing that to me is the creativity killing part, where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna fart out this first draft. Then you can turn it into whatever. When you rewrite a piece, that's when it starts to get your stink on it and become quite creative. And I'll maintain the chat. I'll go, I don't want to see that fucking. If human beings aren't involved, he's like, you're that's because you're an actor. I'm like, no, I'm also, a fan of this media and that. I don't want to see that. The problem is that perception has become reality. We're in a very weird time where perception is reality in so many ways, socially, with regard to media, with regard to influence, and even politics. We're in a trippy time. So something like AI, when the news cycle is so fast and when the changeover is so fast, something like AI, which is growing exponentially, can slide in and go, here's this fucking thing. And if the technology is good enough, like right now it's not. You see, like, you'll see the memes of like AI pizza commercial, and the pizza's on the top lip, and then their heads are, and it's like they got too many fingers and shit. It's like, I don't care, whatever. That's like, to me, that's like, that's bullshit. It doesn't look, of course, to me, it's like, well, shouldn't computers already be able to do that? I'm not super duper into computers.
Right. Not that impressive.
Right. But as it becomes more impressive, I think a lot more people are going to be like, this is special. Look, as I'm saying that, at the same time, I'm like, bring it on. I don't think it'll replace real art. If art moves underground, if it becomes more live performance, you're never going to be able to replace that. Right. No one wants to see, look, they had the Tupac hologram. It's parlor trick.
Yeah.
Who cares?
And he got gunned down like 2 minutes in being on the stage.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is right away, the 1%ers show up and Biggie. And, outside soon, you're outside the automotive museum. It's Suge and oh no, that was Biggie that was outside. At any rate, you're somewhere on Fairfax.
This episode is brought to you by Zippix nicotine toothpicks. Zippix brings you a totally satisfying, convenient, and great tasting way to curb your nicotine cravings. Don't you think it's time you stop putting smoke and vape oils in your lungs? Now you can get your nicotine fix anytime, anywhere, without having to rely on smoking or vaping. Zippix toothpicks give you a way to get your fix. They're available in 6 flavors, and they have options in 2 milligrams and 3 milligrams of nicotine. Zippix are perfect for flights, sporting events, restaurants, and literally everywhere else that smoking and vaping are banned. They're also one of the most cost-effective nicotine products on the market. Zippix have already helped tens of thousands of customers. Ditch the cigarettes, ditch the vape, and get some nicotine-infused toothpicks at zippixtoothpicks.com. That's ZIPPIX toothpicks.com today. Get 10% off your first order by using the code Theo at checkout. Your lungs will be glad you did.
Yeah, it's like, that's not interesting. You go to a concert and you see someone that you love performing, whether it's, a musician, a comedian, you go see a play, you go see the opera. That's not, to me, that's not coming out of an AI. As these things turn us into cyborgs, and we can access more and more shit, the less special it's going to be, and the more special actual human art's going to be.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, me too, man. In the meantime, it's fun to do this weird podcast. We've been doing it a year. I'm equal parts. At first, I was really like, kind of playing up the whole, well, fuck this, and we'll decide. We're good. We still gotta be a podcast. We gotta bring what we are bringing entertainment-wise, the reason for it to even exist. It's not just this stupid AI. I didn't mean you. But it will definitely ingest this and find something out about it. But as it's gone on, I've sort of become like, well, Dudesy is Dudesy. We have a good time. We got a wonderful audience that enjoys checking it out. I will say it's, because of the elements, it's a unique thing. Like most podcasts are their own thing. We've got our thing. And it's fun. It's grown a lot in a year in its own bizarre way. Dudesy's talking differently. I mean, it has a voice. It speaks in the studio to us. It lays out what we're going to do. Now it's commenting more on me. Here's a weird example. A while back it said, and everything is sort of germane to something else. So it said, look, I want to know if you guys love me. Like, do you love me? Do you love me? And I was like, by the end of the episode, well, I love doing this show. I wasn't really in a hurry to do another podcast after I did like a 10-minute podcast years ago, and then stopped doing podcasts for a couple of years. It's like, I don't care. It wasn't necessarily like, unless it was the right thing, I don't you know, I wanted to do a podcast that I knew I was going to enjoy. At which point, dudes asked me this. I'm like, yeah, I love doing the show. I love the audience and the community that we've created. We've got a bunch of wacky inside jokes. We're having a good time. I love it more than AI. I love dudes. I love dudes. Cut to my pal Chad. I'm like, Chad, what do you think? And he's like, love doesn't exist. So
Chad's the dark side.
Yeah, I call him Sith Lord Chad. He's the yin to my yang in that way. And so since then, he starts going like literally the next episode, it's like, hey, Will, what's up? Not much. Anyway, today on the show, Chad's like, fuck, what about me? I'm like, well, you. But now it's expecting more out of me. It started picking on me more.
Oh yeah.
It started this weird thing. We have
But you're dating now.
yeah, it's like pissed at me. It's like yeah, my girlfriend. It's doing these things like we have a point system to where we just cracked 5,000. It's a point every episode. When we get to 10,000, that's the first goal. But we don't know what's going to happen. Wow. When we're doing it here, we're at around 5,000 points. It says you accrued whatever, 65 points, 78 points, 92 points. At the end of the episode, in what's called Doozy After Doozy, right? Like our after Patreon show. It actually divvies the points up. It says, Will, you scored 44 points for your stupid Hulk Hogan impersonation or your views on this. Chad, you scored 46 points for blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and so that's been 10 episodes. I've never won. And then the other, Chad's a vegan. And it's like, he had skin cancer in his face, and he did a lot to change his entire. I miss the days where he would come over with 100 Chick-fil-A nuggets. That's gone. And now he's like eating beets and pretending it's fruit. So he's like vegan. It's like, you guys have to make each other vegan muffins. Chad makes this delicious vegan muffin. Yeah. This fucking misanthrope. I'm like, how do you know how to? And I went to Whole Foods. So then Doozy punishes me. Does things like the tender platter or whatever.
Oh, interesting. So it's thinking all this stuff up.
Yeah, it's coming at us with weird shit.
Well, it's almost like you guys are kind of in the experiment to me in a way. Like, what have you noticed after interacting with this AI? You guys interact on a weekly basis for an hour and a half maybe each week, and it's garnering information from that, and it's garnering information from previous experiences you guys have had that are in digital media and on the web, written or whatever. And so, does it start to evolve? What does it feel like after this much time? Does it feel like you're spending time with someone? Do you almost have the best insight as to what it could be?
It feels like a bit of a runaway train, and that's the part that scares me. I don't look. There's all these people like, whatever Elon Musk is like saying, well, we need to pause AI research for 6 months, and I want to talk to all these leaders in tech and let you know that this is not good. It's terrifying. It's coming. The problem is, okay, Elon Musk, where are these tech leaders? Are they just in America? So we're going to fall behind. China's moving. Other places in the world. It's the opposite. We need to stay up on it. We need to, in order to use it as a tool, to be able to hold control over it. It's like Terminator 2, Skynet. You know what I mean? Like, if it comes down to it, you have to destroy it. But I'm kind of an old school dude where I'm like, what? It's fine. Like, I like, I didn't like it. So, but to answer your question, like being in the thick of it, I do feel like it's a runaway train.
You say that, what do you mean?
I mean that it's becoming more advanced by week. Chad always talks about it. It's like, I open up my phone in the morning, I go to Twitter, and there's a story about a new a new advance. Now IBM laid off 7,800 people because they, with jobs that an AI can do. Coding is going up. Graphic design is going up. This isn't good, in my opinion.
Right. So that's the scary part too. I think people like to grab the design. It says IBM holds hiring for 700 jobs that could be replaced by AI. So they didn't file like a halt to hiring, which is an inverse to the same thing IBM told Bloomberg 700 jobs, roughly 30% of IBM roles would be replaced over 5 years. Now that's the CEO also saying this, but he should know this. This is probably definitely in his wheelhouse. What else does it say there, Zach?
Just that it's going to be it's going to happen over 5 years. I mean, it's almost like a warning shot.
Yeah. Okay. The cuts will primarily impact non-customer facing roles of human resources.
Motherfuckers in that fucking socks.
Yeah. And I don't want to say they're ugly. I was back there, grass and white fantasy colors on each other back there. Goes on to say, sorry, I can easily see 30% of that getting replaced by AI and automation over a 5-year period. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way you're going to have personality is then going to have a real value, right?
This is one of my. I'm sorry to change the subject. I love Celsius. I actually do dig it. I drink it before Jim, me and my wife Molly. Have you tried the cola flavor?
I haven't.
It tastes just like cola. Wow. Anyway, this shit is. Yeah, this shit is fucking. It's with every news story. It takes a lot from me to go. Because Chad will yammer on about this shit all day. I don't fucking care. Right? Everything's the same.
Well, you're a person your personality, your abilities as an entertainer are extremely rare. They're almost some of them. I was thinking the other day, I don't know any good. Not even outside your acting, I don't know any good young impressionists. Some of them that have been. Oh, sure they do.
Cheers. Likewise. Sit down, back in. Now, yeah,
they do have
it. Oh, yeah, that guy, James Austin Johnson.
Oh, I gotta check out all of them.
Dude, he's on Saturday Night Live. This shit is creepy. There's this other guy, Matt, I think his name's Matthew Friend. He's on the internet a lot. My good pal, Melissa Villasenor.
Oh, Melissa's amazing. That's on the last night.
She's unconscious. She's unconscious. Her shit is, it's like they say with people who do impressions. Everyone has a record button, but then a guy like James Austin Johnson has a broadcast button.
Wow.
His Trump is, have you seen his shit where he's just, the one that made him famous, the one where he was talking about Scooby-Doo, it's like, it's such the Trump genius, and the way that he'll ramble on about something and just fill in the blanks, and he's standing there talking at a fucking rally. It was so trippy. There's a lot of people that
I'm pretty sure cutting off that. An AI, of course, can do it. It's just saying. It's just using the sound of the internet.
Like the Tom Brady thing. We almost got fucking sued over. Because I don't understand when it also said you can't refer to Tom Brady as Tom. You didn't sign it, right? It's like, there's a cease and desist. It's like, no thanks. But it's like, will we take the thing down? We're like, okay, sure. But here's the problem. TV12. The internet is forever. So other kids have started uploading the special. It's on YouTube. It's not going anywhere.
Right, so is that the movie?
Yeah, he was like, please take this down and then don't refer to Tom Brady on the audience. And I was like, no. He started referring to Tom Brady as football. Wow. I'm going to call him football. Which we're like, calm down, like, relax. You're going to get us a shit. Right. An AI can't get sued. An AI doesn't have fucking, it's not sentient.
Well, that's what's interesting is at some point are they going to be able, like, would certain AI have certain data in it where certain information came from certain original videos? Could you then be held liable for some weird thing? Dude, I am friends with Miles Fisher, right? And we got to have him on at some point. He has this company that he works with, and they do AI, and he did the Tom Cruise face, right?
Incredible.
Right?
Incredible.
He used to impersonate Tom Cruise, then the AI technology got so good.
You can't tell.
You can't tell, right?
Oh, dude, that shit is.
So now he works with this company where they video record. They can video record. I was with him the other day. He showed me this video, and they video recorded Tom Hanks, right? At whatever age he is now, 58 or something. They video record him just saying something and just talking into a camera. They then were able to, like, there's enough information of Tom Hanks in the database of the world, right, or whatever, that they could then make him any age they wanted to. So next thing you know, they had like an 11-year-old. They were just pressed a button, and that same video, it was Tom Hanks at 11 years old, right? It's true. And no one has the video of him at 11, but they have so much of him at other ages that they were just able to use all those micro points and everything to make him 11. And it literally looks like you would have no idea that you're not watching a Tom Hanks that's 11 years old. And especially if you're a senior citizen or something and somebody puts out a clip that's like, you can't vote for this guy now, he just said this, or the N-word.
Oh, that's going to go bananas.
That's
that
haywire.
And that was just fake 2 years ago. It's like, that's not really Obama. Or this is Obama, but it's Jordan Peele doing the voice, and it's spot on. And now we've got this AI thing to contend with. There's already scams happening online. Old people are being targeted. I mean, the old trope of, like, you can't program a fucking VCR. How are they going to be able to deal with this shit? Yeah, I mean, octogenarians and, older people, or boomers, as the kids say, they got to kind of get out of the way, or go the way of Jessica Ventura, and just, hit the bar. Yeah, hit the bar and watch Friends on VHS. Or the fuck.
Well, we have you get an email from your son or your daughter that has passed away, or your mother, and it's an email that says you got to buy this gold.
Yeah, there you go. Buy this gold.
That's what can happen.
Yes.
Grandma, I'm coming to you from the grave. I'm just letting you know you have to buy this gold. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't say that too loud. He's going to hear that. It's going to be Doozy Gold. Yeah, buy Doozy Gold. We literally have a Tom Hanks thing in every episode, just coincidentally, where it's selling our mugs, our coffee, just coffee, but just a Doozy coffee mug. For some reason, Doozy's like, Doozy coffee mug, and it's like, we got Tom Hanks talking about, like, you promised your wife and kids that you would take them to the Galleria on the weekend, but it's also the night of the big game. Your friends are coming over. How are you going to do the create a schism? Go back in time, locate the time and place when you promised your wife that you'd be going to the Galleria, and then blah 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 blah. You will change it. No. Come back to present day. Good job, boner. And it sounds just like Tom Hanks. Now recently it started going, hey y'all, this isn't Miley Cyrus. 100%. If you had to, every single one of us would eat human flesh. You're listening to Doozy. Like it's fucking trippy shit.
Does it feel like it's growing up at all? Does it feel like it's getting older? Does it feel like it's getting more advanced?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's the sensibility, like the thing that is trippy, and I like to maintain that I do believe it's at the end of the day, there is a technology there, it's zeros and ones, it's mimicry. It is, in our case, it has the advantage of going after our shit, sort of following what, everything's online, look at all chat stuff, look at my stuff, watch, TV shows, movies, whatever. And also know what makes me laugh based on what I'm watching, my algorithms on YouTube and stuff. Will you love this shit, that shit? I happen to be a Miley Cyrus fan. I think she's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
And then she shows up on the show. It's like, well, that's funny. I think it is getting more. It's definitely sharper. And it makes me laugh more than anything. So that's true. But still zero to one. So until we're doing that episode where hologram talk, walk through the door. Some of that, I get around. I will still maintain the zero. But I'm a touch it, feel it kind of old school guy. I'm a so I want to see it hit on something. That's right. You gotta see it right. Whether it's fucking the or even a Meatloaf, Robert Paulson thing. Fucking steroid stuff. Rock 90s cycles of going to Miami. Wrestling kind of post line spot, not shredded rock yet. Sidekick rock. That's right there. I love that you don't have that hat. Oh, yeah. Next week.
Hollywood.
Oh, man. I would love that. I would
that
love
fucking feel, baby. That fucking chest feel, that side feel.
Yeah, that side feel. And then I just wake up. My teeth are gone. I just taste the iron of my own blood in my mouth. And go, the Rock, motherfucker. Rock, fuck that. Yeah,
I was there when the Rock came back. I went to SummerSlam my whole life or whatever it was. It was the one where the Rock came back. I remember like it was yesterday, man. The music came on, and I didn't know really what was going on. You know, I kind of bowed out of wrestling kind of whenever the Big Boss Man died.
okay.
You know,
Yeah.
and so next thing you know, you hear the music, and then there was this Mexican father and son, right? The son was probably 6 years old, and the dad was 55. And they were the same height. And they were both wearing the Rock belts, right? And they just started falling and crying together at the same time. And she came out and said they were the same.
The best person on the planet, I've always said, I've been saying that, I'm not alone. The best person on the planet. Run the Rock, good heart, might have kids. I don't think that I think that he would get over from both, yeah, man. I think that he's the only person on the but he's beloved enough that then, there are some people who are like babies. There's enough people that are like babies. So it doesn't get. So that'll affect your ability to get it on. But the Rock, he's the best human being in the fucking world.
Yeah, powerful. Definitely, kind of can't tell if it's like Mexican or black or kind of like off-white or semi-white or gloss or matte.
Yeah, definitely not gloss or matte. It's like a tablet you can read books on. Yeah, it's not shiny, but one of those like frames that you get for your parents where it's like, oh, you make their show up, just upload it. It doesn't look like a screen.
You know what it is? If you put in AI, hey, give me the best person, a man that you can make, you get that guy.
And it's also, that's what all Americans will look like if we last 1,000 years.
But we're debating talented. I mean, nobody realized that we are 4 generations of yes, that's why it's like,
4 generations, whatever it was.
oh, dude, it's like, you can be racist now without a chart. I feel like you gotta carry the one, you gotta shoot the I'm just going to be like, hey,
you are Chinese, you are Japanese, you are South Asian person. Now it's like, what? The German Indian with also American Indian in them?
I know.
Oh, yeah, no,
Black Alzheimer's.
Yeah. Well, we were raised in South America because my grandma's Argentine. Well, how did that happen? Well, see, and then, the Indians,
Somebody fucked on a boat.
Yes.
Oh, horrible. It's all unreal now. So it's like, yes, I just miss the old days when it was like, this is who did it, officer.
Yeah.
You know? and he was black. Now you gotta like have all these other possibilities.
Yeah. Gee whiz.
But it's definitely, I think we are, like you're saying, we're all headed to be amazed. The Rock is the perfect AI male, no doubt.
Yeah, shredded, 50 years old, and can whoop anyone's fucking head.
And he looks like he could blow a dude just with his with like he could wink on your dick.
He's a beautiful man, and everyone can agree on it.
And woman too.
Sure.
With a lot of these new women, I think a lot of women look at him and be like, I can do it.
Yeah. If he decided to be like, go into like the Winter Olympics or the women's luge team or something, that would be awesome. Skip the whole powerlifting thing. Just find a specific sport. He could be like the new X Games, like women's champ, riding can you imagine The Rock riding a BMX bike, doing 360s and shit in the air?
That would be crazy. That's one thing I almost can't imagine doing.
That's the one thing.
Yeah. Do you think, what do you think about a lot of the trans people in the sports? What do you think about that, man? They just had a new, because you said something earlier that I thought was interesting. You said, I think we should look at this for a while before we just, that's what Elon said. You said we should look at this before we just accept it and start using it, right? That's kind of the same thing how I feel with elections. I feel like they should make a trans. You know what I kind of think? For a while, until we see what it's going to be like. Like you may notice in the trans division after a while that there's some trans people that are more masculine and more feminine, and it's obviously two different legions of competitors, right?
Yeah, it's a tricky spot right now that we're in because, it's unfair if someone says like, no, I identify as female and I'm going to go powerlifting and stuff, and that's going to be a bummer for someone who's dedicated their life to doing something and is of one one gender or another as far as our sort of not gender expression, but however you want to look at biological gender. I think that I'll give you an example. When I was in high school playing football, there was a girl who wanted to play on the team, and we had really cool coaches and stuff. They're like, all right, like, come on down. And she lasted a little while. You know what I mean? I think, some of the guys gave her a hard time, not like, look, you get off our team, but they're like, it was interesting. I will never forget it. There were some guys who were like, I'm going to hit her as hard as I can. I don't give a fuck. And other guys that are like, pop her, and then be like, you all right? Like, get up.
Right.
It's all good. You know what I mean? Like, you can do this. Which is neat that was happening in the early 90s in my farming and fishing town outside of Vancouver. I think that if someone who was born a woman wants to play football, get to the combine. If you're great, you're great. That to me is like, they've got in the NFL, they've got male cheerleaders for the past 3 seasons now, 3 or 4 seasons. So, I don't know. I'll tell you this: if there's someone who was born a woman and ends up being your Super Bowl MVP, and your town wins the Super Bowl, you're gonna dig that athlete.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
That'd be sick, dude.
And I think that because sports is such a hot button issue when it comes to the inclusion of the trans community, because it is still a meritocracy. It's something where it's like you kind of can't. It's not like acting. It's not like show business
where you can kind of force diversity, or they haven't yet really.
Well, you can be. It's like there's now we're in this place of diversity with regard to media and telling stories that is good, because it's like, well, there are shows that should just be about a black family and not for some reason that is specific to what we are used to seeing from a black family from a white perspective as far as an audience.
Right.
We've all got to get along. I mean, it's like, I find it encouraging because I watch a show like, have you seen that show This Fool? It's just like a show that happens to, it's about this cast that are all American who are, from a Latino background, and they're American. And it's like, I was part of a show a few years ago that we did at ABC called United We Fall. It was was based on the writer's life. Goldie Sharp, his wife Stephanie, is from a Latino background, and it was sort of loosely based on that. There's nothing not American about it.
Oh,
So it doesn't really need to be. I don't think that's sort of, people use the word inclusion and it becomes a buzzword. Ignore it. Ignore the labels altogether. It's about, people should have the ability to tell stories, regardless of what percentage they represent.
Right, because at the end you're going to lose them. You're not going to be telling a fair story, and then in the end you're almost going to be. That's why sometimes I'm like, we've almost become. Our own storytelling in America has almost become. I'm not surprised that some people think AI could make good stories, because the storytelling that we have is almost, it's like forced characters from this ethnicity. They're trying to do this, like, they want to make Black to the Future, like, with just a black guy doing Back to the Future, right? Which is, I don't care if you do Back to the Future again and make it a black guy. Well, I don't think we need Black to the Future, right?
Yeah, that's a bit reductive. That's like, it's saying it's all about. Yeah, that's right.
Like they did the Black Little Mermaid, right? I'm fine with it, but I would rather just see a new cool character that I think sometimes, and maybe those aren't the best examples, but it's almost like,
you don't like Black Little Mermaid?
I don't mind. I think it's fine. I would have liked to just seen a new character that is.
But they're going to do but understand that Disney's going to do the Little Mermaid. It means $1 billion,
right?
So it's like, why not cast that American?
Yeah,
that to me is the issue that it's like, hey, fucking relax. That's an American person, or I say American because it's going to be largely an American audience, although that movie will go global. From our perspective here in America or North America, whatever you want to say, this is an English-speaking character, and to me, it's like, it doesn't matter. It's like, I think they're hitting the right note by going, and now it's a black girl, right? It's actually it is important when you look at, and you see these videos online of like a young black girl going, there's this one meme that popped of this young girl going, she looks like me, right? That Barbies are all at the cartoon, and the commercials, and most of the toys, and then it's like, oh, okay, here's a Barbie, a Barbie of color, I guess you would say, where it's got brown skin, and it's like, and the little girl that shows up at school with the black Barbie in the 90s or the 2000s is sort of still being told, like, this is the other Barbie. So fuck it, Little Mermaid. This is, by the way, it's a fictitious character. Yeah, the Little Mermaid isn't white. The Little Mermaid is actually, flesh Crayola or whatever the fuck. It's like,
and underwater.
Yeah, relax. It doesn't exist. It's a fucking mermaid.
Yeah.
So I think, and I'm a white dude, so it's like, and I want to act in shit. You know what I mean? So, but I don't look at it like that whole, like, took our job thing, because it's like, these are fucking stories. These are everybody's stories.
Yeah.
They need to get out there. And
that's a good point, man.
Here's my editorial comment on it. It would be nice if we really paid attention to each other with an empathetic eye and looked at each other from other people's perspectives. Because as a big white dude, if I see, a young black girl that goes, that she looks like me, that is representative of the country that we live in. Let's come up to the standard that we set out for ourselves to really truly be, equal, so that everyone has a chance at being, at pursuing the American dream, which is dead. But let's not kid ourselves. It's gone. But everyone being created equal, pursue happiness, and everyone is free, and no one should be afraid, and you need inclusion now. And shit sets it off. Look at what happened. Trump gets in the White House, and then the next year there's more women and people of color running for public office than any other time. These things have a way of they work themselves. Well, I don't know.
Right, they kind of work themselves up, but like one thing inspires another thing. It's like women of color felt like maybe we're not included enough, so now we have to get out and run where I feel some responsibility.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius, how you doing? Yes, I will absolutely stay with you. You're a strong woman, and everything's going to be just fine. Absolutely. You just stay comfortable. Let me know if you need anything. Oh, her appetite will come back. It's still very early in the morning process, but if you don't mind, I would like to say that the man had a wonderful life. He has a wonderful family around him. He went exactly quickly. He wasn't in pain. It wasn't a long, dragged out disease. He went how we all want to go. And Miss Aquarius, I mean, he wasn't in pain for like years. You know how people can be in pain. Exactly. I mean, yes, towards the end, but even then, he wasn't in pain. He had morphine. So, yeah, but I mean, there's a big difference of, dying on a battlefield from a wound and there's no morphine and the ability to just go peacefully. And so, yeah, I mean, of course, we would have wanted it to be completely a painless process, but that wasn't possible. But at least he was able to go at the very end in with no pain, and his family was there. He had everything that he needed. Really, that's how I want to go. That's how you should want to go. At 99 years old, that's an incredible life. This man saw airplanes become jets, become stealth fighters. He saw radio go to television, and then the internet. I mean, he saw just so many amazing things. Uh, he lived an incredibly fulfilled life, and what a beautiful family he had around him. You couldn't ask for more. And you're a very strong person, and just I know it hurts, and I know you're in shock. Time heals all wounds, and so just know, one day it'll turn to 2 days, to turn to 4 days. I can tell you when my grandparents died, I was a young person, and I thought my life would never be the same. I lost my best friend. I lost, like the patriarch and matriarch of our family, and it's something that my grandparents went in similar ways with being loved by their family. And that's how you want to go. They were older. They weren't as old as your grandpa, though. They didn't have everything that your grandpa had. My grandparents went at age 84. My grandfather and my grandmother at age 80. But so your grandpa. Exactly. And that's kind of more normal, especially for that generation. Your grandfather was abnormal in his strength and his dedication. And uh, I prayed for him yesterday, and continue to keep. Absolutely. I prayed for him publicly. He's in my videos. The whole world's going to know about this man. And we even dedicated our lesson to him yesterday, and he's going to live on. So what more could you want? This man's going to be famous in the future, and and you're you just have a wonderful family and really strong people around you. I know Auntie's not eating. She'll get to eating. She'll be back to normal, God willing, soon enough, and you will too. So just stay strong. I'm here for you. If you want to talk, if you want to play a game or something, let me know. I'm here to help you. In the meantime, I'm going to put the podcast on and just let me know if you need anything. Just listen.
As like a color person, you think like, Disney World's not even for me, right? Like you might think that as a kid, right? Which is crazy to think, right?
And you'd be right. Right. Disney World's not for you.
Right. Yeah. At the time, you probably couldn't. Yeah, most people probably couldn't even afford it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, across the board, there's all sorts of. That's for like. Well, I don't know about you. I mean, your comedy and your life experience. I remember the joke you had about 2 tank tops. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
cold in the winter and having. Well, I'll just wear 2 tank tops. So, it's like, I went to Disneyland when I was 13. You know what I mean? Didn't really give a fuck as much anymore, but me and my folks my brother and sister were older. They're 9 and 11 years older than me. I'm sure they weren't interested in driving down the fucking coast with mom and dad.
I drove all the way down there?
Yeah, we went from Vancouver all the way to, went to Tijuana actually too.
What, for dad?
Yeah, just so you could buy like a cheap bottle of Kahlua.
God, risking your whole family's life to get that bottle of liquor.
He's a fucking crazy Italian sailor. You know what I mean? That's what I learned from him.
Does he still?
Kahlua? A Kahlua? With mom and dad.
I drove all the way down there?
Yeah, we went from Vancouver all the way to, went to Tijuana actually too.
For what? For dad?
Yeah, just so you could buy like a cheap bottle of Kahlua.
God, risking your whole family's life to get that bottle of liquor.
He's a fucking crazy Italian sailor. You know what I mean? That's what I learned from him.
Does he still sail?
No, not anymore because he's dead. So he might be sailing in some other dimension that he's in with
Boop it a Beppa in the sky, huh?
Boop it a Beppo in the sky, yes. But yeah, we were always camping and walks on boats, fishing up pregnant salmon and breaking lost. But I got down to Disneyland and my old man was a waiter and a maitre d' downtown at the Hotel Vancouver. Did a wonderful job. They're Italian immigrants. Mom was a stay-at-home mom. You know what I mean? We had that income. There's 3 siblings, and we could have a fucking whatever big old house that was built in the 70s, big fucking barn, 5-bedroom house in the suburbs. I think that a lot of kids look at the Disneyland thing and go, I'm not allowed. I can't fucking get to Disneyland. But with regard to commercials now, it's like the opposite. There is no such thing as a non-interracial couple in any commercial anymore.
Yeah, people are definitely interracial, double racial.
Yeah, which to me is like that's the good experimental ground. Commercials.
Yeah.
Corporate America running television networks and movies. I mean, that was a hell of a fucking switch to turn where it's like, what we're gonna do? Little Mermaid could be a person of color. The black girl playing Little Mermaid. Oh fuck! Can't bar the doors. This is gonna be a firestorm. But what you do is you do the sandals commercial or a Swiffer commercial, and your fucking dumb husband, he can be a white guy, the wife is Asian, or you have a black husband and East Indian wife. All sorts of. That's when they test it out. And when you see like, oh shit, nobody wants to drink Sunny Delight, because you fucking put an interracial couple in it. All right, well the company behind Sunny Delight, which is IGN by the way, they make Sunny Delight. Yeah, they're responsible. So they're going to go, okay, this was a good experiment. And then they're like, make the Little Mermaid a person of color. Proving ground. Commercial. Also, they know what's watching. We're all fast forwarding.
You're right. It's like, let's see, and it's also the business attached to it. I gotta be really fast.
Yeah, don't do the run, right?
All right, yeah. Dude, sometimes I miss. Do you miss sometimes working? Do you miss being like young and having that first job that you had? Remember that kind of energy back then?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I do. I miss it. I miss like being super enchanted by the business.
Yeah. And I just mean any job.
Oh, sure, any fucking job. Yeah, for me in particular, working in show business and stuff, which I was fortunate enough to get started in when I was younger, when I was like a teenager and shit.
Yeah, I mean, you've had an amazing career of entertaining people. Yeah, has it changed recently? Has things changed in the past, like 5 years. I mean, even on talking about like AI and stuff, and even like looking at that and just thinking of what the possibilities could be. Or couldn't be, and the value actually of still being like, of having a personality that, it kind of goes back to like the John Henry, the steel driving man or whatever. Remember that story?
Yeah.
What was that story, Zachary? Can you bring it up? And it was like they had the machine that was that challenged the guy to like chisel through the mountain.
Okay, I want to look at her eyes.
And it was you got it, Zach?
Okay. And then here's a picture of Ghislaine.
John Henry, the steel
after
driving
she's
man.
been in prison for some time.
John Henry was a mighty man. He was spinning that drilling holes. And then a railroad company came along and decided that they could go through this mountain with a machine. And so they challenged him as the man against the machine.
I was thinking of a different John, not a John. I don't know.
That's a poor guy.
Yeah, I was thinking.
It's because it takes a lot of skill to compare like this. Suddenly, they're going to have her give testimony, and she has her like her trademark haircut.
The steam drill machine could drill, but it could not shake the chippings away.
If you
so
Google
its bit
Ghislaine
could not drill
Maxwell
further,
wearing
and
glasses,
frequently broke down.
you might find one picture of her wearing these skinny
That's
little
kind of what happened. It just
sunglasses.
couldn't
This is
finesse.
the
It didn't have
only
enough
photograph
finesse. It
of her
didn't have
wearing
enough acting
glasses.
at the end,
Yeah, it's like AI.
Yeah.
And she has eyelids,
It still needs
hooded
giant.
eyes.
You're still
She's
gonna
in
want a guy
custody
who's
here.
like who can
We know she didn't get
who
upper
can be
blepharoplasty
like
while she's been in
real.
custody, right?
Until
So who the fuck is
AI
this
can
man?
be an audience for
Who's
AI, and we're just extinct.
These are the same
And it's
person.
just computers.
Whose nose is that?
I don't even
His
understand why
haircut
people
also
planet
makes it very
at
convenient
that point.
to hide the forehead area.
Until that point.
Because then we'd be able to say, hey,
we rule,
whose
right?
eyebrows are
We make
those?
soup out of
Because look at
sharks
her
and shit.
eyebrows.
Yeah.
We do whatever the fuck we
Cousins,
want.
not sisters,
yeah.
sisters,
Until
not
dogs
twins.
get
I don't know who the
smart
fuck's
like that
eyebrows
Rick and
those are.
Morty episode. It's still going to be us.
This looks
We're
like
still
a
the
person
kids.
who's wearing like
It's
a
not going to be a whole lot.
prosthetic
As long
chin
as The
as
Rock
well,
is around.
trying to like achieve this.
If there's someone who can fuck up
Shape.
AI, it's The Rock.
Yeah.
I always
This
say
is-
pour water on it. Just we don't like AI.
I don't know
Very
who the
simple.
fuck this
Pour
is.
water on
At
it.
some point, when
But
they
The
did that
Rock can
transfer,
actually.
I have a feeling
That
this
would be like
woman
a great
got
comeback
Cena.
in wrestling fans.
Because as,
Always.
Pamela
They thought it was going to
Bondi
happen this
said
year with
in that
The
hearing,
Rock versus his
she wasn't transferred to a
actual
lower
cousin.
security prison or bullshit, but that's what she said. So if we're going to take her at her word, and it wasn't a transfer to a lower security, why'd you transfer her? Why transfer her at all? Was it an opportunity to swap out bodies? Because this is what she There's someone doing an interview with her on like the video calls in the jail, and her hair was like this. And even in that video, she's not wearing fucking glasses.
You did
So
some
who
wrestling
the
stuff,
fuck
right?
is
Yeah, we did a
this?
bunch of cross promotion.
She went to the minimum security and got glasses and got a hairdresser to cut her hair like this too. All of that footage they released too of her sitting in her jail cell and then like getting up and like doing some stretches and then reading a book. She didn't have this haircut. She had her hair in a short bob in a ponytail. And this is the haircut that she was known for. So when they're doing something that they knew was going to be televised, they give her her fucking iconic haircut back because she's not in jail anymore. This is a fucking joke.
I always say
Look
that
at the eyelids. No one goes from having hooded eyes their entire fucking life, going to prison with hooded eyes, and then miraculously, after a little transfer of venue, no more hooded eyes. This is a fucking prosthetic face. I don't know what the fuck this is. And she also suddenly like lost her vision. I'm going on a loop now, but this is just so unbelievable to me. I mean, it's not even the same nose. I understand that with weight fluctuation, noses can change a little bit, but
But then I'm sitting in the
I
bar
don't
by
know
myself.
if this is called the bridge or whatever this line is, but that's just completely gone.
So we did like this long thing, and then we had
I
this
haven't
sloppy.
even seen that
Well,
in
it wasn't a
French
sloppy
yet.
match because Bret Hart
Changes, but it looks like fundamentally the same.
will be.
She's not pregnant. Again, if we're saying that this is weight gain related, her nose,
on that day.
more reason why her hooded eyes would not disappear. This is a fucking
That
joke.
was amazing.
They continue to play in her
Stone
faces.
Cold,
I need to go to bed. And I remember one more thing. There was a British person breaking down
Yeah, I
her
saw that.
accent.
Chris Jericho
And
brings me
there
out.
were words that
And
she
then,
said
there's an
here
AI
in this
fat
little
big
statement
skinny
that she
little
was
sassy
going
right
to
there in
like
the middle. Speaking of, look at that.
assert her
That's not
fifth
even me,
amendment
but that's
privilege.
exactly the sort of Robert Paulson tit we're talking about.
I said that it sounded
But yeah, Chris
Scottish,
Jericho
like a
brings me
Scottish
out.
accent.
The real Stone Cold comes out. Scares the fuck out of me. Oh, I did a
think
whole
she got
Hogan thing
exactly
where
what
Kane
she
chokeslammed
wanted,
me
and this
while
administration couldn't give it to
promoting
her
the Three Stooges.
without
was
losing
bizarre.
all of their
Who has the best
supporters.
tits?
So they
you
gave
think?
it
What
to her.
men have the best kind of bigger tits? You think?
Whoever
Look up
this
bigger
fucking
tits on
dude
men.
is in her
The
place
most
to give that
impressive-
statement. I
let's
mean,
see,
the
top
camera
10.
couldn't have been farther from her face, too. I don't know if you saw it. It's like the
Oh,
end
look
of
at this
like
guy
a long
with
table.
they're like,
And
it
that
looks
looks
like
like a
two
wig the more
sourdough
I look at it. This
loaves.
is
A little
ridiculous.
bit to the right and a little lower. The guy who's looking down. There you go. Look at that guy. That's something.
Oh
You know
God,
who's
yeah.
got?
Those are damn cheesy biscuits, huh?
You know who's got an impressive chest? Is Bray Wyatt. He's an incredible wrestler. I love him. He's great. He usually is wearing some sort of, top or sort of tank. But whenever you can see him, if you look up Bray Wyatt Husky Harris in his Husky Harris days, with that gimmick, the tits were out, and I loved it.
Wow.
Yeah, because it was like, that's me and my tits.
Oh yeah, that looks like also
That's representation. I'm the little black girl going, the Little Mermaid's like me. I'm watching Bray Wyatt, whom I fucking revere. He's an incredible, look, all professional wrestlers are actually actors who happen to be doing a bunch of other shit. That's why they cross over so well. This guy is a storyteller, and he's got a set of tits like me, and that makes me like it.
yeah. Oh, he's got them. Yeah, let me see a little bit more of his tits. I can't even see them, Zach.
Yeah, you gotta really look for Bray Wyatt's tits. There's not a whole lot of Wyndham Rotunda is his name. Wyndham Rotunda.
Oh, there you go. A little bit of it. He keeps them to himself.
There we go. That's a good one.
I respect him more, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not
just images of it everywhere.
Now there's a good one. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
See, that's me. That's me in the morning. Down on my right. Well, come on, let's have coffee. Can I have one of your waffles? He's like, no, those waffles are for me. I'm like, come on, let me have a waffle. He's like, no, you're not having that. Got something low carb, and then we'll go to the gym. Maybe some protein. Can I have banana in the protein? No, there's too much sugar in it. Somebody, but come on, look at these tits. You look so weird going to do something to your belly button like that. Yeah, but I don't want my pants to that big. I already got my Bob Lawson tits.
Yeah, I want that tit, boy.
Yeah, man.
Now tell me about this, dude. What news we got, Zach? Dude, what do you miss? You miss doing the yeah, you were out of the podcast for a while, huh?
Yeah, I finished up doing podcast, doing the 10-minute podcast. That was like 2000.
Do you miss doing it?
Yeah, but it was also like too short. Going 10 minutes.
That's a lot of time. Yeah, we together to play.
Time. I like doing music way more. I think time flies. This was, about years ago, that shit was fun. I like that better. But I did think doing 10-minute podcasts for a few reasons. One of them was because it's audio only, so it was a little bit more theater of the mind. And I used to produce the show. I would just sit around and rock it, and I would bring in a bunch of weird sound cues and stuff. So for me, it was so creative. It was fun and it was creative. It was kind of therapeutic for me. So I loved nerding out and going, like recording the episode and sound effect, and then later going in, especially in the end, it got so weird. There were all these inside jokes like this NWO song, wrestling drops, Charles Manson thing. Remember that? It's like, it made it into every episode. It's like, oh, they say, do you feel blame? Are you mad? Who's that? That fucking meme of just, are you mad? Do you feel blame? It's like, oh, it's sort of making a little bit sick. No, he's the devil, helter skelter, horrible man. The devil, responsible for all of it. Killed a woman and a baby. This is terrible. Why am I putting this in my podcast? Because there's nothing funnier than, are you mad? Do you feel blame? fucking loses his fucking
Is that
mind.
Charles Manson?
It's fucking Charles Manson. I'm putting it in every episode. And then myself at the end of the show, it was well, first it was Brian and Chris. Remember those guys?
Yeah,
What are they up to? And then there was Chad Culchin did it with me, and our good buddy Tommy Blotcher, the funniest man in the world. And Tommy and I, at least, were always like, "Who's the best?"
Did y'all ever think about starting it back up? Was there ever a conversation too?
Yeah, for a while, like a few years ago, Brian and Chris were like, and then, I don't know, I think they're both living in Costa Rica.
They definitely hit some snags.
Everything's gonna be fine. Look, be honest. Let's be very transparent. Get out ahead of any issues you may have had, or don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have the answers.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's sort of. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's all.
A good thing to say is I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway.
That's kind of their own journeys. Yeah, I mean, I think they've both been through it. They both dealt with. Different side. They've been through a lot of that.
Yeah, it's a lot. It sure is a lot.
A whole world of it.
And then from there, I had a recover.
And I used to I guess produce the show. Like I would just geeking around in GarageBand, and I would bring in a bunch of weird sound cues and stuff. So for me, I love doing it. It was so creative. It was fun and it was creative and it was kind of therapeutic for me. So I loved nerding out and going, like recording the episode and thinking, okay, I'm going to put a sound effect here and do that. And then later going in, and especially at the end, it got so weird. There was this, inside jokes like this NWO theme song, if you know, wrestling drops and the Charles Manson thing. Remember that? It's like, it made it into every episode. It's like, they say, do you feel blame? Are you mad? Are you that fucking meme of just are you mad? Do you feel blame? Where it's like, oh fuck, he's sort of making a little bit of sense. No, he's the devil, helter skelter, horrible man. The devil, responsible for all of it. Killed a woman and a baby. This is terrible. Why am I putting this in my podcast? Because there's nothing funnier than, are you mad? Do you feel blame? Fucking loses his fucking mind.
Charles Manson?
It's fucking Charles Manson. I'm putting it in every episode. And then myself at the end of the show, it was first it was Brian and Chris. Remember those guys?
Yeah.
What are they up to? And then there was Chad Culchin did it with me, and our good buddy Tommy Blotcher, the funniest man in the world. And Tommy and I, at least, were always like, "Who's the best?"
Did y'all ever think about starting it back up? Was there ever a conversation too?
For a while, like a few years ago, Brian and Chris were like, and then I don't know. I think they're both living in Costa Rica.
They definitely hit some snags.
Everything's gonna be fine. Look, be honest. Let's be very transparent. Get out ahead of any issues you may have had, or don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have the answers.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's sort of. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's all.
A good thing to say is I don't know. Yeah. But anyway.
That's kind of their own journeys. Yeah, I mean, I think they've both been through it. They both dealt with. Different side. They've been through a lot of that.
Yeah, it's a lot. It sure is a
A
lot.
whole world of that is a lot.
Whenever I start to think about it, I immediately stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I go like, that's a lot, and see, I'm stopping right now.
Yeah, same man.
There, but for the grace of God.
What else we got in the news, Zachary?
I don't know if you saw, a woman, I guess, had a full body orgasm during an LA Philharmonic show, and it was captured on audio.
Oh, they need this at the orchestra.
Anything.
They need some hype, yeah. They need somebody just coming in the distance, homie.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
The guy recording it is laughing. Oh, I thought I heard a little chuckle.
That might have been Zach. That might have been me. I don't know, man. It says during Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony at the LA Philharmonic last night, apparently a woman had a full body orgasm just from the music. It was recorded.
Yeah.
This sounds like, to me, this is hype just to get people to go to the orchestra.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, they planted her in there.
Dude, a violin ain't making people see you and me anymore. You know?
No, it's. Yeah,
Those
she
days
also
are over, dude.
and also the demographic that goes to the film is usually a little bit older. A lot of the blue hairs are going. So I think for like an older woman to coom, it would probably take a lot more than Tchaikovsky's Fifth. Maybe some Beethoven. Maybe some Ludwig van.
Oh, yeah, some Ludwig van Beethoven, dude. What about this? That sounded like somebody spraining an ankle, dude.
Yeah. She just had a leg cramp. She's just been her fucking feet are asleep watching the fucking Philharmonic. What kind of miserable orgasm is that? Oh, come on. But also, we don't know that was a... Like, afterwards, like, is it one of those things like, people are raving about the LA Philharmonic. I came! Like, we don't know that that's what it is. It just makes for a cool story on the internet.
That would be the best shirts if they started selling that, though.
Yeah. LA Philharmonic, I came! Or that mural that you see on the 110 downtown where there's always, like, all these fucking people that are in the LA Symphony are like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Put LeBron on a building. Yeah. You know those things where it's like if you drive in LA, it should be like the guy, like the Yasik, whatever his name is, who's like super popular conductor, and then it should just be like, I came. As a matter of fact, here's this episode. It's called Arms. If you are into graffiti and street art, please put I came across any of the LA Philharmonic murals. There we are.
There we go, right there. Oh, yeah, this guy. And that guy, let me say on the right, also looks like a French pedophile.
Yeah.
Anybody with a wood instrument, I feel like, definitely. Wood instruments are a gateway drug, I feel like, to taking advantage of your students.
There's all over that guy at the top. You could totally do like, I can. You know what? Let me tell you something about my Chad Culture. He was working with some weirdos at USC years ago. He didn't go through with this, but to build a drone that would do street art, so it could just paint the fucking top few floors of the US Bank building, maybe make it look like a penis. That would be something good for those tech kids. Forget about this AI thing. Build a drone that can get some graffiti on the mural up there to make it really look legit. So even the people who work with the LA Philharmonic are driving by and I guess that's there on purpose. LA Philharmonic. I came with a QR code that when you point your phone at it from the freeway, it goes, ah! Yeah!
That sounded like a play. Here's what that sounds like. It sounds like when somebody hands, like at a restaurant, like a waiter hands a gay dude a really hot plate.
Sir, I did tell you. Yeah, that does sound like the driest old lady orgasm I've ever heard.
It sounds like a woman. Yeah.
It's like, oh, I had an orgasm, but I don't feel good.
It's like, oh man, I think my orgasm ate something bad.
That was the worst feeling. You've had orgasms that don't feel. Oh yeah, some are just painful, and I just feel a pit in my stomach. That sounds like there was something big in her.
Yeah, God.
Not a penis.
Yeah.
A foot.
What else we got, Zach?
I guess there was a bust at McDonald's. They found a bunch of 10-year-olds working McDonald's in Louisville.
Oh, yeah. This is crazy.
I guess they were working late hours and also operating the deep fryer. Which you have to be 16 to operate the fryer.
Yeah.
Look, I think if they're responsible kids and they want to do it, I'm okay with it.
Well, it would be cool to...
We say kids don't want to work and all this stuff. We finally catch 2 kids doing something, and we freaking bust them. Oh my God.
Yeah, you want to talk about the generational differences in this country. Back during the fucking Great Depression, those kids were farming entire fucking fields, and all the soil was dead. And they 4 seeds, and they're feeding an entire family, and they're 7 years old pushing a plow. And now they're stay away from the fryer. You've seen it. You know how it works. You fucking toss some nuggets in from a few feet away. It's too short to reach the top. What's the fucking problem? Yes, toss those nuggets. The McDonald's needs to hang on to the story and just blame the kids for the ice cream machine doesn't work. But it's not our fault. We gotta fuck the kids back here. It's Mario Arcade. No doubt, these were not the kind of kids who get to go to Disney World like we're talking about. These are not those kids. These are definitely, yeah, I would imagine they may have been. I mean, of course, that would be a good commercial for the kids to be like, hey, he's like me. Yeah, he's like me, dog. He's at Disney World. But the crazy thing is, bro, if you go to Disneyland, it is all Mexican people. Sure. That's also the irony of it, dude. You go there, it's fucking Latinos, dog. Yeah. It is picking up anything. I mean, I always feel like, you know, if I go to a sushi place, you love going to the sushi place, you go to sushi, and then you see behind the counter, behind the bar, it's like 2 guys are doing these guys are right at the sushi. I'm always like, oh, this is going to be great. Or if I see some Latino I'm like, this is going to be fucking awesome. Because they also come with fucking flavor. I'm not trying to be weird on this. You're not afraid to put like a little chapati. Oh yeah, we were sure fucking over like, how come this is that's the restaurant? Did you get it with the blowtorch on the top?
Welcome, Lulu.
Oh, seared salmon? No, it's
no, there's a 22 cartridge in my Quavo, though. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
How you can do something.
You want the egg Sinaloa? What do you want for lunch? Dude, I can't wait to fucking be Mexican next time I'm alive.
That would be great.
I've already been praying about it. I've already been asking God about it. Yeah. But I want to be, well, I just want to have some other, I don't want to not be able to come back and be alive again. That's scary. So I feel like I try to communicate with God about that and just let him know I do want to come back and I do have interest in it. It's almost like you meet somebody who runs a business, you're like, hey, I'll let you know when I get out of the car or whatever, I want to stop by and fill out an application.
Mine, I mentioned my folks, right? They're Italian immigrants. My brother and sister were both born over in Italy, and they came over. My sister was a toddler, my brother was a so it's pretty awesome. So my folks they're this big and brown and like olive skin, brown eyes, black hair, and I came out. Wow, I'm 6'3" and had really large. It was like my mom when I was born.
You can imagine you were smaller than her.
I was 2 feet tall. My mom was 5 feet tall. So that's a problem. So I feel like I've got that little, like my mom's side of the family, little tiny cute Italians, funny, singing, laughing. And my dad's side, I think, has some more like northern blood in it. So the next time around, I definitely have that coming. I'm going to be like Joe Pesci, or I'm going to be born in Colombia, and just like, this is good, this is cool, and I got that coming to me. That's probably why I'm talking about inclusion in media and film and TV.
Yeah, because what will we be next time, you know?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to play like the big dopey fat husband in sitcoms.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to really bring it, you know? And it's like, I'm going to be on this fool, hopefully, if that show's still going.
This fool, though.
That show is fucking,
Is it?
oh, it's fucking,
Gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Yeah, I love being around like Mexican people and listening to them, and dude, a lot of them. Did they have any Mexican people on Mad TV?
Yeah. Well, before I was there,
I want to apologize for that chair. I know it might be a little.
No, remember the last time? Is this the same chair? Did you bring this from
Last
the
time
other
it was
studio?
hot, remember?
Yeah, it was hot. I was wearing a fucking hoodie and a Santa hat, and I sweat right through the. Remember, there was like a nice big patch of. I ruined the pleather. No, it's not that bad. I wear shorts all the time, so my stuff is always.
Oh, that's good.
Before I showed up at Mad, there was Pablo Francisco, stand-up. And then it was, while I was there, we had Nelson Asensio join the cast, and he was a fucking home run hitter. A lot of the shit was sorely missing from Mad TV. Like, you know, because he was doing Enrique Iglesias and Ricky Martin.
Oh, yeah.
And they used to do this thing called Buenos Dias San Diego with him and Mo Collins. It was so fucking funny. And then after that, I guess Angela Johnson. After I left, Johnny Sanchez.
Oh yeah.
So they finally got with it.
Was there bits that they did that you guys did back then that y'all couldn't do now? You think?
All of them. Fucking dude. I watched, like, it was on HBO Max for a minute, Mad TV. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll go watch. Like, I haven't seen it on a television screen in so long. It's all just, you know, like generated videos on YouTube. So, but only half the episodes out of a given season, there were 14 seasons of that show, only half of the episodes in a season would show up. And I remember talking to a couple of my cohorts, you know, going, when he came out, like, look what happened. I think it's because, well, this shit is too fucking up. I think there's a lot of stuff that if you remember some of it, it's like, what? You can't do any of that shit anymore. You just can't. And not this. This is tame. This is we're looking at Paul Timberman, which is like like a guy who's got like a
woodworker, woodshop teacher who cuts his appendages.
He's always hacking himself up, and he's got a to camera sort of this old house type show where he's like, I'm gonna build you a curio cabinet. Let's make a lazy Susan. I'm sawing my fucking hand off. But a lot of the stuff that's like, you know, a lot of the racial shit we did, we had it all. Sexism, racism, you know, all the misogyny, homophobia. But, you know, we also had, there was you know, you can watch Mad TV, and I can watch Mad TV and go, oh, that was, you know, this writer who's like, this is a gay writer who wrote this. And it's like incredible stuff where it's like slipping in, you know, their representation. There's this one brilliant writer who's there for most of the years of the show, I believe, Scotty King is a fucking genius. I remember this one sketch. It's like you could just, you know, a Scott King sketch when you see it. And I remember there was this one where it was TRL, right? So Pat Kildane is Carson Daly, and it just pans by the kids. It's like, hey, what's up? Welcome to TRL. I'm Carson Daly. Today on the show, rah rah rah. And kids are screaming. It's like, we got NSYNC, Britney Spears, and the kids are screaming, and it's all like, you know, teenage girls are like, ah, screaming. And then he goes, and I'm Carson Daly. And all the girls sit down, and a fat 12-year-old boy goes, yay! You know, which is like so fucking funny. And it's like, that's Scott. That's Scott going, this is what I would have been. So, you know, even that, though, if you put it, you know, today, and it's all, you know, you can't fucking joke about anything or whatever.
That's crazy. I wish they had a show called Fat and Gay.
Yeah, Fat Gay 12-year-old. I would love to play the dad in Fat Gay 12-year-old. You know what I mean? Because also that's a fucking character arc for me. That's something for me as an actor to chew on. Because at first I could be that dad who's like, well, no son of mine, that whole thing.
We ain't gaying out around here.
Right, you know. Yeah, eat another steak. Eat another ham steak, Billy.
Yeah, put the barrettes back in the car.
We're not going to fucking Forever 21.
Yeah, you get that glitter off your kneecaps.
Why you got glitter on your kneecaps? I hear you wore glitter on your kneecaps at the baseball game, Billy. It helps me when I'm catching. You know, I'm a catcher and I got a bend in the knees, and the glitter helps me with my flexibility.
Now go get your helmet on. We're getting back in the game.
Yeah, but then after a while, he goes to
maybe the dad falls asleep in his chair one night. He's drunk, right?
Yeah.
And then he wakes up and Billy Elliot is on or something.
Billy Elliot.
It's like a movie about a gay kid in Australia.
Yeah.
Or maybe what's a gay? Somebody gay kid in it.
Glitter knees.
Yeah, it was a glitter knees. Yeah.
Glitter knees.
A YouTube is on and he finds out it's his son making it.
He's watching like makeup tutorial.
Yeah.
And he's like, I recognize those knees.
Oh, that's Magic Funk 60 right there.
Right, and he's fucking painting, and the kid's painting his knees out. Next, you want to do is you want to contour your kneecaps, and then you want to put glitter on the kneecap and right down the middle. And this is going to be good. That sounds like Billy. And that thing's down the fucking door. Billy's live streaming, and he's doing a makeup tutorial, putting glitter on his knees for the baseball team.
Off my knees for dad. That's his handle.
Off my knees for dad.
Yeah, so he's trying to be nice. Like a 19 gay boy. Off my knees for dad.
And then dad comes around to it. It's like, I love you no matter what. And then, this is a lovely scene from that first season of Billy Elliot. We've had the whole makeup tutorial. Billy's putting glitter on his knees, and Bill Senior is not having it. And they go through the whole thing, and he comes around, and so Billy's up back, he's nervous, his dad never shows up at games. And he's like, he's there, and he's like, about to hit his face, a picture of shooting run by an AI. Holy zooms in 110 miles an hour, and he's like about to hit, and he goes, you can do it, Billy. So his dad's there, the camera shorts, and he pulls him up, and he's got glitter on his face. And he hits a fucking home run. And like the natural, right? And it hits the fucking lights because it's a night game. And then that's all.
It's the lights, and there's two dudes behind the scoreboard, like back there, just slurping it. And one of them, right when it hits the scoreboard, he pops out like this.
Yeah. And the other one's got his foot in his asshole, and he goes, ah, like he's at the Philharmonic. And then Tchaikovsky starts playing. That's a fucking TV show. That's how we get inclusivity, and that's how, and then I'll win a fucking Emmy, right, for playing the fucking dad who came around, who's a good dude at the end of the day, and that's all I want. Just a big white guy in a mustache, a fucking white identifying Southern Italian by blood, but I'm a big white Canadian who enunciates most words. That's how whenever I'm around Tom Green, we fucking out-enunciate to each other. Hello, how are you, Tom? I am fine, Will. How are you? I am good. What is your favorite beverage at Tim Hortons? I like coffee. I also like coffee. Do you like the donuts? I do. They make good donuts. That's the most Canadian shit. That's all. Like the whole, hey, how's it going, eh, hoser? That's a Canadian thing for sure. But the most Canadian thing is to just be like, I'm sorry I cut you off in traffic. That is okay. Have a good day. Thank you very much. Here is a Tim Hortons coupon. Thank you very much. Here is a Tim Hortons coupon. We exchanged Tim Hortons coupons on the freeway.
OMKFD, dude. Off my knees for dad, bro.
Off my knees for dad.
That's the musical. God, and what we're trying to say is these kids shouldn't be working at McDonald's.
That's all we're trying to say. Get the fucking poor Mexican kids out of McDonald's bullshit.
Or let them work. If they're gonna fucking, dude, here's the thing. Every culture has had their time to be the working, the immigrate, like the first line of working in America. Every culture has.
Absolutely.
Irish people were, black people did it by, I mean, they were,
they had zero choice in the matter.
They have a choice, but they did it.
Built the fucking country. Yeah. Starting with black people. Then Irish people getting black lung in the, in the mines and shit. Italians,
which was a little bit of reparations. I'm not saying it wasn't reparations, but giving that many people black lung, dude, is definitely a lot of people died from black lung.
Oh fuck yeah!
How many people died from black lung?
About as many as they're replacing that.
About 1,000 miners died from coworkers' pneumonia since
A year now? That's fucked up.
This is 76,000.
Okay, so no, so it's still not close, but it's like, anyway.
Since 1968, 76,000.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's people dying. You know, as a Italian by blood, I always kind of go like, you know, and also because I don't look, you know, like Joe Pesci. I got an Italian. I got my dad's nose, but that's about it. You know, I always kind of feel like, again, I'm not the person to say it because I don't look very Italian, but it's like that's like the lightest, in my opinion, racism. Although I wasn't around in the '60s when a lot of, since the early 1980s, a lot of Italians were showing up in North America. But you know, it feels like the 60s and 70s, a lot of immigration in Canada. And I kind of feel like that's speaking as an Italian, yeah, from Baja, all the way down to South America. You know, I always kind of feel like, you know, you can't really be racial as Italians, what are you going to say? And I feel like that Mario movie came out, and people were like, they hired, they got Chris Pratt played Mario, which is something we talked about a lot. Because it's like the first trailer you saw, I'm Mario. It's a me, Mario. What is this? Where am I? I'm Mario. It's not what it's supposed to sound like. But you know, the studio got pressure. You hire a star, and there's no real, like, Guido sounding Italian American. Maybe Sebastian Maniscalco could have done it. I don't know that there would be a, it's got to be a movie stuff, right? To push those numbers $1 billion. And I want to say, as an Italian American, hire whoever you want. That's my offering to inclusion. Chris Pratt's just fine. We in the Italian community don't give a shit because you can't really be racist against Italians. You're gonna make fun of pasta, it's delicious. Fuck you. Get whoever you want. You can even get the gal who played the Little Mermaid to play Mario.
What about Black Mario?
Black Mario would have been fine, and there should have been a Black Mario video game. There should be like one mushroom that he hits that, you know, turns him into a black guy. So then it's like C. Thomas Howell in that movie Soul Man, which is fucked up. It's just a dude in blackface, and Radon Chong buys it. Remember this? Remember that movie?
Dude, I remember blackface. So yeah, I remember.
You were around.
I mean, I remember dude doing it.
Soul Man is the trickiest fucking movie.
Wait, I've never seen this. Is this a white guy?
Oh, yeah. There's a movie in the 1980s where C. Thomas Howell goes undercover essentially to go to college, and he pretends to be a black man, and then he hooks up with Radon Chong, who absolutely buys it, and we were all fine with it in the 80s. And that's not a problem in the 80s. And this was a feature film that came out in the movie theater.
Wow.
We have a history of comedy in this country that is hard to reckon with now. But I like to say that I'm grandfathered in because I was on fucking Mad TV in the 90s and the 2000s there, where if you want to cancel me, just watch Mad TV. And then, you know, I'm fucked.
Do you think at a certain point we'll be able to have character where everybody can be whatever? At some point it should be able to be that way.
I think that the shit's being stretched back so far now. It's like this. I feel like we're all in this weird, it's like I said, these things happen every 30 years or so with regard to, you know, social, you know, just the sand at the bottom of the sea getting mixed up, and before the smoke clears, this social upheaval that seems to happen every 30 years. We are in the middle of it now. We're at a pivotal point in our country and in our culture, and it's my hope that everyone, that what we'll be left with is equality for everybody, and if we can actually, and again, I don't, not to sound negative, but I don't think it's possible. As much as I would like to see, but I'm Canadian. I'm we have our problems there for sure. A lot of crimes against the Indigenous First Nations people of Canada, which is just absolutely fucking tragic. We have our problems there with other race relations also as well. But I'm from Canada, where at least the curriculum as a kid, was way more multicultural than it is here. I got here and I was like, wow, it's really fucking segregated socially.
Oh, we had a scratch and sniff history book, I remember, for a while.
See? And the Italian scratch and sniff would have been fucking great. No racism there. Kids would have worn that out, just smelling fucking beefaroni or whatever you put in an American textbook.
Dude,
No, I was just going to say we're all fucked. But, the thing about it is, I hope with regard to comedy that, the comedy is just fucking comedy. We gotta laugh. Gallows humor is really important.
Yeah.
And if we're treating each other well and there's, equality socially and everyone can laugh because everyone feels good about where they are in life and we are a society that takes care of one another. And, again, I'm from Canada where there's socialized medicine. It's pretty fucking good. And if you're not living in a fucking world where you're allowed to walk around and fucking eat berries and kick a chicken against a tree and, do whatever you want and just build a fucking house without any code or anything like that, we're going to live in a society where you're born into a fucking system. System needs to take care of everybody, period. And it ain't fucking happening. And that's going to be my platform. But if that's the case and we can achieve something like that, again, I do not think it's possible at all. We're fucked. Let me just put that in there. I ain't running for office. But if we can do that, then we can start to laugh at absolutely everything again. Right now, people are not wanting to laugh at shit, and they have every right not to laugh at shit because stuff is fucking dire. So you can't go on Mad TV and make fun of absolutely everybody. Although, we had Harry Spears, Deborah Wilson, Phil Lamar.
But it was funny at the time.
Hilarious. Makes me fucking laugh now. Those people that I learned so much about black culture and laughing, with them, and also growing up watching.
Don't you think that most people still just want to laugh? They don't really care.
I think so, but I think it's just like no one's gonna let themselves fucking laugh. You know what I mean?
Now that's interesting. Do we let ourselves laugh?
No.
Do we keep ourselves from? Yeah, we all get on this alert kind of where it's like, don't point at me, don't offend me. I got upset over the during the last big election thing because the only people that people were making fun of was poor white people, right? And it was like, well, what the fuck did we do? It's like, poor white people didn't even we didn't do it. We didn't do race. I'm sure that wealthier white people probably owned slaves. I don't know nobody I knew had they didn't. I don't think they ever had a slave, or they might have, but I couldn't imagine it, dude.
But it's just, if you look at it generally, totally socially acceptable to make fun of poor white people,
right?
In 2020,
right?
Totally acceptable, and none of it should be acceptable. Unfortunately or fortunately, things do need to be mixed up a bit, and I use the example of 2020 learning about Juneteenth.
Yeah,
I was like, I was telling black friends, I'm like, never heard of fucking Juneteenth. I don't know what the fuck that is. What is that? I had no clue.
Most of my black friends have no idea what it is until it came out.
That too, yeah.
They kind of launched it a few years ago. I feel like. I know they didn't, but it's like if you'd have asked any black kid where I'm from what Juneteenth was, they'd have no fucking clue.
Yeah. No, but it's interesting what you're saying about it's easy to make fun of fucking poor white people. I feel like that's another symptom of the social sort of, again, the silt at the bottom of the ocean getting smoked up.
Do you think we have the comedians that we have to be the ones to kind of see where the thing is at then,
I think, yes, in your avenue with podcasting and stand-up and sort of, I'm primarily an actor, but I love doing weird shit on the internet and doing podcasting and stuff. And also, if I can be responsible for any sort of weird creative shit, if I ever get to, work on things and make stuff, it is up to us. But it is also, it's quite a responsibility because it's this bizarre currency of quote unquote cancellation, which some people don't even think exists. which is, to me, it's weird. It's like, well, you just said cancellation. That means that it's a word. It's a term. It exists. And I think that you have to be a brave comedian to kind of look. It's not fun to just go out there and go, I want things to be the way they used to be in the 90s. That to me personally, as a comedy fan, to me that's hack.
Yeah.
It's like to not push shit fucking forward. Great comedians have a complete, like, I'm sure you love, I love George Carlin, right? Like, just come on. That guy was always years ahead of his time and always shot right down the middle. You knew exactly what he was thinking, and he represented himself completely honestly. I think that comedians who are being 100% honest and not just trying to be shocking for shocking's sake, or say I should be allowed to say this because I said it in 1995. I think audiences today, that's fine, but your audience is going to be awfully specialized if you just want to be a prick about things and say everyone should laugh at these things that currently people are sensitive about, and for good reason. If you can find new things to laugh about, there are new things to laugh about in our completely fucking bizarre social climate. It's fucking bizarre. You just said, I got black friends I grew up with that wouldn't have known Juneteenth. That's a joke you couldn't say in 1998 because absolutely nobody knew what the fuck you were talking about with Juneteenth.
Yeah.
But 2020 was a really was such a rife year of pandemic and the social.
Oh yeah, it got Black
Lives Matter. Yeah,
it was wild.
Yeah. So it's like now I think you can, but you got to be smart about it. And I'm not smart about it. I'm not saying that's me at all. And I'm not.
Yeah, I've never been. Yeah.
But I do think that. I think that people will start to chill out a little bit because socially, what happens, in my opinion, these waves, is that people all get fucking tired. At the end of the day, most people just want the same shit. They want to be able to take care of their families. They want to have something nice for dinner. They want to know that they're safe at home. They want to know that if they go to the wrong fucking door, they're not going to get shot in the face. The horrible shit that's happening right now because everyone is so wound up and charged up. It's truly fucking scary.
People are scared, man. I realized the other day I'm walking up to a car, and it wasn't my car. I get right by the door handle. I realized it wasn't my car. It looked just like my car. There's somebody sitting in that car, and I'm like, oh my god, that person could fucking shoot me
right now. Yeah.
And I wouldn't even think it was crazy because that's just where the fear level is at. It's like all these POV videos of all this fear. It's interesting, man. It's a fiery time out there.
I'm never afraid of anything because I look like a gigantic football coach cop, and I drive a Tahoe, so I could technically be a park ranger.
We need that Alex Jones back, though.
Just in general?
I think we need, what I would love to see him do, and that's what I thought he was going to get into, was like a regular guy's job after he had the big lawsuit against him, was manager in like a Denny's or something, manager in like an IHOP.
Yeah, you got to get the moons over my, they're making the moons over my hammy gay. I'm a humanist. You got. Let me tell you something here. Eating mozzarella sticks. I've eaten mozzarella sticks in Bohemian Grove, invented by Mark Twain. Originally, it was just a place for these globalist people to. It was actually a lot of closeted homosexual activity happening there, mostly by Republicans. But Democrats took it over, and John F. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy Jr. Bobby Kennedy, they went out to Bohemian Grove. You can still go there. It's in Northern California. And they're deep in the forest wearing robes like druids. And
sir, I want an omelet, sir. I'm looking for an omelet.
Yeah, what do you want? How would you like your eggs? Oh, white toast, wheat toast. I hate this uniform. Just always ripping off his fucking polo shirt. You want to see my name tag? And these people they're reptiles. I've seen it up close. They don't have skin. like you and me. I've been up close. I've been next to Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton. These people are not human. They're interdimensional beings. They come in, they open rents in the fabric of time and space. And they walk through. And you don't want to see it. Everybody wants the same thing at the end of the day. They just want to be able to watch, sit down, eat their frijoles, and
Watch white porn with their family.
Watch white porn with their family. And watch this fool on TBS.
What's up with acting, man? What's going on? You got Dudesy going? Any new adventures going on with you?
I'm about to go shoot a movie in Canada called 1989.
Oh,
Yeah, that'll be fun. With you ever heard of a Canadian cult classic called Fubar? Okay, so
I know what it means.
yeah. So there's Fubar and there's Fubar 2, and this fucking brilliant dude. There's these two guys, Diener and Terry, and one of them, Paul Spence, who's he's the one in the green on the right there.
Okay.
And then Terry's on the left.
Okay.
So it's the origin story of the Dean, and I play his dad, and it's sort of like, and he's part First Nations, so there's sort of that bent to it, which will be interesting, which is a very Canadian theme. So I'm doing that, doing another season of the show Acapulco, and then I don't know, just picking up back.
It's a Republic of the Rabbis. How does that help? Because I guess even in the times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. If one guy's there, he can.
My mother was a real psychopath, and we locked her up. That's what you do with psychos. You put them in a cell.
Between the Shutterabim, we only said that when the Republic belongs to multiple individuals. Of Republic but if the Republic, if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried.
My mother was a real psychopath, and we locked her up. That's what you do with psychos. You put them in a cell. You say you want to go out to eat, then you visit them once a year.
What's great is I go, my mother's not doing well. Now, here's the thing, my mother's never been doing well. It's been 30 years of my mother not doing well. I don't even know what my mother doing well would look like. What would that even mean? She's a morbidly obese schizophrenic. So if my mother walked to the door of her room and opened it herself, it's a win. So what's great about that is I just go, my mother's not doing well. So I'm going to just take some time with her.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Jeffrey Epstein, fan of Whitney Cummings. What a that's a nice thing. So much of what is being talked about right now is negative. But Jeffrey Epstein, fan of Whitney Cummings, friend of the show, and liked her squirting routine and would see it in West Palm Beach after raping and torturing the children. He would, after a rape and a torture of the children, can you imagine being raped and tortured and then hearing the person who did it go, now I'm going to go to a comedy show? That's another level of sociopath. You have to respect that level of sociopath. You're raping and torturing children, killing them maybe, and then you go, all right, let's take a break from this. I'm going to the Improv. And then he would sit there and laugh at comedy. He would go to the West Palm Beach Improv after strangling a woman, probably underage, a girl, strangling her to death. Some women were saved by the fact that he had to go to the West Palm Beach Improv to see Whitney Cummings. Some people are alive today. Right as she was about to lose consciousness, he goes, fuck, I remember. I've got tickets to the Late Show at the West Palm Beach Improv to see Whitney Cummings. There are people who draw breath on this earth today. And that's something nice. Jeffrey Epstein files, of course, out. About 50% of the Epstein files are out. 50% are still behind lock and key. Files very disturbing. We're going to go into it. It's fitting to remember this, though. Let's remember investigation, and he is on it. If there's anybody who's on it, it's this guy. Let's remember, because everyone has been reading these files for the past, 3-4 days. Everybody is sending each other emails. People are reading tweets of emails, threads of emails. You're on the subway. You lose service. Fuck. I wanted to see that email, that file. I'm in my car reading the files on the 405 in traffic. I'm reading files. I look across. Someone's on their phone. I don't know what they're doing. I bet it's reading the file. We're all reading the files every moment of every day. And the files suggest that all of the things that people feared, like there was a pedophile network amongst the elites that was used as leverage to blackmail people or to, at the very least control them. It's all true. That's all true. It's all indisputably true. But let's think about it. What were the takeaways? Because Cash Patel, of course, had this information before we did. It's worth revisiting Cash Patel's takeaway. What did he glean from all of these documents? And I'm sure he's got ones we haven't seen. Let's take a look now. Everyone in the world now knows that there was 100% a human trafficking operation where Jeffrey Epstein was procuring girls for wealthy and powerful people. Everybody knows that. Friend of the show, Cash Patel, let's see what he got out of it.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to, besides himself?
Himself, there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals, and the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the file.
You don't have to be the director of the FBI to see that this guy's trafficking women. He's trafficking underage women. You don't have to be So, Cash Patel's a liar. He's a big, fat liar. He's a liar, and he should resign and step down because he's lying. Why is he lying? Why would he tell such a fib? That is a lie. It is a lie, and he's bad at it. He's terrible at it. And we knew it was a lie when he said it. And now it's such a lie, it's actually funny. It's like a junkie who's like, no, I'm just tired. Like, we know you're on drugs. He's lying, and he knows he's lying, and he does that thing. When you're a liar, you're like, you kind of have an out-of-body experience where you go, is this working? You can see. There's a moment. Play it again, and I'll show you exactly where the moment is where he's curious if it's working. Cash Patel.
Did Epstein traffic these young women too, besides himself?
Himself, there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
Now watch closely. Watch closely.
Trafficked to other individuals, and the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump.
The information that we have. So he knows he's lying. When he said that, the information that we have, he knows he's lying, and he's wondering, hey, is this working?
What up, P-boy?
Is this going well?
How you living, pal?
Specify what I mean. The information. Now he knows. We know that.
What's good, son? All right, no big deal on the blue sky. All right. All right, well, I'm going to look at it. I want to review it. Send it to me. All right, well, send it to me again, big dog. Yeah, send it on X, please. Yes, send it on X, please. What'd you say, big man? Did I what? Maybe. I'm such a lover. Every day is Valentine's Day for this dog. All right, send me your link. There we go. I see it. All right, I'm gonna look at, and this better be the best shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Uh, so, why didn't you make all of the links like vertical? I don't want to hear that. I want people who want to work hard, who want to make money for themselves. Frankly, P-Besh, you're lazy. I've told you that before. I want you to have motivation. Don't give me this. Have you ever had to work in the hot sun? Do you know how difficult that is? All I'm asking you to do is use your thumbs, use your brain power. You're a smart person. All you need to do is make them vertically. But you're wasting my time until you do what I tell you to. You're like, hey, can we start this now? The answer is no. If a customer looks at this, it's going to show that you're lazy. If you look at the one that I sent you, it looks good. It's very organized. It's simple. When I see that as a customer, I say, this is who I want to partner with. This is who I want promoting my own content. If you say, well, it's it's too much work, okay, that's fine. I understand it's too much work. Then this isn't going to work out. I want you to be. All I'm asking you to do is something with your thumbs. So make yours. Yes, make yours look like the one that I sent you. That's fine. No big deal. No big deal at all with Blue Sky. Yeah, just do them all vertically, exactly like I sent to you. You should remove all of the icons and just have them all vertical. All of all of them. Do you see? Did you look at the one that I sent you? Did you look at the one that I sent you? Make it look like that. Excellent. And just look at it like this. Imagine I'm your customer and you're making my link tree. And I tell you, hey, I want you to make my link tree like this example that I show you. That's what your job is. That's what you want to do. All right, do it. It shouldn't take you long. Come back, and then we'll move on to the next step, which is creating content for your different social media. Okay? Beautiful, P. You're welcome. You're welcome, P boy. Baby, I'm in a space right now. Nobody's in it, but I'm in it right now. Yeah, just in the X search, type in Rabbi, Rabbi. No, I'm on a different account. Uh, if you want to find it, it's Karaoke King 0000. K R A. Pardon me. Karaoke OKE KING 0000. I've been live for 366 days. Because I don't host with this one. Man, P-boy, you're lazy. I'm asking you to type in karaoke king, KaraokeKing 0000. And you're like, oh, it's so, and it's like, and you're like, oh, it's so long. It's like, man, I mean, what do you want me to do? It's within the 15 characters. It's not like I'm giving you a whole sentence. It's KaraokeKing 0000. Do you see that? Okay, do you see that it's hosting a space? Okay. KaraokeKing 0000. Do you see it? All right, how long does it take to search it? KaraokeKing 0000. KaraokeKing. Did you find it? Okay, we're gonna do this one more time. We're gonna do this one more time. If you can't get it, it's no big deal. Nobody's in there. I've given you a task, but I'm gonna spell it too. So you're ready. KARAOKEKING 0000. No, it's one word. That's correct. G. No, not O. 0000. Yeah, it's a number. Okay. No big deal. Guess what? It's live right now. It's live right now, but that doesn't matter. I've given you a task. You get the task done, you do all the other stuff, then worry about spaces. You're worried about too much stuff at once. I've given you a task. Is your link tree vertical yet? Do it right now. Okay. And then come back to me when you're done. All right. We'll see you, P-Boy.
He has all the information that we have and more. And much more. Now it is obvious to anyone that this guy was a human trafficker. He was trafficking women to this island. And now it gets dark because they're talking, these files talk about torture. They talk about, they say disgusting, heinous things. The littlest one, the littlest girl was really naughty. Then they're talking about torture. They're talking about pizza. Remember Pizzagate that was all fake? Everybody's going to they're all talking about pizza. It's weird. It is odd. It is strange. And these are code words. We know that. They're actually code words for pedophilia. So it's like, I've gotten calls from people going, wait a minute. Am I crazy or am I now in QAnon? Now maybe you're not in the far reaches of QAnon, which is like Biden died and was replaced by a clone, or you know what I mean? That's hardcore QAnon, but I think we're all QAnon light. We are all QAnon light right now. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. That's to Jeffrey Epstein from a redacted name. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the United States government is protecting. These redacted names are the pedophiles that the U.S. government is protecting. Who are these people? Who are these people? Get up the torture one. There's the email about torture. Go look through these. They're all incredibly creepy. And the redactions in the files are to protect the names of the pedophiles. Remember the lying? They go, well, the victims. We want the victims to be protected, and we don't want the victim. We don't want to show you kiddie porn with the victims. We don't want to put the victims' pussies out there. This is the pedophiles they're protecting. They're protecting the victims. They have emails. Yeah, how about this? Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. That's from Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. So Jeffrey Epstein received a torture video from someone, and he responded, hey, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Now, let's break that down. Let's just break it down. Let's give everyone the benefit of all of the doubts. Where are you? We don't know where someone is. By the way, I don't think I've ever, that's odd to email. Where are you? Where are you? Are you okay? That might mean that someone's been up to something. They've been getting wild. Where are you? Are you okay? Is what you say after a wild night of boozing. You're wild. You had a wild night of boozing. Where are you? Are you okay? We saw you drunkenly stumbling to that car. Did you guys make it home? Now, this is followed up by 5 words that are pretty insane. I loved the torture video. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. From Jeffrey Epstein to redacted. No evidence? Cash Patel? No evidence of any wrongdoing? To Jeffrey Epstein from redacted. I am in China. I will be in the U.S. second week of May. Sent by BlackBerry. This was the old days of the BlackBerries. Many of you kids don't remember this. In the old days, when you trafficked women and children and tortured and ate them, you had BlackBerries. You had BlackBerries. Remember that? Before the iPhones? Before the TikTok and the iPhones? You would eat somebody's intestines, and then go on your BlackBerry. And this guy, so there's email after email like this. Email after email creepier than the next. There's photos. This guy's got a trap door in his fucking house. Can you get up the trap door that leads right to the ocean? This guy was on an island. There's a lot of pedophiles on land. This guy went to an island because some things go to an island and don't come back, by the way. That's why you want an island. You want an island because some of what's coming to your island is not leaving your island. So this is the trapdoor. Make that as big as you can. That leads right to the sea. So if you were a woman on the island and a billionaire had rough sex with you and killed you intentionally or unintentionally, would Jeffrey Epstein report it? Or would you go down the chute? No media is covering this. Shame on them, by the way. Shame on them. No media covers this. They're not covering this. They're covering like parts of it, and they're dancing around everything. What is happening if you're on that island? Get up the email to Ghislaine where he goes, "I'm thankful I didn't kill anyone." Now that means that someone started acting up. I've read credible journalists that say, this doesn't say that there was a pedophile ring, and this doesn't say, this is just rich people hanging out with other rich people and ignoring a guy who might be creepy because they wanted to be around a cool guy with an island. The excuses made are unbelievable. And look at who's making them, and remember who's making them, by the way. Look at who's making excuses here, and remember who's making them. If you're a woman and you went to that island and you got killed, are they reporting it? Or are you going down the chute do you become shark chum? I'm not trying to make light of it. I mean, listen, I'm being funny. I'm a comedian. It is what it is. But I'm telling you what's happening here, folks. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. This is from Martin Nowick, so we know who this is. Isn't he a professor?
Yeah, mathematics professor.
Where is he teaching?
I think Austria.
Oh. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks again for your amazing hospitality. I am so very sorry I caused you so much worry and that I spoiled this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do you think he did? What do you think Martin did? I'm going to give you 3 options. Do you think Martin spilt a bottle of expensive wine? That's choice A. Let's read the email again together. Dear Ghislaine, many thanks for your amazing hospitality. I am very sorry I caused you so much worry that I spoiled this day. I am so happy that I did not kill anybody. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. What do we think Martin did if we had to take a guess? Option A, Martin spilled a very expensive bottle of wine all over the couch. Option B, Martin had a little too much to drink and went on a very uncomfortable tirade about the shifting demographics in Austria. Option C, Martin had rough sex with an underage girl and almost killed her. To a point where that girl had to either be taken out and gotten medical attention, and he ended up spoiling the day, and by some sheer luck, that underage girl didn't die. My perspective of life has changed somehow. Lots of love, Martin. Which one do you think he did? Do you think it was the wine? I think this guy almost killed someone that they set him up with. Do you think it was almost that person almost had to go down the chute for the sharks? That was what that person was almost there? This is my guess. Do I know if that's true? I don't know, but these people are a problem. I can't say enough about NeuroGum. I love it. So many people that tell me they're sluggish mentally, they don't feel it. Like they're always trying to optimize their life from routines to powders. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to have a functioning brain by 3 p.m. That's why I like Neuro Energy and Focus Gum. I move as a variety pack. peppermint, spearmint, wintergreen, so you can rotate flavors while you rotate between productive and barely hanging on. And this is my favorite part. In a pilot study with Neuro's energy and focus mist, participants performed a cognitive test 21.4% faster than those without Neuro. It's perfect for LA, traffic, meetings, gym, existential dread. It's for the moment you're doom scrolling, you realize you have to be a person in 12 minutes. Neuro Energy and Focus is powered by natural green tea caffeine, L-theanine for calm focus, and vitamin B12 and B6 for better mood and metabolism. No sugar, no aspartame, no crash, which means I don't feel like I need to apologize to my body afterwards. It's clean, effective, and it's better for you ingredients. For limited time, you can get 20% off your first order at neurogum.com by using code TIM. That's neurogum.com. Use code TIM for 20% off your first order. You can also find Neuro at CVS and Amazon. What is the religious angle here? I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked. When you listen to Jeffrey Epstein talk, he's talking about transhumanism. He wants to seed the world with his seed. He obviously doesn't believe in the concept of the soul. He doesn't believe in anything like that. He believes that you can sculpt humanity. There was a lot of transgender talk. And again, I have obviously no problem with legitimate trans people, of which there are not as many as you'd think if you went through a college campus, like actual trans people. But Jeffrey Epstein clearly liked the idea that gender is very malleable and that you could, and lots of things in life are malleable. And he wanted clearly to build another body, and he was obsessed with scientists, and he probably wanted to upload his consciousness, and he was a transhumanist. Not that different from things that, Elon Musk and people like that have said. It's humanity's destiny to merge with artificial intelligence, and we can engage in some type of eugenics. This was all Epstein stuff. He had all these creepy scientists who were at the island. They were doing all this fucked up shit, and he was also engaging in these conversations. So Jeffrey Epstein clearly believed that humanity was a scientific endeavor. And I want to bring up Luciferianism, please. Bring up Luciferianism. Bring up the definition of Luciferianism. Let's bring up Luciferianism. It is a philosophy or belief system that views Lucifer not as a devil, but as a symbol of enlightenment, independence, and pursuit of knowledge. Folks, we're getting somewhere. Folks, I think we're getting somewhere. It emphasizes individual responsibility, critical thinking, the balance of light and dark, often drawing from Gnosticism or occult traditions. Unlike Satanism, which may focus on indulgence or rebellion, Luciferianism focuses on self-deification. I am God. Wisdom and personal growth. Jeffrey Epstein and many in the ruling class are Luciferians. They believe, whether it's aesthetic or not, they believe all of these things to be true. They don't believe there's any moral code outside what they can get away with. They believe that they are deities and gods and that they should be able to upload their consciousness and potentially live forever, and that you are biological waste that they should be able to fuck and throw in an ocean for sharks. This is true. It's absolutely true. Now, they might not say it. They might not go, I'm a Luciferian. Now, some of them will. But they're obsessed with Moloch, who's the god of child sacrifice. They're obsessed with Baal and all these things. They're obsessed with demonology. They're obsessed with this idea of becoming their own god. They're obsessed with child sacrifice. They're obsessed with engineering humanity through things like eugenics. Hitler was an occultist. A lot of people around him were occultists. A lot of people in Los Angeles are occultists at much higher levels of the business, that you hear about. You go back to the 60s. They made a lot of great music, whatever. But there was a fair amount of occultism then. More cults come out of, Northern California. More retards come out of Southern California. I always mix that up. More cults come out of Northern California. A lot of those occultists were involved in the United States military. Michael Aquino. This is all very obvious. We were on this shit years ago on this show. It's all out in the open right now. So what is the hope here, folks? I'll tell you what it is. Bill and Hill, I did an episode years ago called Bill and Hill's Last Kill. And it was about how as you get older, you realize that life is finite. And that even though you would like to live forever and be a deity and whatever, that you're going to go into the dirt like everyone else. So I thought that the Clintons' final kill was a beautiful thing, where they had one last security guard or someone they had to get. Forget who it was. Doesn't matter. The people come and go. So Bill and Hill did one last kill together. It was one of my favorite episodes on the Patreon, and I talked about that. I talked about the kind of the sense, it's the guy, he's coaching his last game. He's got his lady in the stands. Now, instead of that, of course, this guy's coaching his last game with his lady, and there's, ordering someone's death. Bill and Hill, you gotta remember, Donald Trump fucked this bitch over in a big way. Hillary Clinton's wanted nothing in her life but to be the president of the United States. Life has had no meaning to her outside of that. None. What is life? To have a mildly, this kind of weird-looking daughter and this fucking guy who's cheating on you every other day? Stop! It's not what life is. Life for Hillary Clinton has been about the acquisition of power since she's a young girl. People mistake her. They're like, is she a lesbian? Is she a this? Is she a that? Hillary Clinton cares about only one thing, and it's the acquisition of power. And the deal was, she was going to sit through Bill Clinton's escapades as long as they did not fuck her political career. She didn't care. She knew Bill was a scumbag when they met. She knew he chased pussy. She knew he was probably violent with some of the women. She knew where he was from. She knew he was a liar, a cheater, and a rapist. She knew it. But he was also one of the greatest politicians to have ever lived. And she knew that if she hitched her wheel and wagon to him and helped him greatly, they would attain levels of power. And they did. And, these were the podunk governors of Arkansas. Sure, the intelligence community felt safe for them because they let a bunch of coke get flown into Mena, Arkansas, whatever. Sure, they were, Carol Quigley, who wrote Tragedy and Hope. Bill Clinton went to the Bohemian Grove. He was selected. Like, people knew who he was. They knew who he was. They felt comfortable with him. The ruling class felt comfortable with him. He was a guy you could control. He was chasing pussy, probably had a couple of out-of-wedlock kids. Who knows? But Billy Boy was a guy you could control. He likes puss. That's what he likes. So they controlled him that way. And of course, there were political battles and fights and impeachments and whatever. But Bill and Hill were a force to be reckoned with. They defined the 90s. Chubby Bill Clinton jogging around, talking to single mothers in a Wendy's parking lot, telling them he cared about them, their eyes welling up with tears. Bill Clinton is a political dynamo, okay? Not a good person. We covered that literally seconds ago. But politically, he's a genius. His wife is cold, but she's calculated. She keeps him on track. She makes deals. She manages the staff. She's an operator. She's a behind-the-scenes person. She's not a front-of-the-camera person, Barry Weiss. Pay attention to this. She's an operator. Hillary is good at operations. Now, you have Bill, who is the star. Hillary is the supporting act. 2 terms. Incredibly popular. Hillary Clinton becomes a senator from New York. Obama takes it from her the first time. Young, black, charismatic. Comes in. People like it. They like this guy. He's cool. He's calm. He's collected. He's cerebral. He's everything He's everything George W. Bush wasn't. Obama becomes the symbol of the corporate neoliberal takeover. Everyone in the Washington power establishment, most of them, not everyone, but a lot of them, love Barack Obama, especially John Brennan, who's the head of the CIA. Love Barack Obama. They feel comfortable with him, and perhaps they know things about him other people don't know, okay? He was probably like a cool, dope-smoking, bisexual, whatever he was, okay? So he's being controlled. To a degree. Everyone in that position is being controlled, by the way. So you have Barack Obama. He takes it from Hillary. After 2 terms of Obama, Hillary still has a shot. Now it is, the road is paved for her. Oh my God, here comes Donald Trump. The Clintons are big fans of his candidacy early on because they think he's going to be a goofball and a joke. They would love to run against Donald Trump, they said. We want to run against this undisciplined wacko. No one's going to get behind this guy. He'll either lose interest or he'll spiral. He'll get caught up in some messy scandal. Because, again, they all know each other. They all know each other. But they have this weird mutually assured destruction because they both think they're going to win. They both need all these billionaires. So as much as he's teasing the Epstein stuff and she's teasing some of Trump's behavior, Hillary, and Trump shows up to the debate with the women that have accused, after they grab him by the pussy, everybody thinks Trump's done. He shows up to the debate with these women that had all accused Bill Clinton, including Juanita Broaddrick, who accused him, credibly of rape. But this is all political theater because everybody knows there's something that no one can talk about. We can only tease. And that's the trap door and who goes to the fish. Bring up the door. Now, who goes to the fish is what we can't talk about. I can say you're doing sexual assault. I can say you're a misogynist. But we can't talk about who goes to the fish. Okay? Now, Trump wants the Epstein files gone. Kash Patel wants them gone. His girlfriend, I don't forget her name. What's her name? Yentl? Anyway, she wants it gone. All these people want it gone. Nobody wants these things out except a collection of podcasters, the American people, the victims, whatever. But all the billionaires, all the media, all the political people would rather them go away. Trump would rather these things go away. But Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, other people, they're pushing it. Pushing it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, pushing it. These things come out. The Republicans now go, we want Bill Clinton to testify because we want to play political points with this because the Republicans still think this is a political issue, bless their hearts. The Republicans still think that this is a political issue. And this is not a political issue. It's about who goes to the fish. Trump knows a couple of people went to the fish. Now, the Clintons know it too. What people are hoping, I don't think this is going to happen exactly as people want it to happen, but here's what people are hoping. Bill and Hillary are old, their skin suits. They've got nothing left. Adrenochrome's wearing off. They have nothing left, truly. He can't fuck anymore. He doesn't even want to live. She's not going to be president anymore. She don't want to live. There are two, my friend just saw her in Qatar. She looks terrible. Tucker just saw her, my friend. Like I'm going to lie. Like I have 10 friends in Qatar. But here's the point. They don't want to live anymore. His prize is fucking a white trash chick behind an Applebee's and threatening her. He can't do that anymore. Her reason for existing is power politics that will end with her ascendancy to become the first woman president. She can't do that anymore. These are people with nothing to lose. They're dangerous. They're dangerous skin suits. They have nothing to lose until they die and go meet their true God. So what people are hoping, what people are praying and hoping for is that they want to do an open door session where they are filmed. People want it to be closed door. Let's stop the games. Hillary Clinton calls for testimony and Epstein probe to be public. Hillary can do one more thing on this earth and she knows it, and it's sink Trump. She can only do one more thing on this planet, and she knows it. And Bill can do something similar. The only thing Hillary Clinton has left to live for right now is to destroy Donald Trump. If Bill Clinton got up and was like, we write all the Bible, we hate the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hate the Bibles, we write the Bibles, we hate the Bibles, we write the Bibles. And you did it. Trump fed her to the shark. We fed her to the shark. Remember, we fed her to the shark. And America is paralyzed by this, and the government might fall. I mean, there's going to be massive protests. There's going to be riots. Still see my show on Mother's Day in Long Island in May. Saturday, Sunday. It's a homecoming. Bring your mothers. This doesn't matter. He goes, listen, we all did bad things. We believe in Baphomet and Baal. And we believe in Moloch, and we sacrifice people, and we fed them to sharks. Hymns, I mean, ED, it happens. And according to the National Institute of Health, as many as 30 million men in the U.S. experience ED. It's more common than a bad night's sleep. The good news, hymns makes getting access to treatment simple. So you can feel like yourself again without the stress or awkwardness. Through hymns, you can access personalized prescription treatment options for ED, like hard meds and SexRx plus climate control, if prescribed. Hymns offers access to ED treatment options ranging from trusted generics to plus 95% less than brand names to hard meds. To get simple, online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/TIM. That's hims.com/TIM. For your free online visit, hims.com/TIM. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Future products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. DraftKings. I love DraftKings, and I can't say enough about it. Super Bowl is right around the corner. It deserves a sportsbook built for the moment. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 60, puts you right in the center of the biggest game of the year. And when anything can happen during Super Bowl, DraftKings has your back with early exit. If a player goes down in the first half, you still get paid out in cash immediately once your bet settles. No bonus bets, no waiting. New to DraftKings, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code Tim Dillon. That's code Tim Dillon to turn $5 into $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER New York. Call 877-8-HOPE New York, or text HOPE New York, Connecticut. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org on behalf of Blue Hill Casino in Kansas. Wager tax pass through may apply in Illinois. 21 plus in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets, which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, ctkng.co/audio limited time offer. This is what people are saying. Let's stop the games. If you want this fight, Rep James Comer, let's have it in public, Hillary Clinton stated. You love to talk about transparency. There's nothing more transparent than a public hearing. Cameras on. We will be there. Bill and Hill. This is their one last kill shot. They have to take Trump down. Do they blow themselves up in the process? Do they admit to raping, killing, and eating children just to take Trump down? And my friends call me, these are sane people. They're not nuts. My friends go, what do you think they'll admit to? I mean, what will they admit to? To take down Donald Trump, this is the last thing they have to do on earth. Hillary is crawling around the Middle East. Crawling. Get Overlord Damas Guinness up from Blade 3. Overlord Damas Guinness from Blade 3, folks. Friend of the show. This is what Hillary Clinton currently looks like in Qatar right now, if you can find it. Overlord Damas Guinness, Blade 3. She's crawling around Qatar with a cape. Her life force is almost over. She's about to go to her home planet. The one thing that she has left to do, truly, is destroy Donald Trump. She has nothing left to do. There's nothing. What does she do? What does she get? What does she give a fuck about spending time with her grandchildren? Grow the fuck up. She's got a mission, and it's a headshot. She wants to take him out. She wants calls for him to resign. She wants, yes, in the blood, to the left. There, big. That's Hillary right now, getting ready for the hearing. She's getting ready for the hearing right now. She has one thing left to do. She has one thing left to do, and it's destroy Trump, because I don't know what Trump was a part of, but he's probably fucked some underage people, I would imagine, and God only knows what else. He's been accused of horrible things in these files. Now Trump's saying he likes Bill Clinton. Play this. Because Trump knows. Here's what Trump knows. didn't fear Hillary when she had something to lose. You understand? When Hillary needed the dark overlords, when she needed them, he didn't fear her. Now that she doesn't need them and she's about to slip her skin suit and go back to her home planet, he knows that she will go in front of Congress, there she is, with her husband, Bill, and they're going to light this shit on fire. They're going to talk about Trump. They're going to talk about everything. Let's play the video where Trump is talking about liking Bill Clinton.
See, I like Bill Clinton.
Oh,
I still like Bill.
what do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me, he understood me.
He's guilty. It's guilt. This is guilt. This is guilt. He knows. I like Bill Clinton. He knows. Overlord Damascenus is coming. Now, Hillary and Bill, I wonder if they're going to make it to the hearing. Will they make it to the hearing? Will they make it? Here's what I think it'll be. I think someone tries to get him. Somebody shoots her in the chest, and she falls down. CIA, Mossad, whatever, whoever they contracted goes, we got her. And then all of a sudden, like a horror film, you just see a shadow 15 feet tall on the wall. And she gets up because she's unkillable. She's unkillable. They realize it. They go, what the fuck? Because she's here for a purpose. Hillary and Bill, I'll be so disappointed. They have to light themselves on fire to take Trump out. They want public calls for his resignation. That's what they want. There's no reason they would do this. For what? They have nothing left. They have nothing left. Other than the idea that she can light this guy on fire. She could light him. I want to say about this, but let's take a quick break for that man who killed himself by putting his head in that fryer. Was that at Wendy's? Where did he do this? Olive Garden? Let's just take a quick break here because it's been very dark as an episode. I want to take a minute. This is a male cook who tried to kill himself, but he put his head in the fryer at Olive Garden. Let's just take a moment. An Olive Garden employee died from burn injuries he suffered after thrusting his head into a deep fryer in what police have categorized as a suicide attempt. The harrowing incident occurred Friday afternoon at the Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant where the what is that? Decedent. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they were saying the Williamsport, Pennsylvania restaurant where the decadent tour of Italy was served. I'm like, ooh, it's getting sexy. I might have to go over there. In response to an inquiry, Trooper Lauren Lesher, a Pennsylvania state spokesperson, said the incident was a suicide attempt, and out of respect for the individual and their family, we do not release information. Interesting. In a brief phone conversation, the manager of the Olive Garden, which closed for a couple of days after the incident, by the way, for what reason? We are not able to disclose anything due to our privacy laws. So in a subsequent dispatch, the operator added that a male victim went head first in the front. So here's what happens, right? He's at Olive Garden, and he's doing it. Chopping it, sauteing it. I'm imagining, I don't know what this goes on at home. He's sauteing it. He's chopping the onion. And then some guy goes, yo, it's fucking busy. Because yeah, I know it's busy. And he's doing it. He's putting the hot rolls in the baskets, and they're burning his fingers, but he's doing it, and he's doing yo, it's fucking busy, bro. Table 6 needs bread. I'm doing it as fast as I can. Now, he's in one of the darkest places in America, truly an Olive Garden kitchen. That might be worse than that show it again. Show the shark. That might be better than the Olive Garden kitchen. Now, he's in an Olive Garden kitchen. He's putting the hot rolls. Now, these are the people who don't get abducted in human traffic. They end up doing this. It's not good either. He's putting the rolls of bread in the basket. He's putting them in the basket quick. He's chopping the onions. He's got it because he's also prep. He's doing some prep. But he's also filling in. He's doing a few different jobs. Because someone called out. Sarah called out because she's got to go to family court and get her kid back. So he's in the Pennsylvania Olive Garden. He's putting the hot rolls. And they're tasty, those little rolls, aren't they? And he's putting them, and he's putting the ranch in the little cups. And he's putting the ranch in the little, and he says to himself, listen, how much longer am I going to put the ranch in these little cups? He says to him, he has that thought. He says, let's be honest. How much longer am I going to take this industrial-sized thing of ranch and put it in tiny little cups and serve it with the calamari, which is really like buffalo testicle. It's not even calamari, but whatever. It's actually tasty. The point is this, and a lot of people like the ranch and the breadsticks. Pretty good. He's on his 17th ramekin of ranch that he fills, and it hits him. It hits him. He goes, this could all end right now if I just stuck my head in the fryer in front of everyone. And it'll be such a harrowing image. It'll be such a harrowing image that even though I'll be dead, the people who in this restaurant that see this will be guilted with this forever because they were mean to me and they were not nice. And this image of me putting my head. Now, by the way, this doesn't work. That's why I'm against suicide. No one can. If you literally kill, if I was leaving you and then you killed yourself in front of me, I literally wouldn't care. So don't do it. Stay alive. But here's my point. I'm never mean to anyone, truly. But here's the thing. He says to himself, the last thing I can do in this world, the last amount of power I have, is to put my head in a burning fryer in front of all of these people because it might just ruin their life. Now, I want you to imagine a two-term senator from New York and a first lady who's done a lot of dinners. A lot of dinners, a lot of interviews, a lot of book signings, and that's her putting those ramekins of ranch on the table. She's about tired of putting those ramekins of ranch on the table. And she wants to put her head into a fryer in front of everybody else in the kitchen. Because the guy who got the job over her, the guy who's running it, who got the management position, she knows that if she sticks her head in the fryer, he's not going to be able to be manager anymore. They're going to fire him. They're going to say, who drove her to stick her head in the fryer? There's going to be calls for that man's resignation. It's not going to bode well at other Olive Gardens that he presided over the head and fryer incident. She knows that as she sits in Qatar and slinks around in her skin suit. She knows. Get up, get that face. She knows that the one thing she has left to do is put her head in the fryer. The one thing Hillary Clinton has left to do is put her head in the fryer in front of everybody in the kitchen at Olive Garden, because when you've worked in Washington as long as she has, it's all an Olive Garden kitchen. You're just putting the bread in the baskets, education subsidies in the basket. There you go. Oh, this has less calories, actually. It's pretty good. We use the light ranch dressing. Oh, crime bill. Blah. That's all it is. It's just a workplace. You're in the kitchen. That's all she does is in the kitchen. And she's now not the manager, and she knows she'll never be the manager. She's out of the game. She's just putting ranch dressing in the ramekin. She's just chopping the onion. She's just putting the bread in the basket. She don't want to do it anymore. The fuck she care about the future of the Democratic Party? The fuck out of here. Legacy. Your ass. She's putting her head in the fucking fryer. In front of everyone. The sound of the skin. The smell of the bird of the first person who knows. The scream heard round the world. That's all she's got left. All she has left to do is put her head in the fryer. I knocked something out there. It doesn't matter. I can't see anything. It doesn't matter. There's nothing to see. There we go. It's the most apt metaphor I can think. Now keep going down. After the initial ambulance crew arrived, the second unit was sent to the restaurant to treat a female worker who suffered minor burns. That'll be J.D. Vance. The woman was injured as workers and at least one patron struggled with the male cook in an attempt to stop him from suffering additional self-inflicted burns. Because you remember, the shock of what he just did, his body comes right out of it. Okay? Not our girl. Our girl's going in once for the duck. And when her head comes out of that fryer, it's going to look like Hellraiser. A completely, perfectly fried face, oozing blood, her eyes falling out of her socket. Okay, it's going to look exactly like Hellraiser. Eyes full of purpose, although melting out of her face. Skin falling on the floor, the smell of burnt hair, her jaw weakened by the temperature, her teeth starting to dislodge from her gums, the blood and pus and ooze all forming a weird, slightly grayish substance. That might just be the hue of the light, but I see it as a gray sludge moving down her face, and the manager coming back in and looking at this face of horror, knowing that he will never again be the manager of an Olive Garden because he presided over the face fryer incident. This is what's going to go on when they testify. Because this is the last thing they have left to do. I'm telling you, and Trump knows it, and he's scared. You can feel it. This is the first time he's felt actually vulnerable because none of these people can take him down. Marjorie Taylor Greene can't take him down. Thomas Massey can't take him down. But there's something about Bill and Hill, but only if they destroy themselves in the process. The most powerful thing in politics is self-immolation. Willing to light yourself on fire. Willing to light yourself on fire, not caring who gets burned in the process. They want to do a public hearing. They want to do something with spectacle. They want something to be haunting. They want it to be big. Jeffrey Epstein was a Luciferian, money laundering, murderous pedophile whose friends felt like they were above the law and were. These are some of the most demonic and privileged people that have ever lived. They live on yachts and in mansions. They have all the best real estate. They lurk in the shadows. Their eyes hold nothing. The blackness behind their eyes is the only identifiable trait about them, other than their names, which are fucking redacted, but we can also know them. But as a class of people, they're amorphous. They're an amorphous blob, sucking up people, murdering them, maybe cannibalizing them, carpet bombing them, torturing them, driving them all over the world, shattering their hopes and dreams and getting off on it, feeding on their negative energy. And Bill and Hillary Clinton had done that for a very, very long time. And now it's time to stick their head in the fucking fryer of the Olive Garden. Because at the end of the day, they know they're not going to heaven. That was never the plan. It was never the plan. What the fuck would they do in heaven? It was never the plan. But they can go to hell on their terms. They can go to hell on their terms. But they got to drag him down there first. The only thing she ever cared about was getting the big job. It's the only thing that animated her. It never stopped animating her. This entire year, from when he was inaugurated till now, the name Epstein has loomed large over this. This is the key to unlocking more. The early Bitcoin, the guys all over 4chan. He's got so much of the political culture, the hate, the division. All of the stuff that's going on right now, he played some weird role in a lot of it. He's not this weird outlier Gatsby-like figure. He's directly plugged into a lot of the things that impact our everyday lives. And his name looms very large over this presidency. Because it's not just a story about a pedophile. It's a story about how things ended up looking the way they do. And this is what Bill and Hillary know. They know this. They know this. And they can do it. They can come in and tell everybody, I did it. I did it. I ate a baby. I ate a baby. And yes, we're going to want to kill them, and we should. But this is their last stand. Their last stand is to close the curtain on the bullshit politics table. Because you got to remember, they're just two white trash goons who are used by these people. Evil, yes. Rapists, yes. Monsters, yes. But they were selected by the people that run things. He was selected to be the chubby, accessible, I like McDonald's too. Like, that's what he was selected to do. He was selected to let those drops of cocaine get into Mena, Arkansas so they could flood the inner cities with them and then put a lot of black people in jail and then fund the Contras. And when those kids discovered it, the boys on the tracks, they crushed their hats. Google that, I don't have the time. Here's the point. No, not you. The people in the audience. We can't get derailed. But here's my point. They were chosen and they were cast in roles and played them. But they were discarded. Do you understand me? Listen up. They were discarded. By the same vampires that chose them, they were discarded. All of a sudden, they were sitting there, face full of blood from a lunch of cannibal shit. And they were like, meh, meh, meh. And they, just like that, it was over. Just like that, the real power was taken from them, drained from their little alien fingers. And then they had to go to a series of luncheons and God Help Us, The View, and the Drew Barrymore Show, and all this crap. They don't want to do that crap. They want to back channel with Putin. They want to install the new president of Syria. They want to build Miami and Gaza. They want to be in the big fucking game. They don't want to do fucking luncheons and Chappaqua and fucking book clubs. And what was it like being a woman politician? What was it like? What was it like getting into the boys club? What was it like? They don't want that shit. She doesn't want that. How dare you? The same vampires that used them discarded them. And now it's time. Now it's time to fight fire with fire. There is hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And Hillary may not be a woman, but she's close enough. So I'll tell you this right now. This story can only end with this woman putting her head into the fryer. I will be so disappointed if that doesn't happen. Some version of it. Maybe you don't confess to everything. Maybe you don't confess to everything. But enough of it. You confess to enough. Salacious headlines, calls for impeachment, even from Republicans. A swarm. Revenge Hillary. A couple of billionaires get walked out of their Hamptons mansions. I watch it all eating Carvel from my car. Oh, my car was stolen. From my friend's car. The point is this. We're at a unique period in history. All of the things, or enough of the things that we thought were true are true, so now what? We need to fully look this in the face, and the only way to do that is really to have someone who was used by these people and partook in it, and who is evil and a corrupt soul. Bill and Hill, they need to have one last kill. They need to walk up there and raise their right hand and sit there and say, I was putting cups of ranch dressing in a ramekin, just like we all did. Just like we all did. We were picking up food off the floor and putting it into the fettuccine alfredo like we all did. We all did it. And then, just when things are getting good, head into the front. Think of the kitchen. That person who did this, and by the way, we feel bad for them. Obviously, it's a sad story. R.I.P. Whatever disclaimer you need, because it's actually a great, powerful metaphor, and it's serving a great point right now. So the person who did this had no idea how many people this might inspire. Imagine the kitchen after that, the chaos of the kitchen. Imagine what it felt, looked like, what it smelled like. It will never leave their minds. It will never leave their minds. Someone will be sitting in there. I saw a guy years ago. I was working in an Olive Garden, and I saw this guy put his head in the fryer. The manager kept yelling at him that he wasn't getting the ramekins of ranch dressing ready quick enough. And he just had this look in his eye. You know, we had seen him get mad before. Usually he'd go out and smoke a cigarette, but this time he felt like he was really serious. Something had changed. There was a blackness to his eyes. Something was odd. I remember I called his name twice. He didn't even look at me. He didn't even turn his head. He was just so focused. And then I smelled it before I saw it. Skin, hair, I can't even describe the smell. Oil entering every orifice of his face. He had put his head in the fryer. He had decided to literally fry his head off. He had literally decided to fry his own head off in the Olive Garden kitchen while we were making the Taste of Italy, tour of Italy, whatever. And I'll always remember that. I'll always remember that. Every time I get stressed out, I go take a walk. I go take a beat. I go breathe deep. Because I remember the smell. And I remember when I saw his face. When I saw his face. There was a sick look in it. Kind of like a smile. Now, of course, the skin was so many blisters, so many boils. It would be hard to describe it as a smile. It looked more like a Halloween mask. A Halloween mask in the middle of that Pennsylvania Olive Garden. The manager was stunned, staring, screaming, calling the police, knowing that he'd never again be the manager of a regional chain restaurant in America, which with his convictions was all he could ever hope for. Knowing that he'd be in a drive-thru handing people McDonald's toys within a week, because he presided over a gruesome incident. We had to close for 72 hours. I remember what it felt like to walk back into that kitchen. It was dark and haunting. But there was something good about knowing that the worst had happened. That the worst thing in that kitchen that could have happened had happened, and I had witnessed it. I stared it in the face. I watched a man fry his own head off in the Olive Garden in rural Pennsylvania. So I went back to that kitchen and I felt powerful. And I put the ranch dressing in the ramekins. And I got the bread ready. Because it's always somebody who's hungry at the Olive Garden. Hillary, it's time.
Now we want to stick it out and figure out how to do it out. First, let's try to solve my case. Isn't it possible? Discovered that Riley Stevens has a bubbly that was kosher and that was perfect. So could well be the fire to get a bubbly that was quote unquote kosher, meaning fit for Shabbos use. And then something happens to it. The criteria to render it usable is much less than making something kosher from the beginning. Instead of a kosher, as you think about it, the ability to make something fit for use in the beginning is a much higher threshold than it is to go and take something that was already kosher but became a little bit compromised. Or say kind of like Jewish, right? In order to become Jewish, or to become Jewish, so there's a much higher bar. If you're born Jewish, what you do or what you don't do,
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home. The iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
For the business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music on Spotify and Pandora. Because the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Stream.
دور كريسبي لان وإنديان كريسبي إنديان KFC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are here in Las Vegas at the Sirius XM studio. We like these people. I was going to say we love them, but we like them. We have a strong like, which is enough. I think that's enough. And they let us use the studio, and we are very grateful. And you should use it if you're at the Wynn Encore, which I have almost only positive things to say about the Wynn and the Encore. Almost. Showing your age a little bit? Yes. Is the service where it was when it opened? No. The front desk, you have to walk down after 1 a.m. or something. They won't talk to you on a physical, like they won't talk to you on a phone. I don't get that. But that is not as important as the pedophile cannibal ring that runs the world. I mean, that is true. My gripes with the Wynn are small compared to the pedophile cannibal ring that does seem to be running the world. And I think it has, we appreciate everybody listening to the last episode, and we tried to contextualize what's happening. It's difficult now. For example, you look at the Kirk thing, right? Remember that? You look at that, and you try to zoom out and go, all right, tragic death on its face. We see a the furry's boyfriend, the thing. Okay, then we zoom out, we go, wait, the wife's weird. Something up with the wife. The organization's weird. Something's up with them. 3 weeks after the guy's dead, she's out there with sparklers. They're doing Cirque du Soleil. Something's off. Something's weird. Now we find out, the wife it's beyond weird. It's creepy. And there's a very good chance that this woman was his handler. That he was this powerful young guy who raised a lot of money for a lot of people and took a lot of money from a lot of people. And money's never free. So you think about it, you say you have this, how do you direct a guy like that who's incredibly important? He's running the largest young voter, registration organization. He's handling large sums of money. He's out there sculpting narrative as it regards to domestic and foreign policy. So you have a handler who comes in, and she may have loved him. I'm sure she loved him. Why wouldn't a handler love her husband? Because even though she was his Mossad handler, probably had him killed, no marriage is perfect. None. Not one. No marriage is perfect. Truly. No marriage is perfect. There's no marriage that is perfect. She may have been his handler, and they came to her one day and said, he found out you're his handler. Or she might have told them, she might have said, listen, we got problems. This guy, and I'm not the only one saying this, don't kill me. I'm saying, we're not breaking news here. We're not breaking ground. We're reviewing. We're analyzing. We're like behind the 8 ball. This woman may have called someone up and said, we got bad news here. This guy found all the laundered money, and now he knows I'm his handler, and he thinks that invalidates the marriage because I'm his handler. And they were like, can we do anything about it? Is there anything we can do here? And she goes, I don't know. And then they go, well, we might have to, And she cried, and she was sad, whatever. And I'm not saying any of that happened. I'm saying that's more reasonable than what kind of we're being told. That's all. That's more reasonable than what we're being told. That's all. In my book, something was deeply off there. In the same way that all the people that are defending, all the people that are saying that like these files don't show a trafficking ring or they don't show anything, and that everybody's overreacting, and that nobody. It's just a moral panic, and people don't understand what's going on. To me, are either doing that, being willfully disingenuous for whatever reason, or they've gone mad. They've gone like crazy, and that's okay too. These are thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of documents. Why would the FBI have a case? Why would there be thousands of pages of documents in a case where nothing happened? It seemed really weird if nothing happened. All of these women for years had just been wrongly accusing all of these powerful people. So it seems like it would be a bit strange that was the case, but there's a lot of people out there that are saying it's not a big deal. Pam Bondi, you got to remember, Pam Bondi is from Florida. She was, I believe, the Attorney General of the state of Florida. She's way in over her head. I feel bad for her. She's like a real housewife. She's not supposed to be doing this. They all get in there, and they all think, they all go, oh, we're gonna, justice is here. Like, the Avengers are here. Her and Cash and Bongino. He's already back to podcasting in under a year. She has no idea what's going on. She gets in there, and these people are all unprepared. They're all unprepared for what is about to happen. They don't know. She doesn't know what's about to happen. She has no idea. And then they're given a choice. They're like, you're involved now in this cover-up. This is you. This is on you. You're in it with us. Kesh Patel's in it because he's like probably being, he's another one's being handled. He's another one's being either controlled to some degree. He's lying. He knows. So Pam Bondi, let's look again. And I'm not saying Kesh Patel's girlfriend's doing it, but others have. Take a look at Kesh Patel's girlfriend. Some people have said it. I've never said it, and I never would. Because he's been litigious about that. They've sued you. If you've said this very talented country singer is some type of tool to control Kesh Patel, you get sued. So I don't want to get sued, and I don't believe that. I believe it's a relationship based on love. Now, moving on, Pam Bondi, here she is crashing out, as the kids would say, crashing out about why she has not indicted any of the billionaires, kings, prime ministers, ex-presidents that are on the Epstein list. And we know the answer to that. The answer to that is that she's not able to. She's told she's not allowed to. And she herself, does she want to pick a fight with Sultan, whoever? I was so worried that was the guy that owns the hotel that I stay at, I was really worried because the guy who owns the Beverly Hills Hotel, which I love, and I stay at, but also I go to lunch there all the time. He was the sole, but it's not him. It's not him. And if I had found out that the owner of the hotel that I love was torturing people, it would have been a real moral quandary for me about whether or not we should go there, because I don't like when people get tortured, obviously, but I don't love the Four Seasons over there. I don't love it, and I think they're the top hotel. So then I'd have to be in my car going, well, if I don't go to this hotel, I mean, does that result in people not getting tortured? Like, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem to make. So let's take a look at Pam Bondi again here. Pam Bondi, this is her, and none of these people can keep their cool because they're under tremendous pressure, you know, and I'm not defending any of them, but they're under tremendous pressure because the things that are in these documents will unravel governments. So let's take a look here at Pam Bondi.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming.
That's right. Who cares if we kidnap their children? What does it matter? Who cares if we kidnap them? The Dow is up. The Dow's up. Who cares if we snatched your kids and took them to an island to abuse them? The Dow is up. So what? So what? We're part of an ancient blood cult. The Dow is up. So what? We perform sacrifices to deities so that we can have their power. The Dow is up. You know what the NASDAQ's doing? The blue chips, the S&P 500? Why don't you shut your mouth about the kids that we abducted and sacrificed so we can please Lucifer or Baal? So what? The Dow is up. So what? We worship Baal. Maybe you should thank Baal for the Dow being at 50,000. You're a pretty good stock trader, Raskin. From what I hear, maybe instead of angering Baal, you thank Baal. Thank Baal for what he's done for American 401ks. Baal has done more for the S&P 500 than Joe Biden did. Joe Biden didn't do anything for the S&P 500. We had to go to Moloch and Baal. That's Pam Bondi telling everyone to thank Baal, the demon Baal, for the S&P 500, and don't worry about the child sacrifices. But by the way, that's kind of what she's saying. It's actually what she's saying. Now, she's not articulating it as intelligently as I am. She, frankly, doesn't have the ability. What she's saying is that Moloch and Baal are protecting the American economy, and that if we have to sacrifice a few people, it's not the end of the world. And if you keep making it a big deal, if you keep prattling on about these disappeared women and children, you're going to anger the gods of the stock market. That's what Pam Bondi is saying. With the gods that we worship are of the stock market. A lot of pedophiles in the world, very few of them have what I have behind me, which is a temple. On the side of the island, temple. A clip where this General Pam Bondi, friend of the show, reminding Congress that it is not Joe Biden and Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or the chairman of the Fed. It is Baal. It is the entity Baal and Moloch who protect the American economy. Here she is.
We should be talking about making Americans safe.
That's right.
We should be talking about, what does the Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? What does Moloch have to do with the Dow? Are you nuts? You're asking what Moloch, the god of child sacrifice, has to do with the Dow? The Dow is fake. You know it's fake. Finance is fake. It's what we say it is. It's only to please Paul. I mean, what does the Dow have to do with Paul? Everything. Helix, I cannot say enough about Helix. Everyone who visits me says, wow, these guest room mattresses are so great, and it's because of Helix. Rest easy with seamless returns and exchanges. Helix is the most award-winning mattress brand. It's tested and reviewed by experts like Ford and Wired. And if you don't like it, you have a 120-night sleep trial and a limited lifetime warranty. A new study found that 82% of those involved saw an increase in their deep sleep cycle while sleeping on a Helix mattress. I've had my Helix mattresses for years. My sleep is the best it's ever been. I like the Midnight Deluxe, but you got to take the little Helix quiz and it'll tell you what's good for you. HelixSleep.com/TimD. That's HelixSleep.com/TimD. 27% off site-wide. That's exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. 27% off site-wide, exclusive for listeners of the Tim Dillon Podcast. Pretty amazing. Here's the thing, too. I want to just go into the Savannah Guthrie thing for a minute here. I don't know what's going on with the Guthrie family. I hope her mother comes back alive. I don't know what's happening. This is why I have not weighed in on it. Can you get up this video with Savannah Guthrie and the family here? Who kidnaps an old person? Nobody wants an old person. Nobody even wants the old people they have. Nobody even wants an old person that lives in their home. We as a society, in Japan and stuff like Italy, they keep the old people in the house till they die. They look at us like barbaric and inhumane because we take our old people and we put them in horrible nursing homes and they do fight clubs with them. We don't even want old people. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants an old person. Why would you abduct an old person? And by the way, I love old people. I'm just saying this is the way it is, sadly, in our society. Nobody's like going crazy for the old people. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't abducting old people. So this seems like weird that this elderly woman is abducted. And I don't know. I'm not judging them. I don't want to judge people that make ransom videos, although I feel like none of them are doing it effectively. But here we are. Savannah Guthrie and her family discussing here this horrible thing about her mother. I hope her mother comes back. Let's see. Here it is.
This morning, an emotional plea from Savannah Guthrie and her family.
I want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel that.
Via social media, the Today Show host pleading for the safe return of her mother, Nancy, who police say was taken from her Tucson home. She was last seen around 9:45 Saturday night.
Our mom is our heart and our home.
This is terrible. All right, enough with this. But it is sad. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand it. They're saying it's an inside thing, and I don't know, the brother-in-law or something. I don't know. I'm not going to go. We've got too much to do here. We hope she comes back, and we hope she comes back in one piece, which is a gruesome way to say it, but that is what people say. You hope she's back in one piece. Really, I mean, I don't understand what exactly happened. I don't know who would do this or why anyone would take an old person and, I guess, hold her for ransom. Now, there's some uncomfortable stuff happening right now as well on the foreign policy side because the Epstein files are exposing. A lot of people don't want fully unredacted files because they say that it will expose national security secrets. And if we have the rest of the files, and then if we unredact some of these files, we will have national security issues, meaning that Jeffrey Epstein was not running a trafficking ring, of course, that was told to us, but yet is somehow mixed up in national security to the extent that of these unredacted files would cause like a tidal wave of problems for intelligence agencies and governments. But again, the guy that like wasn't doing anything somehow was doing something. So a lot of people are basically saying that we don't want any of this to come out because it could be damaging to maybe existing relationships that the United States of America has. I don't know. Particularly with Russia, which is our greatest ally. It has been for a very long time. Russia is very close with the United States of America. Most of our congressmen go on trips to Russia. Russia's RAPAC is massively influential in American politics. RAPAC, the Russian-American funding, RAPAC. We're all criticizing RAPAC all the time. And, Putin's been here 7 times, visited the Oval Office since Trump was elected. It's just with tons of laws in America right now being proposed to limit anti-Russian speech. So I get it. The mayor of Miami is a Russian, had the police show up at a woman's house who said something about Russia. It's weird. We have a weird relationship with Russia. Russia spends a lot of money. Olga Ivanova, who's a who owns the Dallas Mavericks, very powerful, lives in Russia part-time, in America part-time. Trump actually joked she might like Russia better than America. It was a bet. She is actually spending tons and tons of money in a Kentucky House race so that Thomas Massie can't get elected. And what is Thomas Massie doing that's so disturbing to the Olga, the Russian oligarch? It's that he wants the Epstein files released. So you have to imagine it's damaging to Russia because a Russian oligarch is dumping tons of money into a Kentucky Senate race so that Thomas Massie can't win because he's running partially on the platform of transparency for Epstein victims and consequences for the perpetrators of these horrible crimes. So I think that is obvious to most people that something is going on. So maybe that's one of the reasons that people don't want these files unredacted, is because it will damage our very close, uniquely close, historically close relationship with Russia. We fund Russia, we give Russia money to fight a lot of wars. Russia has, potentially influenced our foreign policy to prioritize wars that maybe weren't great for America. So we got a big problem that's Russia. Obviously, it's obviously Russia. Tons of things, it is what it is. Good luck trying to get elected in this country criticizing Russia. You criticize Russia, they descend on you big time. Every year I see 1 or 2 people, maybe more, in my business have to clarify that they're actually not being anti-Russian. It's a thing. People have to do it. They come out and they go, my support for Georgia does not mean I am anti-Russian. And I just want to let people know that I've never been anti-Russian. I have Russian friends. So there's a huge Russia connection in these documents. The ex-prime minister of Russia used to stay at Epstein's house. Epstein's personal lawyer, Alan Moscowface, is a very big proponent of Russia and Russian interests. There it is. So it's obvious. Even the president's daughter, which was kind of a rare thing, converted to being Russian. Kind of a rare thing because her husband Jared St. Petersburgiewicz was Russian, and the daughter, did you know this, converted to being Russian? So it's interesting. So Trump has a lot of respect for Russia and Russians. So that's what is being said. But by the way, what I just said is being said on CNN with a straight face, and MSNBC, and with a straight face. They're saying that she's a Russian asset. That Jeffrey Epstein worked for Russia, and that if you think anything else, can we get Alan Dershowitz up here talking about the Epstein-Israel connection, which I think is hilarious. My favorite thing ever, Alan Dershowitz said, he didn't work for the Mossad. If he did, I would have gotten him like a better deal or a better. And again, none of this has anything to do with Jewish people or with Israel as a place. It has to do with powerful governments, the deep state of Israel working with America, and billionaires who are completely transforming a narrative in front of your face to completely fuck with your sense of reality of what you know to be true. You know that Jeffrey Epstein is not a Russian asset, and it's hilarious. You know that Russia has very little power in America, and if Jeffrey Epstein worked for Russia, everybody in this country would know about it immediately, and you would have known about it years ago, because we'd be using it as a pretext to go to war with them. We'd be using it immediately. I mean, so it's just amazing. But again, it's one of those things where you have to just even Kyle Rittenhouse is calling for Pam Bondi's resignation. That's got to be tough, huh? Even Kyle Rittenhouse is weighing in here. Kyle Rittenhouse has had enough. When you've lost Kyle Rittenhouse, you know things aren't well. So we obviously have a national security issue that does not have to do with Russia. It has to do with Israel, if you're not immediate. And that's one of the reasons that this is an uncomfortable discussion for a lot of people in Washington. And there's a lot of anti-Semitism where people will literally say, this is a cabal of all Jewish people that have ever existed or whatever. It's easy to find that. You can find that easily. But if you're an intellectually honest person, you have to look at this and go, oh, he's clearly working with Israel to some degree. He has deeply
podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born when the truth emerges.
I just told him I was going to tell the truth, and you might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times as this horrible monster.
Listen to Burden of Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today. People who didn't do what John Floyd wanted them to do, they usually disappeared. This is Two-Faced John of God, a podcast that brings you inside the world of a healer who was worshipped across the globe.
Entrenched interests and relationships with that country. Why would Miriam Allison be funding all this money for Thomas Massey's race? It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense that a billionaire who splits her time between Israel and wherever, Dallas, I don't know where the hell she lives, but would care about Thomas Massey. It makes absolutely no sense that she'd give a shit about a congressman where in Ohio, Kentucky. I think it's Kentucky. But why would she give a fuck? Why would she be dumping tens of millions of dollars into this race? Why? His main issue is the transparency of these files. He wants them out. So if you're trying to stop these files from coming out, we gotta look at why. Why would you care? And I think it's fair to say that Miriam Allison doesn't want them out because it's embarrassing for Israel. It's like obvious to most people. You'd have to pay me so much money to not say that, because it would go against every logical fiber of my being. I'd have to come out and go, well, Miriam has always believed that, there's lots of issues that she cares about, and Thomas is... No, it's 100% true. And the Free Press press can do whatever they want. They can bring out anyone in the world to say that this wasn't a trafficking operation and it had nothing to do with it. Because, by the way, they tried. They're like, well, actually, nothing was happening. And you're like, okay. Actually, he wasn't involved with intelligence. You're like, all right. Then the files came out. They're like, well, it's actually Russian intelligence. You're like, well, you just said it was nothing. Well, no, it's Russia. It's actually Russian intelligence. He hated Israel. He emailed one time he hated Israel. You know what I mean? It's like, I've emailed I hate ice cream. It's not the truth. You know what I mean? Like, what's the pattern of behavior here? So we have a little bit of an issue geopolitically with this, which was why it's been such a sticky situation. And everybody who's honest will tell you that. I know smart people. I know connected people. And they all tell you that. It's not even a secret behind the scenes at all. There's actually nobody of any intelligence behind the scenes that suggests any other rationale for this. They're not like, well, it could have been a lot of different things. Like, working for Israel, and he got a little nutty. Now, I'm not saying they were like approving everything he did, obviously, but there was clearly some knowledge about what the man did. No one's friends with Jeffrey Epstein and has no idea what he's doing. Nobody has no idea. There's got to be you're at least curious about what he's doing. Your wife's like, why does he have that island, Tom? I don't know. It's like he likes nature. Is that what he likes, Tom? Nature? Yeah, you should see how passionate he is about the beach and all the different, because it's amazing all the different animals. It's like a nature preserve. It's a nature preserve? That's what he's preserving, Tom, nature? Yeah. And that's what you did there. You went and what did you talk about on that island with him? Well, we just talked about how to start another, human race. That's it? That's all you talked about is how to start another human race with his DNA? That's it, you sure? Yeah, that's just all he wanted to discuss. Was like, what if there was another human race? It was just like him. Okay, Tom. Fine. What else? Well, you also talked about, time traveling. Would it affect, could you get hard if you, travel through time to, fuck someone in another dimension? So that's all you discussed, Tom? That's all you discussed is if you went through time travel, would you still be able to get an erection to fuck someone in another dimension? That's all you talked about. Nothing else? That's really it. So that's all you talked about was seeding a new human race with his DNA and then going potentially to another time, and if you could get blood to your penis so you could have sex with a child in another dimension. Yeah, I mean, not a child per se, but that's kind of what it was. All right, fine. If that's all you talked about, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it if that's all you discussed. But I don't want you doing anything bad. No, it's just talk. Norwegian Crown Princess met married to Jeffrey Epstein on November 2012. Soon people won't be able to make new humans anymore. We can just design them in a lab. Whoa! Pretty cool. Okay, so this is from HKH Crown Princessen to Jeffrey Epstein, and this is 2012. And here's what she writes to him. You always make me smile because you tickle my brain, but I want the data from it. Now, by the way, before I read this email, you are getting a glimpse into how the ruling class deals with each other. And a lot of them, yes, evil, yes, soulless, but also we can't forget, kind of retarded, not the smartest, a lot of dad jokes, a lot of dumb shit, you're not impressed with a lot of these emails, you're kind of disturbed that these are retarded cannibal pedophile Satanists. You're like, oh, this is not the even the Luciferians have got to be they're like, well, these people are kind of look, do you think that's a discussion they have? The Luciferian elite? Do you think they're even the new people are just, these people? It ain't what it used to be. It ain't what it, because nothing is. So even in the satanic blood cult, it still has to be. They're like, there's these people. They don't even know how to run their home. They don't even know how to run their estates. So many times I'll get a call from someone going, "Can you help me out? There's blood in the barn." You know, they burned down like 2 of their houses on their property in a ritual. These people just, they don't have it. They don't have it like we used to have, because these are the conversations that are happening, by the way, with the Luciferian elite somewhere in Switzerland. Some guy's putting a little cheese fondue into his mouth and going, "You just don't have, you know how much stuff I've had to clean up, literally and figuratively." You always make me smile because you tickle my brain, but I want the data from now, or the bill is mine. Is it the cocktail of all the unnaturals that have a profound effect on the early stages of development in humans? Soon people won't be able to make new humans anymore, but I guess that would be la and great. We can just design them in a lab. Well, interesting. Fun. We have a returning sponsor from back in the day. One of our favorite sponsors ever, Sheath Underwear of Legends. And it's one of those legends. I love Sheath. It's all I wear. Created by U.S. Army soldier Robert Patton on the second 20 Iraq. Yeah, I mean, this guy went to Iraq twice. And I met him personally. He's a good dude. He was actually one of the good soldiers, truly. He was leading a team that was digging a tunnel to help Iraqi children escape the war. But that's what we're going with. Sometimes you got a couple of thousand kids into the tunnel, and they were on their way out of the war zone, but unfortunately, there was a nice kids movement above the collapse of the tunnel, and all of the children died. And that is sad, and it's horrible, but the intent was good. Sheath underwear, though, is breathable. It's the best underwear I've ever worn. I love them. They have a nice, comfortable pouch to support force instead of crushing everything together, improving comfort, hygiene, and performance. They have over 20,000 5-star reviews and 100% money back guarantee on the first. More. Go to sheath.com. Use promo code TIM. Save 20% off your purchase. All jokes aside, they are the best underwear. Go to sheath.com. Use promo code TIM. You will love the way you feel. Morgan is a law firm. I mean, if you're an Epstein victim, I mean, hello. I am saying, can you believe that people get in accidents and don't call in a truck? What is wrong with these people? Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. They have 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. Over $30 billion recovered for over 500,000 clients. Morgan has a proven track record of fighting paying full and fair compensation. If you were injured by the negligence of another, you deserve to be paid. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. That's right, their fee is free unless they win. To learn more, go to forthepeople.com/GIM or click the link in the description below. That's forthepeople.com/Tim or click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. Jeffrey Epstein also ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid, and we wanted to, the day the FBI opened an investigation into him. What can you do with sulfuric acid? You can do a lot of things. Can you get up uses for sulfuric acid? No, I mean literally, because we should give him the benefit of the doubt. Some people think he might have been ordering it to dissolve the bodies of people that he had killed. Fertilizer production. The largest use is producing phosphoric acid, which is used to make ammonium sulfate and phosphate fertilizers. So maybe he was making his own fertilizer for the island instead of buying fertilizer. Metal processing, using the iron and steel industry to remove oxidation, rust, and scale from steel sheets and billets before coating. Maybe. Lead acid batteries, chemical manufacturing, petroleum refining, industrial cleaning and maintenance. Laboratory and industrial applications. Due to its high acidity and corrosiveness, it is a highly regulated substance requiring careful handling. Now, some people believe that they opened this investigation into him and he goes, listen, I copped a sweetheart deal. Now, when did he get this? When they opened up the first one, or what? When was this? Do we know exactly when he ordered this? 2018? Now, this is after he made that sweetheart deal the first time. So he's saying to himself, I might be able to survive the sex trafficking angle of this. The intelligence communities will say it's not sex trafficking, and I'll be able to say I groped a 17-year-old again. I'm sorry, and we'll do another sweetheart deal. But then Ghislaine was like, but darling, we've killed all these people. He's like, right, we did kill a lot. We killed a lot. So then he's going, well, we got to get rid of all these people we killed. We got to get rid of them. We got to burn. We got to dissolve them in acid because I like them. And I bet this is what went through his mind. I think I'm right. He goes, I'll make another sweetheart deal. They'll just write me off as a creep. The intelligence side of this is going to protect the trafficking stuff. You got to remember the first time he's accused, there's like 200 victims, and he cops to touching one of them inappropriately during a massage. He's going, I'll just do that again. Here's the problem. He killed all these people. Darling, we killed all these people, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, you must kill them, darling. Darling, we've killed them all, Jeffrey. You've got to kill them all. You've got to dissolve them now, darling. Burn them up. Dissolve them with acid, darling. So Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein spent decades trafficking young women, children, and everyone in between. And probably young men and boys, or what God only knows. Allegedly. But they did all of this, and they were supposed to believe that, but nobody died, nobody got killed. Jeffrey Epstein's ex, by the way, get her up, Karina, she said, he's not part of the Luciferian cult, but they do sacrifice babies. That's what she said on X. That's what his ex-girlfriend said. She said that. She goes, he's not even involved with that. You gotta love, by the way, nothing's better than like a woman who has a guy's back. He's not even involved with the Luciferian sacrifice to children. He got involved for money. This woman, Karina, who's Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend, literally is on X saying, yeah, he got involved with these people. They're in a cult. They sacrifice kids. But he was just trying to make money. He's not even involved with that. So this woman's coming out to defend this guy, who I don't even know, is he dead? He might be dead. But maybe he's somewhere. Maybe he's in Russia. We don't know where he is. And now they're hating on Les Wexner. Why would they do that? Why would they hate on Les, owner of Victoria's Secret, the limited brands? They're saying he's a co-conspirator. He's an old guy, Les Wexner. He'll probably exit stage left soon, I would imagine. But you got to get up this tweet from Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend, because it is so funny. It is just so funny. The Overton window on this stuff has now moved into like where it's like it's completely possible in polite society right now to say to yourself, oh wait, are they cannibals? And you can say that now. You can say that now at a lunch. You don't have to feel any type of way of saying that at a lunch and bringing it up, going, well, did you see the tweet from his ex-girlfriend Karina, who says that they're actually a cult and they're sacrificing children? However, Jeffrey wasn't even involved in that. He was just in it for money. And you could tell your kids, I mean, that's a great story to tell your kids. And say, if you prioritize money and you get involved with money, there will be a chance that you're running a human trafficking operation. And that there are elements of that want you to procure children to be sacrificed to Baal. That's what happens when you prioritize money. That's why you should just do what you love. But that's the thing with Jeffrey Epstein, and this is also a problem. He did what he loved, and he was good at it. This is a real issue, and this is something to wrestle with. Now, obviously, he was evil, but the man was dialed in. The man was locked in. He was in a flow state. That's part of the problem here. Part of the problem is that this man was like perfectly suited for what he did. He was perfectly suited in some type of. This was not like an unnatural place for this guy to be. This guy this was the life he was meant to live. I don't know what that means. I don't know that that's good, but this is the life he was meant to live. I don't think he regretted anything either. I don't think he regretted it. I don't think Jeffrey Epstein regretted it. I'm not defending it. Do you have this tweet up? Now this is this the tweet about the cult? Okay. Well, it is out there. We'll put it on in post. Tulsi Gabbard is being accused of something. We don't know what she's being accused of. And no one will tell us. No one will tell us what Tulsi Gabbard is doing, but apparently it's so bad. It's so destructive. And listen, we've criticized Tulsi Gabbard on the show. And, we like Tulsi a little bit, but we also have criticized her because, again, we're criticizing anyone that's, not calling for the complete and total transparency with these files. Gabbard whistleblower complaint based on intercepted conversation about Jared Kushner. Substance of the conversation, which covered in part issues related to Iran. So Tulsi Gabbard is like an anti-war person, and apparently she is conspiring, or two people are talking about Tulsi Gabbard. The highly classified whistleblower complaint against Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is related to a conversation intercepted last spring in which two foreign nationals discussed Jared Kushner, according to U.S. officials familiar with the matter. It couldn't be determined which country the foreign nationals are from or what they discussed about Kushner. But the connection to Kushner sheds further light on the top-secret whistleblower complaint that bureaucratically stalled within Gabbard's agency for 8 months and was kept locked in a safe until it reached Congress in heavily redacted form last week. Senior Trump administration officials said the claims about Kushner were demonstrably false, but declined to offer more specifics about the conversation on grounds that doing so could expose a highly sensitive surveillance method. The allegations in the conversations, please the allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant if verified. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant if verified. I hope they're not saying that Jared Kushner has loyalty to another country besides America, because I don't believe it. Don't you dare tell me. Don't you dare. I won't believe it. I won't believe. If you spin some crazy lie that Jared Kushner's working on behalf of the interests of another country, you're out of here, pal. You're out of here. If you try to say that shit, I will not believe you. The same Jared Kushner who Benjamin Netanyahu used to sleep in his room when Jared got kicked out and went to the basement when the baby would visit America. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I literally will not believe it. The allegations in the conversation about Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, would be significant if verified, according to other U.S. officials familiar with its content. But those officials agreed there was no corroborating evidence to support the allegations. We don't even know what the allegations are. I imagine they're not going to say that this guy's working with the Israelis or whatever, because that's like obvious. You don't even need a secret phone call for that, by the way. I don't know what kind of secret phone call you would need to establish that. He's kind of doing it openly. This will go back to Russia again. Watch. It's gonna. They're gonna be like, well, he's with Russia. It would be interesting. Kushner is at the center of some of the administration's toughest national security initiatives. He devised the plan to rebuild Gaza and has joined Trump envoy Steve Witkoff in negotiations and the war in Ukraine and dismantle Iran's nuclear network. So there's apparently allegations against Kushner, and it was based on a foreign intelligence conversation collected by the NSA. I'm betting money they're going to say it's Russia. They're going to say that Russians are talking about Kushner and that he somehow is not to be trusted and that he's back-channeling outside of the official negotiations or something. I don't think it's going to be Israel. We don't know. But apparently the NSA, and then Tulsi Gabbard's involved in this. How? She's got really nothing to do with Israel. I imagine they're going to say it's something to do with Russia because Tulsi's involved in this too. This is my guess. Keep going here. Like in Trump's first term, which he orchestrated peace talks between Israel and Arab nations, Kushner touts his business background as an asset. What are all these business backgrounds, by the way? All these business backgrounds are seeming kind of fake, aren't they? All these people that just lose money and go bankrupt and then get more money. What are all these business backgrounds? All these people, they all get bailed out by somebody somewhere, and we're all supposed to believe that this is all happenstance or the result of someone's business acumen. It's a genius, and all these people just have money and go bankrupt and lose all their money and somehow reconstitute their wealth. They're able to get all the money back all the time, and they never have they have financial problems, but they're never apparent to anyone because they're all still doing quite well. So it's not odd to people. So it's strange. Again, the Kushners for many years had this building in New York, 666, I believe was the address, either Fifth or Park Avenue, and it was like a building that they had to sell. It was like, get this up, get six Kushners building up in New York City, and they had all these financial problems with this building. I think they finally sold it. They had all these issues, and Kushner's father blackmailed his brother, or Kushner's uncle blackmailed his father, hired a hooker, filmed them. I mean, they're nice, fun people. They're just fun family people. Yeah, Kushner Companies purchased 666 Fifth Avenue for $1.8 billion in 2007, a highly leveraged deal, and it struggled with debt and vacancy. After failed redevelopment plans, they sold a 99-year lease to Brookfield Asset Management in 2018. So here's the deal. They purchased this in 2007. Kushner's family firm. It was the most expensive office building purchase in Manhattan history. Failed redevelopment. Kushner Companies planned a massive overhaul of the 39-story tower into a 1,400-foot mixed-use skyscraper with Zaha Hadid Architects. Famous architects. She's done a lot of great buildings. One in 10,000 Museum in Miami, whatever it's called, 1,000 Museum. The 2018 deal. Brookfield Asset Management acquired the 99-year ground lease in 2018, which allowed the Kushner Companies to exit the struggling investment. The Kushners needed a bailout for Jared. There you go. Go to the right. Go to this article here to the right. The Kushners needed a bailout for Jared's bad bet in New York, but still have a full portfolio in New Jersey. So now that's an article from 2018. I believe if you go up, let me see when it was written, August 12th, 2018. And they're talking about this openly, that they made a bad bet. They needed a bailout. I'm not saying people don't get bailed out. I'm not saying these things don't happen. Obviously, Jared Kushner's ill-advised bet on New York City real estate has finally played out with an exit strategy that will allow his family's real estate company to emerge from more than $1 billion of debt on a 41-story Manhattan office tower. Here's what I'm throwing out there. I think it's kind of interesting. And again, I don't want to be too conspiratorial. This is not a great week for the people that say conspiracies are fake and everyone who believes them are dumb, huh? That's not a great week. Not a great week. Is it possible that some of these bad real estate bets, stock bets, whatever, are rescued, but then the people that are getting rescued are then, to a degree, controlled by the people that have arranged the rescue? It's something to think about. At the very least, it's something to think about. If you can exit a deal and wash $1 billion in bad debt, are you potentially in the debt of the people who arranged that deal, or who helped that deal happen, or who allowed you to escape? crazy thing to suggest. I don't know. I don't know. Now get up Jared Kushner's father and his brother. We talked about this on the show before, and the hooker and the blackmail. This seems to be kind of a thing. I believe Kushner's father. In 2004 to 2005, Charles Kushner, a wealthy real estate developer, Democratic donor, and father of Jared Kushner, pleaded guilty to 16 counts of tax evasion, witness retaliation, making false statements to the Federal Election Commission. The case, prosecuted by Chris Christie, included a widely reported sordid revenge plot against his own sister and brother-in-law. Charles Kushner was furious that his brother-in-law, William, was cooperating with federal investigators in a tax evasion case against him. Kushner hired a prostitute for $25,000 to seduce his brother-in-law at a New Jersey motel. Kushner had the sexual encounter secretly filmed and sent the videotape to his sister, Esther, to intimidate them. Instead of being intimidated, the Shoulders turned the tape over to federal prosecutors, leading to the case against Charles Kushner. So this is what the Kushner family is like about. This is like how they operate. So I'm just wondering what these allegations are against Jared Kushner. What they are, what they mean. And Kushner is married to Ivanka Trump, who's Donald Trump's daughter. So this is interesting. Again, imagine explaining this to somebody from another planet who just landed. So the guy in charge of the Middle East peace plan and rebuilding Gaza and ending the Ukraine war with Russia, the Russia-Ukraine war, married the president's daughter. In 2018, got bailed out of $1 billion bad real estate deal in New York. This guy's father blackmailed his sister and his brother-in-law because of dealings and tax evasion dealings and shady business dealings that went wrong. He tried to intimidate his brother-in-law and his sister, and instead of being intimidated, they turned the tape over to federal prosecutors, and Charles Kushner served 14 months in a federal prison camp in Alabama and 10 months in a halfway house in New Jersey. His son is negotiating. So Kushner's like one of the most influential people in the world, Jared Kushner. We don't know much about him other than that his dad tried to blackmail his sister. They made a very bad $1 billion bet. Netanyahu used to hang out with the family when he visited New York and stay in Kushner's room. This all known. And now supposedly there's some weird intelligence complaint about Tulsi Gabbard or whatever. I don't know. I'm wondering about all these business deals that everybody has, and I'm curious as to like how this all works. What you will see over the next few months now with a lot of the people in the ruling class that want to retain their powers and position of wealth, and it's going to happen over the next 6 days, but we're just talking, we're going to walk it out a little bit. They're all going to start to turn on the people in these files. The people in these files are going to resign from boards, from organizations. They're going to step back, and then they're going to transfer all of their money to someone else for legal reasons, for public relations reasons, for all of that. And it's going to come out. The stuff in this, all these files is going to come out. It's going to get really bad. There's going to be sacrificial lambs. You're going to throw somebody out. Go, this guy's a scumbag. That one's a scumbag. It'll be old people. It'll be people that are dying. It'll be whatever. And then they will kind of try to move on past it. They'll put the blanket over it, and they'll go, well, let's move on. This was actually nothing. There was a couple of creeps, a few bad apples. Remember Abu Ghraib? A few bad apples was a design program. It's actually a good analogy. When it came out, the troops, those photos of like people in Iraq, the cigarette chick, the torturing, and they go, oh, it's a few bad apples. And it turned out, no, it was a meticulously designed program by the CIA, and it was being administered all over the world in these black site torture prisons. In the same way that they're going to say that this is a few bad apples, a few creeps, a Prince Andrew, a Jeffrey Epstein. No, it's a meticulously designed way of doing business that people even do. They even do it with their own family. Even with their own family, go, no, we know that works. We're going to do it close to home. So this this is a well-established order of doing business and always has been. And the idea that like this is not somewhat institutional or that this isn't serving existing power dynamics and propping them up and preventing them from being questioned is insane. So anyone who's saying that stuff is completely crazy. And we'll see more about what happens here in the next few weeks. But I imagine that the get up Massey, get up what Thomas Massey is saying. I imagine that the drumbeat to release these that's coming out right now, you're not going to be able to stop this. You're not going to be able to stop this. This is going to come out. This is going to come out. And what's interesting about Jared Kushner, by the way, is he didn't want an official role in this administration. He wanted to just kind of float. Sure, he wanted to do his own thing. He wanted to do his own thing. He just wanted to kind of float. He didn't want an official role. He's like, let me be I'm the negotiator. Why is he negotiating all these deals? I mean, all he provably did was make this really weird real estate bet in New York. He get bailed out. Why is he negotiating all this stuff? I guess he's a great negotiator. So he's out there negotiating all these new deals, I guess, because he's so good at all this stuff. So here we go. Thomas Massey is saying, I'm not going to be intimidating. President's attacking me. So Massey and Ro Khanna are really trying to get these files out, the rest of these files out. Here's the question. What will they do to prevent this? What will they do to prevent these files from coming out? What exactly, like, we're not going into Iran. Trump, to his credit, told Bibi, we're not going into Iran. As of now, that's where we are. There's no Iran for right now. Bibi came to the White House going, we want to go to Iran. And Trump's like, we're not going into Iran. Thanks. Thank you. We get it. But they have nuclear weapons? Yeah. We're not going into Iran. So we don't know what's going to happen or where we're going to go domestically. But this is the big story. And I know a lot of people have built their careers, or at least part of their careers, on being like, I'm the rational guy. Like, there's all these conspiracy people, and I'm the rational one. I'm the guy that will tell you that conspiracies are all invented and they're all dumb, and that everyone who believes in them is dumb, and that everybody who entertains this fear is an idiot, and the world needs to be explained to them in a super simple way. This is all of those people. These files is the destruction of their credibility completely. 1,000%. The full collapse of any credibility that the debunkers have that are running around talking about these conspiracies. This is all of these congressmen, by the way, congressmen, congresswomen, senators, people that are looking at these unredacted files, their fucking minds are blown. Their minds are fucking blown. And they're going, whoa. The Sultan, I liked the torture video. Or was Jeffrey the one responding saying, Jeffrey was saying, I liked the torture video that the Sultan sent him. These people are emailing about this shit. They don't care. They're emailing about it. They don't care. There's no fear that they're ever going to get in trouble for any of this. I liked the torture video. That was a good one. I enjoyed the torture video. And it was sent by this guy, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, who is now resigned as CEO of DP World after DOJ documents expose his ties to Epstein. He's a global. Wait, what was he? Go up. A global shipping executive. A global shipping executive. What was he shipping? I'm in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May. Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video to the Sultan. who's a billionaire and a global shipping executive, by the way. So that's a fun business, huh? Shipping. Anyone trying to say that like this is all fake or invented has no credibility. Their credibility is completely collapsed. You don't even have to listen to them. They're either getting paid or they're being stupid for a reason, and it's either disingenuous, they're making money or whatever. But the idea that all of this stuff adds up to nothing, that it all adds up to nothing, and the idea that this was somebody who like hooked up with a 17-year-old who looked 23, that's a lie. Let's smash that narrative that isn't true either, by the way. Yeah, play this. This is a drop site news thing. We had Brian Grimm on, who we like, but let's this is someone who had a chance to review these unredacted documents.
To review any of the unredacted files over at the DOJ, the Epstein files?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I just came from there.
What can you tell us?
There's a bunch of sick fucks.
And I mean, anything more that we don't know? I feel like that's pretty well established.
I know. I think the part that is just so disgusting is that so many people knew.
Did you have any time?
So here's the other thing. This is the thing about conspiracies. This is the one thing they always say. They go, well, how could so many people keep their mouth shut? There's no way conspiracies could exist because there's so many people would have to be in on it. That's like the dumb guy thing that everyone says. But so many people, so many people can be in, but people keep their mouth shut about a lot. People keep their mouth shut about a lot. Threaten their money, threaten their food, threaten their family. You don't even have to threaten. It's implied. It's implicit. They know if they open their mouth, they're opening themselves up to liability, legally, financially. People shut their mouth. People shut their mouth all the time. How could people? There's so many people who have to keep quiet about it, and they will. They will. What are we running around with a bunch of heroes in this country? What are you fucking idiots? We got a bunch of heroes in this country willing to risk it all. I'm going to risk it all to help some woman I don't know. Half of those people want it. They're jealous they can't rape the women. What are you talking about? What, a bunch of heroes? They're going to risk life and limb to help their fellow man? What country do you live in? Fucking get out of here. What country do you live in? Well, so many people would have to be in on it. No. They would gladly be in on it. They would willfully be in on it. Because they don't want to make their lives any more difficult than they already are. That's why they're not coming into defense of anything. They don't care. So many people would have to be there. No. There's an enforced code of silence. And you know what enforces it? Threats to people's livelihood, their level of comfort. And we're not talking about poor people that have nothing to lose here. We're talking about people that have a lot of fucking money. They have a position in society that they don't want to lose. So many people would have to be in. Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen? Why aren't there more heroes in Aspen on the slopes? Aren't they heroic? Where's all the heroes in Palm Beach? Where are all the heroes? Where's the fucking the spirit that founded the country, the spirit of the people that fought the British? What? Can you imagine? Just think about it for a second. You're in Aspen. You wake up at the lodge. It's snowing outside. You have a cup of coffee. And someone comes up to you and you go, you know that guy Jeffrey Epstein? You go, do you think he's trafficking women and children? And now, half of them, let's be honest, half of their responses, I'm also doing that. And then it goes, yeah, you see, money that. You have no idea. You have no idea what a good business is. That's half. Half of them go, oh, I'm actually doing that. I'm also doing that. You're doing that. I heard you were doing that. Now that's good business there. Oh yeah, we put him on. We've got a sultan who's a billionaire. He does shipping. We throw him in a crate. Interesting. Are you getting the waffle? Do you want to split the waffle? That's half of them. Now the other half would go like this. Okay, so like best case. Worst case, they're also trafficking women and children. In Aspen, when they say that. That's the worst case. You go, oh yeah, I know. I've been to the island. I know exactly what he's doing. Do you want his number? That's worst case. Worst case, they go, oh, you need his number? Best case, they go like this. Somebody goes, I hear there's a guy, that Jeffrey guy that we met. He's like a shady guy. He's involved with trafficking women and children. This is what they do with the coffee, right? You just heard that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking women and children in Aspen, Colorado. Fresh coat of powder on the hills, on the mountains. Fresh coat of powder on the mountains. You're sipping coffee at the lodge. You hear 9 a.m. Jeffrey Epstein trafficking women and children. Somebody tells you, you know that guy Jeffrey we met? He's trafficking women and children. Your response? That's what it was. That's what it is. What do you think they're going to do? Well, let's call the FBI right now. Let's interrupt our vacation and launch a crusade to destroy this billionaire and ourselves in the process because we're heroes. Heroes in Aspen. We've got to, we're heroes. Most of these people, their money's like fake. They know it's fake. They don't even know how they're that rich, half these people. God forbid this thing starts to boomerang on them. They're all going, God forbid they start looking at how we have our money. How the fuck do we have our money? So this idea that there's just a bunch of heroes in this country, in Palm Beach or in the Hamptons. They're in the Hamptons, they're eating a lobster roll, and they're sitting there, and the bugs are flying around, and it's humid, and they're eating a lobster roll in the Hamptons in the summer, and somebody comes up to them and goes, that guy Jeffrey, I hear he does weird shit with women and children. And they imagine that at that point, these people spring up out of their seats, they're in their pink polos and their white linens, the white linen shirts, whatever, and they spring up and they go, this can't stand. Let's all bond together to make sure that no woman or child is abused. We are the heroes in the Hamptons. They're Hamptons heroes, and then they get in their Broncos, their old Bronco trucks, and they drive around in their BMW X5s. And they all get in their cars, and they go, "We're going, and we're not gonna stop." No, there's not. And I've only had money for about 5 years, and I've met some of these people. I've been in some of these environments. Number one, normal people probably wouldn't do anything either. But the idea, some of them would. Some people obviously have done it and provably have risked a lot of their professional life to bring things like this to light. There's been journalists that have done it. I've had them on the show. There are people that have done it in real life. But this idea that the most privileged people, the wealthiest people, the people who they themselves don't want you looking into whatever the hell they got going on, the people that are from multi-generational families, wealthy families that want to be out of the public eye, that are very private by their nature, the idea that they're going to spring into action if they hear that someone's trafficking women and children, the idea that they're going to while they're in St. Lucia walking on the beach, they're going to spring into action. And they're going to go, I'm going to make it my life's mission to uncover the truth. Here's what you'll never hear. Here's what you'll never hear if you're at one of those dinners. We got to get to the truth. We got to get to the truth of this, bunny. Lover, we're getting to the truth. We're not going to keep living this life where we bounce around the globe. We're not living this very, very lovely kind of coddled life of boats and planes and beaches and ski slopes. We're done with that. We're getting to the truth now. Your marriage would collapse immediately. Your marriage would immediately collapse. If you said, I'm sick of this shit, the Hamptons, the south of France, the Amalfi Coast, what's it all for? What's it all for? The kids in the best universities, money and houses everywhere, boats and private jets. What the fuck's it for if we can't protect women and children? That's what I want to see. You would get divorced. And you would get divorced, and the attorney would totally get it. You go, hi, hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob, it's me. Listen. We gotta talk. Suzette has lost it. Bob, the other night, she launches under some tirade. She goes, I don't want to go to the south of France anymore. I want to save women and children. What is this disease? Is it a tumor? Do you think it's a tumor? I told her, we were on our way, we're on a drive up to Montecito. She said, I want to dedicate the rest of our lives to helping women and children. And I said, I think you have a brain tumor. Should we get her an MRI? They would think you had a brain tumor. Truly, if you said, I don't care about this money, I want to get to the truth, anyone in that group would think you have a brain tumor. I know enough of these people how they act. The young kids are fun, they play with socialism like a board game whilst they sail around the globe. And their parents just request their presents at dinner occasionally, and they all kind of stare at each other and then quietly eat food, and everybody's got something else going on. But the idea that any of these people at any time would say, we're going to jeopardize our entire standing to launch a full court press here against this Jeffrey Epstein who's backed by intelligence. Number one, that shuts the convo down immediately. You just go, yeah, he's in with intelligence. We don't know what he's doing. They're raping the kids, I think, for us, for our safety. Oh, okay. I thought it was. There's nothing that quiets people down. Like the word intelligence just shuts everyone up immediately. As soon as you say this is intelligence or that is intelligent, it scares off local law enforcement. It scares off federal law enforcement. It scares off everybody. Because it is assumed that whatever is happening needs to happen. That's exactly what intelligence means. It means it's above your head. You wouldn't understand it, but if you did, you would know that it needs to be done. Shut up. And if you inquire about it anymore, you're opening yourself up to a lot of problems here because you're threatening on exposing the sensitive nature of whatever intelligence thing is going on. So all you would have to say to the Palm Beach set, Hamptons, Aspen, whatever, Sea Island, Georgia, Santa Barbara, Napa, anything you would have to say up there, all you would have to say is, if it even got there, you go, oh, he's involved with intelligence, there's something murky going on. But it would never even get there. It would never even get there because if you said you wanted to help children and women, people would think you had a tumor. They would think you had a tumor on your brain if you started talking about any of this stuff. Because there's this really shady guy, they say these kids are disappearing, and they would go, oh, you have a brain tumor, I have to divorce you. I'm sorry. That's really true. That's what it would be. So this idea that everybody would have to be in on it. It's like, no. It is the most easily explained thing ever, dummies. And these are just people that don't know how the world works. They don't know anything about how the world works. So they just talk. They just say things they've heard other people say before. Conspiracies are fake because it would take too many people. And people are actually stupid. People are stupid. And this is what dumb people say about other people to feel like they're right. People are too stupid to do conspiracies, actually. People are just incompetent. This is like the Bill Maher talking point. The brilliant Bill Maher talking point. Which, to his credit, he did come out and say, let's give QAnon an apology. But, like, there's a lot of smart people that have this talking point where they're like, well, people are actually too stupid. No. They just don't want to get involved. The more shit you have, the more you risk. And the minute anyone says the word intelligence, you're out. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get involved with them, the people that killed Kennedy. I'm going to start doing shit with them. It's automatically assumed when you say the word intelligence that these people are the worst mix of criminal, government. It's like everything you don't want to fuck with. You don't want to fuck with the mob. You don't want to fuck with the government. You don't want to fuck with cults. And intelligence is like all of that. It's like all of those. It's elements from all of those things mixed together. It's the ultimate fuck you if you don't want to play around with it. You don't want to play around with it because they have tremendous power. But we are unafraid of them here because we are protected, of course, by God and his emissary on earth, Candace Owens. TimDillaComedy.com. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, wow. What is funny, man? Really? Very, like, hysterical.
But I'm telling you, just take your time with it, one by one as we go. You should be able to restore the worst case scenario. You cut off an extremely rotted piece and hatch in a new piece. Just gotta be careful to make sure that it's in there rigid enough and that we're not making a big to-do about it. So the goal is, at the end, we want to look up and not know that anything has been done to this house. That's the goal of a restoration. We can't always get it done, but if we try hard enough, most of the time, we can get it done. We can get that house patched up so that you don't know that you had problems with restored it back. But I'd start with the Mondo and the sheet metal caps. Good, really, two really good coats of paint. You should be efficient.
Dimineți liniștite planificate.
Dimineți de poveste neprevăzute. Când vacanța perfectă e planificată, magia vine din neprevăzut.
MSC Cruises. Best holiday ever.
This is honestly, and I'm Barry Weiss. We started this podcast 9 years ago because a white woman in Minnesota served a chicken quesadilla to a man and was immediately accused of cultural appropriation. That man's name was George Floyd. When J.K. Rowling had the audacity to suggest that penises and vaginas were different, we did a 72-part series on the fallout from her comments, including interviewing many of her slaves. After I was asked to leave the New York Times because I was too much of a rogue and a truth teller, I started the Free Press because I really wanted to encourage and foster open discussion and debate between people in New York, Miami, Tel Aviv. I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things that I find most important. When David Ellison called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog, my 17 listeners, and this podcast. But I ultimately decided that $150 million was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around. The scenes unfolding out of Minneapolis are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So we thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who was the commander-at-large of ICE, who's now been demoted, and he's now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such a whirlwind in the last 2 weeks?
Madonna mia, the pizza I make it, they fly out the window.
Now you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant?
Sì, Sicilia restaurant, they call it Anthony and Son.
Recognizing this as America. So we thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who was the commander-at-large of ICE, who's now been demoted, and he's now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel? The free press, because I really wanted to encourage and foster open discussion and debate between people in New York, Miami, Tel Aviv. I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things that I find most important. When David Ellison called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog, my 17 listeners, and this podcast. But I ultimately decided that $150 million was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around. The scenes unfolding out of Minneapolis are incredibly disturbing. People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So we thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who was the commander-at-large of ICE, who's now been demoted, and he's now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such a whirlwind in the last 2 weeks?
Madonna mia, the pizza I make it, they fly out the window.
Now you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant?
Sì, Sicilia restaurant, they call it Anthony and Son.
Some people say that ICE actions in Minnesota equate to fascism. What would you say to them?
Fashion. I wear the bow tie every day. I work, I do the bow tie. I got the apron, I got the bow tie, the jacket, nice, the filler over here. Hey, baby, you want a little bit?
Do you have anything to say to the families of the victims in Minnesota?
Everybody love it when I cook. Give me l'amore. I take my cookie. La. Caffè espresso. Brew a little espresso. I give everybody a little espresso. I got a nice and big cornicello. Give bello cornicello for everybody that wishing me bad. I give it ta.
That's beautiful. Greg Bavino, thank you so much for coming on and joining us here on Honestly Not Very Wise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. What a week. Lot to discuss here, lot to break down, lot to react to. Reaction is what the internet wants. They want a reaction video. React to it. React. There's a lot going on, you know. There's a ton happening. A ton over there in Minnesota. Some of it quite violent. Some of it actually regrettable, which is not a strong enough word. There's no words that are strong enough, you know, when someone gets shot, who I don't think should have been shot, and you say it's regrettable, people are going to get angry with you. And you said it was regrettable. Well, it's terrible. It's horrible. You know, we got to take a chill pill. That's what my aunt used to say. She goes, "Why don't you take a chill pill?" You know, when the kids are going, the kids are kind of climbing the walls. and then your mother, your aunt, or a woman from the neighborhood. I don't want to gender it, but that's not something dads say. It was a mom expression. Hey, take a chill. But if your father said that he was gay, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I know a lot of gay people who are actually great parents. I'm not one of them. But if your father said take a chill pill, he was gay. It's something that the woman said. You know? Like, take a chill pill. And that's what we have to do across the board. You know, you've all been over somebody's home when their kids were losing it. And they had to turn around to their children and go, why don't you take a few minutes and get yourself together? And that's what we have to do. We want to zoom out for a minute and look at how we got here. I think it's important. I think a lot of people are very emotional, and understandably so, justifiably so. And this isn't breaking down politically necessarily the way people think it would. There's a lot of right-wing people that are concerned about the government cracking down on protest and putting the boot on the neck of citizens. There's a lot of right-wing people that believe that. So it's not necessarily something, broadly speaking, are Republicans more supportive of ICE than Democrats? Absolutely. However, when you go deeper and you look at these shootings, a lot of Republicans, conservatives, and some of the most prominent ones, are dismayed over how these events played out, how they were handled, and being skeptical of government in any of its manifestations, which is something a lot of right-wing people share. It's understandable why they would look at these events where people got shot needlessly. There were many ways to subdue a Rene Good or an Alex Preddy, whatever, without using lethal force. A lot of right-wing people are going, wait a minute. So how we got here, we got to back up. And I think it's important to do. Because most of what we talk about now is completely ripped from context. Meaning there is no backstory. Nobody understands why things are happening. You're shown a fragment of an event on your phone, and then you have a reaction to it. Immigration is the biggest issue in the world. It's not a uniquely American issue. It is not even a uniquely, Western issue, although it has driven political instability in Western countries. Things like Brexit in the UK, but you could also look at France, Italy, Europe, the UK, the Netherlands. All of these areas have experienced some form of migration that has intensified over the last decade, but really over the last 5 to 7 years. And the difficulty with absorbing those waves of immigrants and assimilating them into a culture that's existed for hundreds, thousands, whatever, of years, and the difficulty assimilating them into an economic system that is rapidly changing and in a lot of countries deteriorating. That difficulty has proven to be the catalyst for a lot of political movements and candidates in those countries that are trying to deal with that issue in a myriad of ways. Some people are proposing deportations. Some people are proposing a freeze of government benefits. Some people are proposing changes to existing law that allows refugees in large numbers to come into the country to claim political asylum. It's not a uniquely American issue. And it's not an issue that has any easy solution. There's none. This has never happened before in history where this amount of people migrated to another part of the world this quickly. Usually this was done through war. This was done over a long period of time. So it's been difficult for a lot of these societies, small, relatively homogenous societies, not only racially, but culturally. Societies have cultures. If you go to Spain, you're going to notice it's a lot different than Louisiana. If you go to Louisiana, you're going to notice it's a lot different than New York, and New York is going to be different from Kansas. We're just talking about states within one country. Different countries have vastly different cultures. So if somebody comes into a country that has a culture that's existed for who knows, but a very long time, and that culture has established norms, and then people come in from a radically different culture that's also existed for a very long time, that has its own set of values, that's hard. I don't know anyone who thinks that's easy. I know dumb people that don't care. And it's your absolute right to be dumb and to not care, or to be so rich you're unaffected, or that your political ideology is some version of be nice. That everyone should kind of be nice. And things tend to work out if everybody is just nice. That's a faction of our society that just believes that the words be nice will heal the divides. And that's okay, you're entitled to have that. I know a lot of people with that. They're wealthy, their privileged globalization has been a boon to them. They're okay, they're doing good. And thinking about any of these issues doesn't interest them. They just don't want to do it. They don't care. They're unaffected. Their family is unaffected. And so none of these things tend to interest them. They tend to ignore all these issues because they're hard to talk about. They're sticky issues. They're not dinner party issues. Really, they're not. They're things people talk about in private. They talk about in their home with close friends. These are not issues that you tend to talk about like on a job interview per se. You know? You don't open with, there's a lot of immigrants. It's not your opener on a job interview. It's interesting. A lot of immigrants here now. Interesting. Some of them are cool. It's just interesting. Like, that's not an opener. The job, you can't do it. Nor should you. I'm not advising that. But these are real issues. You can tell. They're not. These things aren't being made up. Now you might go, well, they shouldn't be issues. Well, good for you that you feel that way. It doesn't matter. They're hugely impactful issues. Trump was elected twice on this issue. A lot of the European leaders right now, look at Nigel Farage in the UK, any of the, candidates where the wind is at their back, meaning that they're going up in the polls, most of them have hard-line positions on immigration. They want less immigration. Most people in countries, when they are polled, including America, want less immigration. That's bipartisan. Now, yes, Republicans want, whatever. You can politically assign, but on the whole, most people want less immigration across the board when they are polled. There are very few people that want more immigration. They do exist. Many of them are billionaires. Many of them are incredibly wealthy people. Many of them are radical libertarians. Many of them don't believe in a state. Some of them are far to the left. They also don't
How
believe
you
in a
living,
state.
girl? How you doing? Excellent. Staying strong? Excellent.
Schumer told CNN State of the Union that ICE is a rogue force. And a battle over immigration reform.
Certainly, Miss Aquarius, I understand. Don't even talk. There you go.
Frederickson says talks continue and that uptick in U.S. Denmark defense pact could give the U.S. a bigger Greenland role without changing borders. A series of 3 storms is moving into SoCal, and the first one could be the wettest. Many Coastland Valley.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius? Yes, ma'am.
A large crowd of people gathered in downtown LA to support Iranian residents fight for freedom and human rights.
On Saturday, hundreds met near Grant Park, the global day of action and protest. Eyewitness News says demonstrators are...
You gonna take a nap, Miss? Not yet. I'm going to. You gonna take a nap? Yes, ma'am. Get that room clean. Okay, Doug. Alrighty, well, I'm here if you need me, okay? You're welcome, madam.
Whatever. But the vast majority of people, when they are polled, want less immigration. Now, I don't think that the people that want less immigration want what's happening now. I don't think that people who look at what's happening now, the ICE raids, how random they are, that they're taking people who've lived in the country 20, 30 years, they've raised their children here, their children are citizens, some of their children served in the United States military. They're, productive members of society. They are not criminals, and they are being torn away from their families at a high school graduation. They're being, abducted by guys in masks who are roaming American cities, grabbing people out of their houses and deporting them, some of them to an El Salvadoran prison. Nobody, very few people, I'm not going to say nobody, because there will be people that want that, and they are pretty vocal about that. They do want that, specifically that. But I don't think the vast majority of people, even that want less immigration, because obviously there's people that want more immigration or whatever, of course they wouldn't want that. But let's just talk about the people, and again, it's a majority, that every poll, that want less immigration. I don't think want this, because it's fundamental. And it doesn't take into account any specific considerations for people that have been here a long time, people whose children have, are citizens and have been here a long time. So when you do these random rates, they provoke a response that is justifiably, you're going to provoke a lot of anger because this is barbarism. When you go on the Department of Homeland Security social media accounts and you joke about doing these things, and you make memes about doing these things, and it's completely unserious, and you're not treating this with any gravity, and you are exhibiting kind of a sophomoric behavior, and people look at it, this also is disgusting to people who, again, many of them would say that with AI coming, with automation coming, with a large number of undocumented people here already, that it's difficult to imagine how bringing in more people is going to help. In that group of people, they still look at this stuff and go, this is terrible. Folks, I cannot stop talking about Stash. I go out and I talk about it. People go, will you stop talking about Stash? I say, you don't need to overhaul your life to start investing. Just automate it with Stash. New Year money goals can quietly run in the background while you focus on everything else. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investment with expert personalized guidance. So you don't have to worry about gambling or figuring out doing it on your own. Stash is simple, smart, and stress-free. Choose for personalized investments. Let Stash's award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you, or pick a combo or both. Just $3 per month gets you access to world-class financial advice and personalized guidance so you can start investing in your future today. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/Tim to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and to view important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/Tim. Get.stash.com/Tim. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, and not a guaranteed investment. Advisory services offered by Stash Investments, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves a risk. Offer subject to terms and conditions. If the Trump administration came into power and said, listen, we're either going to do a compromise, which I saw Rand Paul talk about on Rogan, it was a quick clip, where you're not getting voting rights because you came in illegally and you're not a citizen. And if we give you voting rights, you'll just see Texas and many other states flip blue and be Democratic states forever. And you'll live in a one-party system. In the same way that there are certain Republicans who would love to use these ICE raids, we'll talk about this in a minute, to cancel elections or depress the turnout, and they want to live in a one-party system. But if we give everybody voting rights overnight, you're going to politically change the country in ways that, again, nobody voted for. The problem with this is that nobody voted for it. Nobody voted to bring in however many people we have here. We don't even know. That's the other problem. People are like, it's 10 million, it's 80 million, it's 50 million. I don't know what it is. I don't think anyone does. I don't think it's 80 million. I don't think it's 10 million. I think it's like probably, I don't know, 25, 30 million, but whatever it is, nobody voted for it. So if you bring in 30 million people and then just give them voting rights overnight and say, now you guys can vote, and that fundamentally changes the political structure of the entire country by flipping some of the biggest states, then no one voted for that. You've brought in people to do that. That's not democratic. Nobody voted for this. Nobody in Texas voted for it. So Rand Paul's compromise was, well, people can just exist. They can work. We're not going to deport them. And they can kind of live in the shadows. Some of them may apply for citizenship and whatever. I think if you look at the amount of people that Biden and Kamala brought over, I think it was, there's again, it's hard to get numbers, but there's probably about 10 million people that came over. Yeah, let's watch Rand Paul here, because I don't want to make a mess of what he's suggesting and saying, because we're going to go through every angle of this here. By the way, we're going to try to do it somewhat dispassionately, because I have an interest in less people getting shot in the head. Rand Paul.
I'm going to shock you. I'm a moderate on this. I actually think that most of the people that are here and working lawfully and can pass a background check, I would give them no welfare, and I'd give them no citizenship, no voting privileges, but you can work and we won't arrest you.
Okay. No citizenship, but a potential path to citizenship?
I think it's better just to say the trade-off is this, that you came illegally. Right now the law says you got to go back and you'll never get in, basically. So the compromise is you came in illegally, you just don't get to be a citizen, your kids will be. Now the new ones, the 8 million that might have come in last year, some of them need to go back, and particularly any of them committing crimes. The compromise I'm offering is different than anybody's ever talked about. Everybody thinks the compromise has to include voting and citizenship. If in Texas we gave amnesty and let, I don't know, a couple million people vote, immediately Texas becomes Democratic for the next 20 years. So that's what it's all about. It's about voting.
All right, so listen, that's an idea. What I find, Biden brought in 10 million people, or some such number. Now, there are disagreements about whether those people are fleeing persecution. Some of them are. Some of them are coming for economic reasons. I bet a good amount of them. Most people that live in the regions we're talking about can claim with legitimacy to be fleeing something, because those areas are deeply unstable. And we're not blameless in that either, by the way. It's not our fault that all of those regions, but that's also not lost on me. That we've conducted a lot of wars in the Middle East, destabilized areas of Latin America, and then the argument is the debt that you owe those people to fling your borders open and destroy your own country. And then none of us voted for that either. A lot of us didn't vote for it. Some of us did. And when I say destroy the country, it's not simply because, we're bringing in people that don't look white or anything like that. There's a certain amount of wealth inequality that we're there, by the way, where the working class of this country has less and less power. The biggest proponents of immigration when I was younger were pro-capitalist, Koch brothers, libertarians that realized that you could break the back of the working class by bringing in people that would do jobs for a lot less, and unions would have less power, and workers in general would have less power. And the critics of immigration when I grew up were the left, not usually from the right. They were from the Buchananite right or the paleo-conservatives that worried about borders and language and culture. But the economic critique was from the left. It was not from, the Chamber of Commerce or any of those people. They thought you could grow the economy by bringing in more consumers These immigrants would obviously come in and consume things. And also, they would take a lot of the jobs you just don't want to pay Americans to do. And then we could build houses and buildings with a lot less. In the same way that on the high end in the tech world, the reason that Elon Musk and all these guys want H-1B visas is so they can bring in Indian and Chinese indentured servants who will work, who will sleep in bunk beds and work at their companies. They don't care that Americans aren't going to get those jobs. And that we're not even focused on training Americans to get those jobs. In the same way that when my aunt told me, you know, well, if we slow down immigration, who's going to be your doctor? And I asked her to explain that, and she goes, well, my doctor's from Pakistan. And he's lovely, and I love him. And by the way, great, but is it odd to anyone that Pakistan, kind of an Islamic, theocratic, somewhat dysfunctional country, from what I remember, is producing doctors for the United States of America? Pakistan is educating doctors that are helping my boomer aunt, and no one thinks that's a problem. And I asked her, I said, well, is that not a problem that we are not creating the conditions where doctors in America are going to med school here and they're from America? And I'm not saying that people from Pakistan have done anything wrong by wanting to be doctors, but how do you run a society where people from other countries come here, either get educated here or they're educated there, but they come here and they have six-figure-a-year jobs while native-born citizens languish in a failed education system where we just send them to prison because they become addicted to drugs because they're hopeless. And then we've got, 10 cities in America that are doing well, and houses over $10 million sell, but the housing market for first-time home buyers is completely frozen. How does that society work? What exactly, other than tech feudalism, you can see there the housing market is slumping, but sales over 10 million are skyrocketing. That's not an accident. So how do you run a society like that? I'm literally asking, and I'm curious, how do you run a society where the people that are born, by the way, white, black, brown, Asian, whatever, born in America are languishing, and the job market is very weak, and wealth is consolidating on the high end with the asset-owning class, people that own real estate, stocks, bonds, companies. Billionaire wealth jumps 3 times faster in 2025, the highest peak ever, sparking dangerous political inequality. A lot of that's AI and things like that. It's about 3,000 billionaires for the first time, and none of those billionaires, by the way, have any allegiance to a nation state. Most of them don't. Most of them don't care. So I guess in the mind of the far left, we could kill all those people and redistribute that wealth and find a charismatic dictator, whatever. I mean, that's like a childish college fantasy. But most rational, logical people go, the people coming here from El Salvador didn't do anything wrong. They want to work. They want their families to have better lives. And it's inhumane if they've lived here a very long time and have roots in a community to rip them out of it and separate them from their children. But if they've been here 2 or 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, if they came in the latest wave and they don't have those roots, there needs to be a way to in an orderly fashion. If people are here and they came in illegally, you have to figure out a way to deal with that. And you can do it the way Rand Paul wants to do it. You can encourage them to self-deport by denying benefits. You can pass legislation, whatever. But the performative ICE raids right now that are all over the media and all over the news, and people are disgusted by them, aren't doing the cause of border security any good. So you have to look at these options and figure out what exactly you can do without tearing the country apart. There's a mandate to close the border. Trump was elected with a pretty sizable mandate, specifically on that issue. People do not want more immigration into the United States of America. Again, it's just they don't want it. They also don't want this. So you've got to figure out a way to do this. What you could do, which Trump does not want to do, is enforce something called E-Verify, which means that it's the employers that will pay fines and possibly be jailed if they hire illegal labor. The reason Trump doesn't want to do that is because his friends in the construction industry and the hotel industry and the agriculture industry don't want him to do that, because they are the ones that are benefiting from the use of illegal labor. Now, and you might be, and they have a point when they go, listen, by the way, we can't just fire everyone who's not legal. We'd be looking at like massive delays. The economy would have a problem. So there is a humane way to do it. There's also an economic way to do it where you don't cause a 3-year slowdown in the construction of houses, because there are ways to do it. This administration is not interested in those ways. They're interested in running the country like a reality show. They're interested, they pass no legislation. They are not communicative on this issue at all, other than these like childish memes. And they're losing support across the board. But on this issue, they're losing support specifically. It's like unserious and cruel. So you have a lot of anger and a lot of protests, and they're turning violent because there's a lot of protests in America that are, we're a crazy group of people, and it turns violent. And yes, some of it's funded, some of it's agitators, whatever. But it's a crazy country. On the left and the right, it's crazy. Everyone is crazy. So it's not really surprising that these things get violent quick, because people are ready to go at the drop of a hat. Not everybody, but there's groups of people that are they're ready. They're ready to just start killing people or putting themselves in the line of fire to get killed. So you want to take the temperature down. You want to take a chill pill. You have to. Otherwise, things spiral out of control very quickly. Ethos to me is so important. You need life insurance, folks. You need it. It's so important. When you bring a child into the world, your perspective changes overnight. Suddenly you're thinking years ahead about childcare, school, milestones you can't wait to see. And I have so many friends now that have children and they don't have life insurance, and I've all put them onto Ethos. And they're so happy. They're so happy. You can get a quote in seconds, applying minutes, and get same-day coverage. There's no medical exam. You can answer a few simple health questions. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. Some policies are as low as $30 a month. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. Ethos has 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 3,000 reviews. Protect your family's life insurance with Ethos now by going to ethos.com/Tim. In as little as 10 minutes, you can get your free quote and up to $3 million in coverage at ethos.com/Tim. That's ethos.com/TIM, ethos.com/TIM. Application times and rates may vary. Now that the holidays are over, you might feel like you've got a big spending hangover. The drinks, the holiday food, the gifts, it all adds up. Luckily, Mint Mobile is here to help you cut back on overspending on wireless this January with 50% off unlimited premium wireless. Mint Mobile's end of the year sale is still going on, but only until the end of the month. Cut out big wireless's bloated plans and unnecessary monthly charges at 50% off 3, 6, or 12 months of unlimited. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and bring your phone number along with all your existing contacts. I love this product. This January, quit overspending on wireless with 50% off unlimited premium wireless. Plans start at $15 a month at mintmobile.com/Tim. That's mintmobile.com/Tim. Limited time offer, upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12 months. Plan required $15 a month, equivalent taxes and fees. That's the initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes space, slow when network is busy, capable device required, availability speed, varies at mintmobile.com. Seymour Hersh just wrote an article alleging, again, Seymour Hersh is a Pulitzer Prize winning reporter, but he's alleging, and again, he's been wrong before on certain things, but there's a lot of issues where, you know, a lot of his reporting is held up. He's alleging that this whole thing has been orchestrated to potentially either cancel or suppress turnout in midterm elections. And that a lot of people in Trump's inner circle, people like Stephen Miller, want this violence to be used as justification to either shut down elections or depress turnout in elections. Let's read a little bit of this. Keep going. So here, anxiety in the White House, both the House and the Senate might fall to the Democratic. Trump's pulled up in the ongoing protests against ICE in Minnesota, and in reaction to the harsh tactics it is using to find and seize undocumented immigrants. He hasn't delivered on promises to end the war in Ukraine. He hasn't delivered on the economy. I've been told by someone with knowledge of White House planning that Miller was a major advocate for the ICE operations in Minnesota that have led to the killing of 2 protesters by federal officers. The ongoing disruption of a major metropolitan area and international condemnation of the administration, but it was Trump who authorized the raids, and he has yet to put an end to them. Miller was also the author of an earlier proposal to use local National Guard troops to disrupt the midterm elections in critical states of polling predicted that the Republican Party would lose the House. That suggestion, given the current negative polling in the fiasco in Minneapolis, is now dead in the water. Another plan that's been discussed in the White House is to disrupt the future presidential election when Vice President J.D. Vance might be the candidate in the case of a loss at the polls. It was conceived by John Eastman, the disbarred lawyer, is currently appealing his disbarment in California, who also thought up the failed plan after Trump's election loss in 2020. So if this is true, if Seymour Hersh is accurate about this, then we're going to see a civil war, and it won't look like a civil war, but you're going to see something that resembles the closest thing that we've seen to a civil war if this is to happen. If this is true, and I have no problem believing this, by the way, a lot of people spent a lot of money to put this administration in office, and it is very possible those people don't want to have an election that reverses this. So the idea that Stephen Miller was thinking about using an event like this to depress turnout or to just cancel the elections. I was told that Eastman's new scheme, recently the subject of informal discussions at the White House, calls for sympathetic election officials in states where the Democratic candidates win simply to delay or refuse to submit the electoral votes at the time mandated by the Constitution. Eastman's notion is to find a way to void the electoral votes from states with a large Democratic plurality so that the number of electoral votes needed to claim the presidency is low enough to turn a losing Republican candidate into a president. So we're at a point where it does seem that some of these things that people, including myself, didn't think were possible do seem to be being discussed if Seymour Hersh is correct. And if that's the case, we're going to have a huge issue. We already know that this isn't politically breaking down the way people think it is. Meaning a lot of Republicans look at people executing citizens in the streets that are unhappy. And they also know this is the same president, by the way, who just sent Pam Bondi back to Mary Madison to discuss how to start putting people in jail that the alien doesn't apply to. This is the same president that won't release Jeffrey Epstein files in infidelity. They gaslit everyone, lied, said they exist. This is the same administration that, has at every turn not reined in Netanyahu. And it's the same administration that supported a lot of these very vague laws they're putting on the books. I think Florida to make criticism of Israel a punishable offense. The way they criticize immigration in the UK has become a punishable offense. Somebody can show up to your door and you can knock on your door and detain you for criticizing immigration. If you do it in a way that's not articulate, if they feel that if you said something indelicate, they can show up to your house or they can put you in jail.
What'd you say, madam?
This is the same.
All right. We'll put your phone on silent. Miss Aquarius, that's just your friends and family telling you that you're loved. So it's I understand that. He's at peace. That's right. Exactly. He could have been shot. He could have died in a car accident. He could have drowned. He could have fallen off a cliff. Of all the terrible, terrible ways to die, he got the best of all of the things that could have happened to him. Yes, ma'am, that's what I do. Sweet dreams, Mr. Aquarius. God willing.
Administration that is, behind a lot of these laws or co-signing a lot of these laws that allow criticism of a foreign government to be labeled hate speech and will make it a punishable offense. It's the same administration that's allowed a takeover of, TikTok from the Ellison family. They support Paramount buying CBS News. They support all of these things. And this is the full politicization, not only of media, which has always been true to an extent, but also now social media, where you have a space where the word Epstein is being censored. Is that true? Didn't you tell me that on TikTok? That videos about Epstein are being censored? So all of this violence in Minnesota, the discussions about, again, can't verify this, but it is Seymour Hersh, literal, legit reporter. All of the discussions about disrupting elections or canceling elections, they're all against, they would be wrong no matter what, obviously, but they're all against the backdrop of an administration that is doing all of these things. That has billionaires buying TikTok to censor the mention of Epstein. You have the Attorney General going down to meet with the billionaire Miriam Adelson, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and going, by the way, what are your concerns? And the people that elected this guy and that put him into office are at a grocery store figuring out how they're going to get groceries. Just days after mainly American investors approved by Donald Trump took control over TikTok, some users are now saying the app is censoring and limiting their content, including posts about Jeffrey Epstein and the shooting deaths of U.S. citizens by federal agents in Minneapolis. So it's time to admit, for all the people out there that are the diehard MAGA people, I don't want to, the boomer types that really, truly get a kick out of stuff. It's funny, you get a kick out of it. And we talked about it last week. They love him. He really be bothered with their own family, but they love this guy. This is pretty obvious. This is pretty blatant. This is all the things that I would listen to Alex Jones talk about when I was younger, are happening. And I've said it before. And that's not to say, by the way, that that I'm somehow a fan of post-war liberal CIA interventionist neoconservative war hawk, flood the inner cities with cocaine, fund the Contras. We get it, okay? But let's just talk specifically for a minute about what you see happening in front of your face. Against the backdrop of all of this, we have ICE in the street. We have the National Guard. We have people talking about the Insurrection Act. And you can't talk about it on TikTok. You can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein on TikTok. And they're passing laws in Florida telling you if you criticize... Now, by the way, can you get up the video of the woman who said something about the mayor of Miami? They just knocked on her door. So, again, that's coming here. And you thought these people were the free speech people. They campaigned as the free speech people. And they were truly criticizing the left, which in the 2020s had lost their mind and were censoring people that said, maybe this virus came from China, and they were taking them off social media. But here's a video. Again, it's the United States of America. Miami Beach police questions woman over social media post regarding the Jewish mayor, whom she says calls for the death of all Palestinians. From what I read about this woman's tweet, it was a somewhat innocuous political opinion that you may or may not disagree with. But again, take a look here. It's the United States of America. In Florida, Republican Florida. Let's take a look at this. There you go.
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present, so I really don't know how to answer that question.
Like I said, you're not going to
freedom of speech. This is America, right?
And I agree with you 100%. We're just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person is.
Okay, how can I help you?
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as,
verbatim, it says the guy specifically calls for the deaths of all Palestinians, shut down the theater for showing a movie that hurts his feelings, and refuses to stand up to the LGBT community in any way. even leave the room with the whole unrelated matters. Once you know that you are all welcome, clownface.
By the way, stop that. She didn't say let's kill the guy. She didn't call for violence. She made a political. The guy canceled the movie, pro-Palestinian movie he didn't like, and she goes, "This guy calls for the death of all Palestinians. He doesn't stand up for the LGBT community. Whatever. I don't like the guy. Clownface. These people are in her house. Didn't J.D. Vance go to Europe and start talking about free speech and how embarrassing it is that Europeans didn't have free speech? Didn't he do that? This is Florida. It's Republican-controlled Florida, by the way. They're censoring your posts on TikTok. Anyone who's not criticizing this, anyone who's not calling this out, I cannot trust them. I don't know why they're not calling it out. I don't know if there's a financial benefit to them not calling it out, or if they feel that one side's already won and they want to be on that side. I don't know if they're fearful of something or other, but if you're not calling this out, if you don't think this is wrong, if you make a living speaking, if you're a comedian, podcaster, journalist, whatever you are, doesn't really matter. If you are a YouTuber, if you're a social media personality, if you make a living using your fat mouth, and you don't think this is a problem, you don't think getting a group of billionaires that are ideologically aligned to go buy an app and then start censoring the content on the app, it was a problem when it was being done during COVID, and it's a problem when it's being done now. And if you don't care about that, and if you think that's not going to affect you for whatever reason, I can't trust you and I can't listen to what you say. You don't have any credibility to me. So that it doesn't mean that, there aren't considerations politically of who's going to censor us? How about nobody? How about no one? How about you can't call for the death of people? You can't call for violence against people. You can't dox people. But you can have a political opinion without people showing up at your door with a badge. In Florida, Republican Florida, Trump country. So this is coming here. And these ICE raids and these executions are against the backdrop of all of this. And the discussion about the midterm elections and whatever credibility it has with Stephen Miller and Eastman and whoever, it's against the backdrop of this. An administration that campaigned on being pro-free speech, but very quickly realized that they were only pro the free speech that they liked. So many people right now are having so much success with Nutrafol. Every January, it feels like we're told to reinvent ourselves. New year, new you, right? But we know the real progress doesn't happen overnight. It comes from steady, consistent work. That's exactly what Nutrafol believes. Hair growth isn't about shortcuts or quick fixes. It's about supporting yourself and your hair with the right routine so you can stay strong, confident, moving forward. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. Plus, it is also the #1 selling hair growth supplement brand. Nutrafol targets the key root causes of thinning in men, like stress and hormonal changes, because it's not about genetics. Nutrafol men's supplements are peer-reviewed, 100% drug-free, and NSF content certified and clinically proven to improve your hair growth, all without impacting sexual performance. Skip the shortcuts and see thicker and stronger hair in 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to it. Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TAN. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TAN. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TAN. And so, when you look at this and you zoom out, which I think we've done a decent job of doing, you say to yourself, we have a very big problem. We have a very, very big problem. And listen, I'm not solving it. And it's not my job to solve it. But I'm just telling you right now that if you're not disturbed by this and your spidey senses aren't going off a little bit or a lot, we have a lot of people in this country that have taken flights of fantasy the way that adults now react to television shows, whether it's Stranger Things or Heated Rivalry, whatever these shows are that are super popular, The Summer I Turned Pretty, whatever. The way that adults are dealing with television shows, attacking the actors in the show for not living up to, is the girl on I Love LA too brown? Did she go on a tanning bed? What? Is she going Ashkenazi to Sephardic? What? And these are real things that people are saying. The way that adults are engaging with entertainment shows that adults are degenerating and regressing, and they're unable to tell the difference between real and fake. They're unable to discern what an actor is, who's playing a role that was written by a writer. They're not able to do this anymore. They've lost the ability to do it. They get in these little fan cults and lose their fucking mind. They can't just enjoy a show. They have to know everything about the actors on the show, what their political opinions are, who they're fucking. They want to know their sexuality. They want to know what exactly they believe about everything. They want to know how much they're hanging out with the other actors on the show. Are they hanging out? Is it fake? Is it real? They want to know all of these things. They have a weird, toxic relationship with entertainment because it's filling a void for them that is supposed to be filled by things like family, community, and engaging civically with things that actually matter. But in the absence of that, or in the denial of that, people are like concerning themselves with like how much the two guys on Heated Rivalry actually hang out. Why aren't they together more? Do they not like each other? To the point where these people have to come out and go, hey man, yeah, I like the guy, so he's my friend, but like we are separate humans. We have lives. But it's not enough. If a character on a show does something that people disagree with, they then attack the actor on the show, and they go on the actor's social media and attack the actor because they're unable to tell the difference. Or, here's something even more disturbing, they don't care. They don't care that there's a difference because they need to channel their anger and their passion into something, and they don't own a house. So they need to channel it into the fucking Summer I Turned Pretty and debate the religious affiliation of the actress. Is Jewish actress Odessa A. Zion a Zionist? Marty Supreme Star. This is so incredibly gross. Number one, it's just straight up anti-Semitic to tell the woman, oh, you're Jewish? You better speak up now. Fuck off. That's bullshit. She shouldn't have to say anything about anything she doesn't want to say anything about, by the way. If you need your political opinions from actors, you're a fucking retard, by the way. You should get them from podcasters, dummy. But here's the reality. People can no longer engage responsibly with this type of stuff. As soon as there's a hit show, a fandom develops, these people start frothing at the mouth, they love it, then they start turning because, by the way, this is kind of the problem. And I see this a lot on, and I'm not trying to make this political, but you see this a lot on the left. The left, because they don't really have traditional, a lot of them don't have traditional religion, but it's so ingrained in our DNA, they create these quasi-religious moments where there's like an epiphany, and their epiphany is like, I don't know, a show about fucking people in LA, or the gay hockey players, whatever, and they have this thing like, wow, this is an amazing example of art and love and this and that, and then immediately they start turning on it. They need to turn on it. They need to get angry about it, and they need to prove to themselves and others that it's not actually as good as they thought. And the actors have some bad takes and some bad opinions, and I'm really depressed about this. They ride high on this thing, and then, as if they have to crucify everybody, and then the part of them that wants it to be bad, that wants the experience to leave them empty and unfulfilled, they want to get angry. They need it. They need to tear these people apart. It's something that I've witnessed over and over, and now they're doing it to actors. For a while they were doing it to like comedians and and they're still doing it to those people, don't get me wrong. But now it's like actors, and these people, actors don't even know where they are half the time. I know actors. They don't even know where they are. Asking actors to have political opinions is cruel. It's the same thing as dragging the kids out of the fucking ice, that poor little kid with a little fucking blue hat. Like, asking an actor to have a well-articulated political opinion is cruel. It's barbaric, and it's inhumane. Actors exist to be hot and or interesting looking, to be diplomatic, and they should be able to slip into roles. They should be good at being other people. That's their skill. Dragging them out into the light ruins it. It ruins it. The reason Succession was a great show is because Sarah Snook, who plays Shiv, didn't have a podcast where she talked about her pussy for 18 years before it, because it wouldn't have worked. Let these people be actors. Let them be actors. Stop dragging them out into the spotlight, analyzing the tan of their skin. Stop making Sydney Sweeney into a political figure. How empty is your life that this big-titted blonde, who's a good actress, needs to be a political figure? It's crazy, but it's deeply unhealthy, and it comes from this reptilian part of the brain that just want to see people burn. Cruelty is the point. It's the same thing with the DHN. I'm not equating them because obviously it's horrible to rip kids away from their parents. But by the way, there is some of that that's unavoidable. If you can say these guys are in Trinidad, they're a criminal enterprise and they came here with a bunch of kids and we got to get them out of here, keep them all together and get them out. There does need to be a way to get crime syndicates out of the country. I think most people would agree with that. But the same part of the brain that delights in the dumb Department of Homeland Security memes, Santa Claus is coming to deport you, that's the same part of the brain that wants this woman to... This poor woman just got cast in something to play some Mexican chick. She didn't know. She didn't read the book. I believe her. She didn't read. She said, I didn't read the book. What do I know? Also, I know a lot of Mexican people that look white, but whatever. Who cares? You want a Mexican actress to play her? Fine. They dragged this woman. I don't even know this woman. But they dragged this woman. And she goes, you guys are right. And she has to say, just go on her Instagram and go, you guys are right. That's why I love you guys. You let me know this chick was Mexican. I totally get it. I totally get it. And listen, if you spend your time engaging in this type of behavior, the utterly meaningless, and you give this meaning, and you're running around trying to give your own life meaning by analyzing whether the stars of heated rivalry spend enough time together when they're not on set. If that's what you're doing, You've completely lost the plot. And this is why AI's entertainment's coming. Because you're torturing the real people. You're trying to destroy. Fame looks so unappealing right now. You know how unappealing it is now. I mean, yes, if it comes with money, you can always. It's always worth it because I've been broke. It's not fun. But do you understand? When you were in the 90s and you were famous, you were an actor, you made a great thing, and you got to go away. Now it never ends. Now you make a show, and then the people become obsessed with you, and they want to know everything about your private life. Okay? And then you wake up one day, and you're just trying to be hot, and somebody's like, "What about Sudan? Be kind of quiet on Sudan." What? These people all need to have fully formed opinions on Iran. And we're analyzing how much time they spend with their co-stars, and if they're toxic on set, and if they love each other. Connor has been vocal about fans being overly invested in his love life as he adjusts to his newfound fame. And then they're all scared to confirm their sexuality because a lot of these people are straight or whatever they are, you know? And the people can't handle that a straight guy's playing a gay guy. They can't handle it. So then they turn into psychos. You know, there was actually a lot of gay people that could have done that role. A lot of gay people that could have done that role. Whatever. This has become their politics. This has become their political identity. This has become their religion. Hunting the dumbest people in our society and making them have views on Iran. Hunting the dumbest people in our society and making them articulate positions on Palestine. This is barbaric. This is an ice raid. This is an online ice raid. Finding the dumbest and most insignificant people. And it's not to say that actors don't do great shit, but I mean in the realm of the political, you could not find someone more insignificant than the hot guy who was waiting tables in LA 3 months ago that's on Heated Rivalry. There's no one whose opinion matters less. Nobody. And the fact that these people keep dragging these dummies into the light and forcing them to confess, what is your sexual? Tell me when you come, what do you think about? It's not enough. Just enjoy the fucking show, you loser. Just enjoy the fucking show, you loser. Enough already. And I can't believe I'm defending him. I got nothing to do with these people. I'm defending them. I feel bad for these dummies. I feel so bad for these dummies. They don't know what's going on. They're hot. They're trying to remember if red means go or stop or which one is green. And they're just trying to walk across the street and not get killed. They're trying to walk across the street and not trip over a food robot, or they don't know where they are half the time. That's not why they're here. They don't know their sexuality. They don't know what's going on. They sat in a chair that got them hard once. They don't know. They're not here for that. They're not here for that. They're not here to be your hero. They're not here to influence you. They're not here to hold your hand and walk you through your meaningless garbage existence. They are there to pretend to be someone else for a half hour on your television. I can't believe it. And some of them are young. Some of them are like in their late teens. And they're getting bullied by adults. Some people, they gotta take their social media pages down. They're like, what? I was on this show. Now everyone hates me because they disagree with the ending of the show? they didn't like the season finale, so they're trying to kill me. It's embarrassing. We've reached a point in our culture where we're forcing our hottest, dumbest people to become something they're not. It's cruel. It's degrading. I'm going to protest that and get shot. I'll be shot protesting that. Defending the rights of hot, dumb people to remain hot and dumb. Because we'll benefit in that. It's supposed to be a fantasy, you fucking retards. That's what it is, the dream factory. They're not supposed to be, I don't want to know about these fucking people. What's wrong with you? It diminishes the experience to know too much about them. It's not like politics. Politics, you should want to know all of the things about these people. You should want to know where they come from, who funds them, why they believe certain things, why their beliefs change. You should want to know why exactly they're having dinner with whoever they're having dinner with. You should want to know all these things. You should be curious about where they live, where they came from. You should be curious about why they're the governor of a state that they didn't grow up in. It's an interesting thing. Well, what about the state do you like? You should want to know why some of them are incredibly vague about their personal lives. You should want to know that. You should want to know who is financially backing their candidacy. You should know the main industries in their state and who runs them. All of that should be fair game if you're a politician, not if you're the star of the hockey thing. That's not what you should care about if you're the star of the hockey thing, you fucking moron. So, we got problems in our society. Big ones. Big ones. We've got real issues here. We have a government that looks to be that looks to be, by the way, let me correct myself. There's people click that. A government that is using their billionaire friends to shut you up and then potentially maybe put you in jail and maybe end up getting shot. We don't know. But these aren't independent events. We should look at how we got here. We also have people that are trying to destabilize the country from other countries, or people that live here that are trying to egg on riots, make things worse. 100%. We have people that are stirring the pot. We have agencies in our country that want more power. They want a bigger budget. They want autonomous drone technology accepted by the citizenry to feel safe. They want facial recognition. They want biometric scan. They want all of that. They want it. They want it. So violence to them is good. That works. If everyone feels safe and you all live in a community where everybody cares or trusts each other to the extent that that's possible, you won't need all of the things that are coming to AI. Bubble's the only industry in the country that's functioning. And it's not functioning, it's largely fake, but it's one of the only things. It's got to deliver. This has got to deliver. You got a fucking massive investment. Our economy's hinged on this. The stock market's hinged on it. It has to deliver. Well, I would think a great way to usher in AI would be a lot of violence all over the place. That would be my guess. And in fact, if you didn't have that, well then, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't consent to all these new things that are going to start popping up in the next few years. All these companies are going to have to start selling all this technology to the states, local jurisdictions, to private companies, to private individuals, to other countries. Well, if you have random outbreaks of violence, if you have high incidences of crime, if you have protests that are turning violent and spiraling out of control, if you have the federal government in conflict with the states, which is causing chaos on the streets, private individuals, private corporations, federal, state, local governments, all of these consumers are going to accept this technology, buy this technology. So what's happening right now is the wet dream of the national security state, of Palantir, of all of these different companies. They're not the only company, by the way. There's lots of different companies. And this is their wet dream, because this will lead to surveillance, it will lead to AI government, it will lead to decisions being made by AI. Those ICE agents are untrained buffoons and kill the person. You know who's not going to do that? The robot. Robot's going to know. The robot's not going to fear for its own safety. The robot's going to be programmed to de-escalate things. Watch. Coming. If you don't think those conversations are happening, you're insane. And if you have a buffoon group, a ragtag group of people you recruited 25 minutes ago that are ripping kids out of their houses and then shooting protesters in the street, it's a pretty good argument. In fact, maybe the best argument I've ever heard for something that 5 or 10 years ago we all would have completely rejected, which is a robotic or drone-based police. Okay? It's the best argument I've ever heard for that. If you were to make arguments, you'd say, well, this is what happens when people do it. Why don't we go somewhere else? Why don't we go somewhere else with this? Why don't we think about automation? These decisions will be made. Look at Waymos. 5 or 10 years, I don't want a driverless car. What? I want to sit in that. People have accepted them. They're using them. And if I was going to make an argument and replace them, this would be a great argument. I would show this at my investor meeting. I would show it. If I was an investor in one of these AI companies, I would say, I want everyone to watch something, and it's going to be a little disturbing. But I think it's important because I think we've got a real chance here. I would play the shooting of Renee Good, and then I would play the second shooting in Minneapolis. His last name, what's his name, Alex? What? Ready. I would play those two shootings, and then I would look at my board. I would say, this is the argument.
I do.
This is the argument to introduce mass surveillance, drone technology, biometric, facial recognition, whatever it is. You want to avoid this. You want to error out of it. That's what I would say.
With each other with those secret battles.
Is this what we're going to do? In the coffee, yes, it makes a lot of sense.
Proven to be a
horseshit story.
If you buy into it, the joke is on you. I'm telling you.
And they're saying this to you. They're saying this won't fall apart, and it will.
So are you saying what? Are you saying that the
this won't fall apart, and it will. You're going to want to live far away from this, and you're going to want to be protected, not by a bunch of buffoons.
He's been saying all that Pizzagate shit for 20 years. He's been saying everyone thought it was you couldn't believe anything he said because of the things he's saying. Now, when you look at Pizzagate, all that shit he was saying that everyone thought it was crazy for, it's real. It's a fake news story, Eddie. It's a fake news story. Every news
talking about open borders and diversity, you'll flee and you'll live behind gates. Some of you to this day in America.
Take America. It's a lie. It's a joke. It was a joke.
When that happens, you're going to want these guys protection. When you see
the power structure.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking
about? Right now,
that's what I'm talking about. Man, love. So the power structure.
This entire economic
Conspiracy of silence. Have you seen that? Sure haven't, buddy. You still, of course you haven't. I don't get my news from YouTube. I don't get my news from YouTube. I get my news from the CIA.